Whether it's real baseball or virtual baseball, the stakes are high this time of year. We're glad you're joining us from wherever you're joining us from, alongside gamer, baseball writer, friend of the MLB The Show community, Paul Sporer. I'm Robert Flores. This is the Fall Circuit Grand Finals. We are down to 4 players. Paul, it's great to be with you again.
Robert, I've been looking forward to this since the summer circuit. We got the fall circuit. We got some newcomers on the scene. We have a returner. Can't wait to get into it. It's going to be a great day of baseball.
Absolutely. Let's show you the format here. We started the weekend with 64 players, and we are down to 4. So this has been a grueling competition. And, Paul, for the players that are still left in our Final Four, there is fatigue. This does take a toll, and it promises to be another long and exciting day.
All these days on Legend, playing these games, it's a strain on your eyes, it's mental fatigue. You know, it's not exerting the physical force of playing on the field, but there's a lot that goes into it. It is not easy.
Absolutely. All right, let's show you what our players are playing for. In addition to the bragging rights of being your Fall Circuit Grand Champion, first place winner gets $15,000 along with a gift card. Second place, $5,000. $3,000 goes to the third place winner. Fourth place gets $2,000. And again, all 4 participants get a gift card as well. So, Paul, everyone is no one is going away empty-handed today.
No, they're not. They're also all going to get something from Jazz Chisholm as well, 1 through 4.
Ooh, I like that. We need to get in on that. Here is our bracket. Zazzy against Dirty Town, and one semifinal. It'll be Izzy against Goat. Dirty Town, Paul, took out our Summer Circuit champion, Kreiner, in an exciting series. This should be definitely an intriguing day of play for both series.
And we're going to get into it a bit, but he's also the elder statesman here. You know,
yes,
we're used to talking about some young bucks, and Dirty Town is 24 years old, and so he'll be featured in our first matchup.
All right, we should also mention that for those of you that are on the sticks, maybe you're not in this tournament. I know, yes, you're worthy, and you could probably win if you were in this tournament, but get on MLB The Show, get on the sticks, because beginning or for the rest of the week, it's double XP, so you can make some progress on those missions, on those programs. I'm still trying. 4 vouchers away from the Jimmy Rollins card. Paul, what are you working towards here? What can you use during double XP day?
All of it. I need to grind hard. Listen, the regular season's winding down, which means my job workload gets a little bit lighter. I'm putting in 6-7 hour days all week. I got to get the J-roll as well. I'm not 4 vouchers away, though, so I've got a lot of work to do. So you're going to find me on the sticks all week this week. Yeah,
I may have to buy some stubs to finish off the J-roll. Don't tell anyone.
I'm not above that.
I'm definitely not above it. I'm team all the money spent. So just FYI. All right, let's continue here as we get ready for our 2 semifinal series. Remember, the semifinals are a best of 3, Paul, and then our championship series is a best of 5, and all games, Paul, 9-inning games.
Which is the best. You really get to test each other, go back and forth, get into the bullpens. And, of course, early on, we're going to be doing the red zone format where both semifinals will be going on, and we will be bouncing back and forth between them the way you might see on the red zone channel on a day like today, Sunday.
Yeah, so you guys in the chat, we read all your comments. We're able to see what you're saying. So in the past, you guys have been really good about keeping us honest. If we're in a particular semifinal series, if there's something happening or someone just scored in the other semifinal series, you guys have been really good about keeping us honest. So please be sure to do that today. Drops will be turned on. Okay, drops will be turned on, but not until 3 o'clock Eastern time. Oh, they fixed it. I'm being told that they are fixed. So drops are on. And Paul, I'm being told that there's a chance that these drops could be maybe extra juicier than normal, maybe? Fingers crossed?
A little bit spicier. Maybe not going to get your normal allotment of bronzes and commons. Maybe get some golds. Maybe spike that diamond. Somebody in the chat's going to spike the diamond. A lot of people aren't, but somebody's going to get that big diamond, and they're going to let us know. But you got to have a pick. You got to show pics, or else it didn't happen, let's be honest.
Absolutely. So make sure your accounts are connected and get those drops. Buckle up. Strap in. It's going to be a long day of exciting MLB The Show baseball. 2 semifinal series, best of 3. Our championship series is a best of 5. Okay, here we go, Paul. In one semifinal, it's Zazzy against Dirty Town. Zazzy, 18 years old, from Toronto, an excellent player. And Paul, when you're at this stage, you're the elite of the elite.
Absolutely, and he's our returner from the summer circuit. You see, he went 17-2. He has come back with a vengeance, an 89% win rate in his 19 matches. He's also battle tested here, and the other three have not been in one of these finals, and I wonder if that's going to give him a bit of an edge in terms of pacing himself and knowing what to do as we check out his lineup here. You're going to start to notice some similarities. Keep an eye on specifically Miguel Sano. You're going to see across all four lineups. Yermin Mercedes is a popular gold, and then of course he has some of the big dogs, McCutchen, Donaldson, Aaron, leading off his lineup. This is a really stout lineup that Zazzy's put together.
Yeah, Zazzy is going to be streaming, and his streams are very entertaining, Paul. He's got a lot of hot takes, so be sure to open up another tab and check out his stream, as he'll be leading off with Andrew McCutchen, Josh Donaldson, Hank Aaron, 399s at the top of his order. And you mentioned Yermin Mercedes, Paul. Defensively, not a card that I would feel comfortable with, especially late in the innings behind home plate, but that's the only catcher on his roster.
I do wonder if that will give him maybe a lack of confidence to throw breaking balls late that maybe Yermin Mercedes might not catch, or if he'll just trust him and say, hey, I'm going to throw my pitches, and if there happens to be a wild pitch, I'll just make up for it with another homer or something.
Friend of the community, Scan, in the chat says, I see a Gleyber Torres. Darn right you do, Scan, and shout out to you. Gleyber Torres batting 6th for Azzy in his lineup. He'll be opposed by Dirty Town, Hogan Townsend. And as you mentioned, he's the elder statesman of the group at 24 years old. He coaches a 13U travel baseball team, Paul, and he says he has no problem handing out L's to the 13-year-olds on his team.
I mean, it is wild that you can be 24 and be the elder statesman, but he has a lot of experience with baseball. You see, he went 19-4 and 83% win rate in his 23 games. So he is a newcomer here, and he is one of the older guys, but he is not going to be outmatched here. I cannot wait for this battle between these two.
Yeah, 19-4 during the tournament. Here's a look at his starting lineup. Leading off with the aforementioned Jimmy Rollins card, the card you and I are both desperately seeking. My favorite card in the game, the finest George Brett, paralleled to 5, is batting 2nd. Andrew McCutchen 3rd. What else stands out to you about Dirty Town's lineup here, Paul?
Of course, I mentioned the Sano. He's going to be a staple, but that Ian Happ, switch hitting, plays a lot of positions, so if he has to make a move late, he can adjust everything. That Ian Happ card is excellent. Look for him in that 6th hole. If he gets on base, Miguel Sano can drive him in with a key homer, and I think that's something that we're going to see a lot of with Ian Happ getting on base.
A lot of the teams in this tournament, if not all, I could be wrong on that, but I believe 2 or 3 of the 4, Paul, also have Rafi Devers in some form or fashion on his live series card.
Absolutely, and he crushes. Obviously, he's a lefty with a lot of pop. Devers and Sano kind of play well off each other as a righty-lefty combo too. I also like
Albert Pujols in Dirty Town's bench. Really neutralizes and devastates left-handed pitching, so that's something to keep an eye out for.
Absolute lefty destroyer. He and Harmon Killebrew there. By the way, make sure you get in on the poll. Pick who you think is going to win, Zazzy or Dirty Town. I have a feeling the chat might lean towards Zazzy because they know him, but do not count out Dirty Town. You and I were both watching some of his games yesterday, and my man can play.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, Dirty Town took out our summer circuit grand champion, Kreiner, and he had to come back to do it. And also, he was a strike away from eliminating Kreiner before Kreiner does what he normally does. He goes yard.
Of course. And Kreiner, getting almost to the semis again after winning the summer circuit, widely regarded as the best player in the community, at the very least one of the best. So for Dirty Town to take him out, that's huge. But it doesn't stop there, because now you got to face Zazzy. And if you're able to beat him, you got to go to the finals too. And they're about to get that first game fired up. I see Cole Hamels for Zazzy against Corbin Burns for Dirty Town. Who do you like best in that pitching matchup there, the lefty versus the righty?
I'm going to go Cole Hamels just because I was watching Zazzy stream yesterday, and he really used that Cole Hamels card effectively. He really enjoyed using him, so I think he has a good feel for Hamels, but obviously you're not going to sleep on Corbin Burns either.
No, Burns definitely has the arsenal and everything. I think the Hamels card is finally in the last year or two getting his due as one of the best cards across the community. He's so nasty. I think one of the things that early on maybe people didn't love is that he wasn't overpowering, but the card is wonderful. So we'll see how he does here. Let's get into the action.
Absolutely. Let's get into the action. Here we go. So Zazzy is in the red uniforms. He's at the dish. Andrew McCutchen leading off. Dirty Town is in his Florida State themed gear as Corbin Burns deals to McCutchen, and that is fouled off, and Kutch is down to the count 0-2.
0-2 does not bother players like this.
No.
They'll gladly take a pitch or two, get right back into the count. And a lot of that patience, there it is, that's gone.
Perfect, perfect, goodbye. Andrew McCutchen goes yard at Laughing Mountain. And just like that, Zazzy jumps out to a 1-0 lead.
I always appreciate when they make my point for me right as I'm saying it. That was the 143rd homer that he has with McCutchen, too. And there's a shot. Is it going to hold up? It is.
He goes opposite field, but the defense was placed perfectly, and that's allowed out number 1. Now, you can see in the left-hand corner of your screen, if you're just now joining us, or perhaps you are here but have to leave and then you come back, that status graphic will show you where we are, who's playing, who's at the plate, and what the series status is, as Hank Aaron will ground to second, and quickly there's 2 down.
Yeah, it's a long day, so we know people will be in and out, and that's the easiest way to go ahead and catch up and figure out where everything's at. We're 1-0 here, and it'll be Josh Donaldson up.
No, this is Randall Grichuk batting cleanup.
Oh, Grichuk, that's right. He's in the 4 spot.
Yeah, Grichuk, he's hitting .458 with Randall Grichuk. Is that good? Yeah, seems good.
It's pretty decent. Pretty decent. And
Corbin
the thing
Burns
of it
falls
is,
behind 2-0.
with these amazing batting averages they have, these aren't small sample batting averages. These are 400-500 plate appearances because these guys P5 all their players too. Yeah. So this is, it's impressive stuff. 3-1 now here coming to Grichuk. And he's swinging.
There's a little dribbler. George Brett charges, fields, fires, and that retires the side. But Andrew McCutchen gets the scoring started with a solo home run. And again, I'm going to push moving forward that for every home run in these broadcasts, the players must L2.
Absolutely. Why not? I mean,
absolutely.
Listen, it's just like real life. They show a bunch of replays of every homer. So I don't think it would be necessarily a trash talking sort of move either. As we get to see Cole Hamels here against J-Roll.
Jimmy Rollins leading off. On deck is George Brett with Andrew McCutchen batting third. That's fouled
one thing
back.
That you mentioned to me that when you were watching Zazzy, the first thing that struck you wasn't so much his hitting, which is normally what stands out with the top players, but how well he pitched. And how he hit perfect so often with the pinpoint. And that can be an edge because to get to this point, you have to be able to hit. Like, that's a given. So your pitching can be the separator at this level.
Absolutely, as Andrew McCutchen leads off with a sharp single to right, and that'll bring up George Brett batting .362. And that's a base hit. So back-to-back base hits for Dirty Town here to start the home half of the first as he's trailing 1-0. First and second, no one out, and here comes Kutch, batting just under 400 at .399. Looks at a ball low. We're here at Laughing Mountain.
We'll see a lot of Laughing Mountain and Ship It. It's no longer only Ship It because Ship It was neutralized this year as far as its elevation, but it still has a wonderful pitcher's eye. A lot of people still love playing there, but Laughing Mountain has become a more prominent park here in the esports circuit this year.
All right, still to come. We'll get you to our other semifinal. Fly ball, right field. Jimmy Rollins looks like he's poised to tag. Hank Aaron fields. Throw cut off. Throw to third. And now you got runners at the corners. First and third, one out. And here's Jorge Posada, one of my favorite cards. Love a good switch hitting catcher.
Posada just doesn't miss. And speaking of switch hitting catchers, we'll get into one later in the second semifinal that I want to highlight, who's supercharged and looking great. But Posada cards always rake, whether it's a bronze, rookie type card or one of his premium cards. Posada rules.
And we thank those of you that are commenting in the chat. We're glad you're here. Keep it going. Thanks for spending your Sunday with us. Remember, drops are on as Posada looks at a strike at the knees, and it's 2-2. That one's fouled off, and we'll do it again. Remember, we will get you to our other semifinal between Izzy and Goat. Check in on them as we give you red zone style, and that's a big out number 2 for Cole Hamels.
And now he can get Zazzy can get out of this without trouble. That was a hanging change.
Yes, it was. Missed opportunity there for Dirty Town.
You're not usually sitting first pitch change, so those can be pretty surprising when they kind of float in there like that. And you're like, oh, now I should swing, and it's too late by then usually.
Here's the 1-1.
And he's going to get on it.
Sharp grounder. Donaldson knocks it down, but can't field it cleanly. And a run scores, and we're tied at 1.
He'll get it tied off. That's tough. That's tough.
That's a diamond fielder. I feel like he should make that play.
Absolutely. And, real life Donaldson would feel the same way, but sometimes it gets hit a little bit harder. It's called the hot corner for a reason.
That's fouled back. Here's Ian Happ, switch hitting outfielder. Down to the count 1-2. Swing and a miss way late on a sinker, but Dirty Town does get the equalizer. We're tied at 1 after 1. Here's Ketel Marte facing Corbin Burns. It will be Marte, Gleyber Torres, and Yermin Mercedes due up here in the top of the second. Just getting started, game 1 of a best-of-3 semifinal series between Zazzy and Dirty Town. Zazzy in red, Dirty Town in the white.
You never want to make too much of something in the first inning, but I do wonder if Dirty Town would have felt pretty bad if he'd gotten 2 on, nobody out, and not got that runner across.
No, that's a good call.
Took a little good fortune, but he has to be feeling great.
This could be trouble, and it is. Into the corner, over the fence, and it's a ground rule double. So second consecutive inning that Zazzy leads off an inning with an extra base hit.
Crush job there, and that's a hanger. That one's tough, too, because that was a perfect pitch, and yet that hung quite a bit. He floats that sinker in there, makes it 0-2 on Gleyber. There we go. Picture going to tighten up here.
Oh, that's going to fall in for a base hit. Marte rounding third, headed for home. He will score easily, and Zazzy reclaims the lead up 2-1. Still no one out.
And everyone that has gotten this far knows that, 2, 3, 4 runs, not really doing it. You're coming into a game knowing you probably got to get 6 or 7 at least to win a ball game. It's not like, normal baseball where 4 or 5 runs does it. In video games with premium players, you got to score a bit more. So I doubt Dirty Town's even worried, even if he gives up another couple runs this inning.
No, good point. Very good point. This is a high level firefight right here. Checked his swing. It's 2-2. Still no one out. Torres at first. This is Yermin Mercedes. And Miguel Sano, who Paul mentioned, is on all 4 teams in this portion of the tournament, is on deck.
Listening to Zazzy a bit early on, getting some practice in as Yermin gets under this one. Looks like an easy fly out for the first out. He was saying he wants somebody on base for Sano. He was saying Yermin specifically, but he does have somebody on base because he knows that even if Sano only gets 1 hit in 4 or 5 tries, if it's a homer, then he's done his job.
This is an 83 Sano, and you see he's batting .443 with him, often on legend, which is just remarkable. All these players are just remarkable, what they can do at the plate, on the mound, the whole thing. And Sano fouls that one off. It's 1-2. By the way, Zazzy was getting some... And that ball is slapped the other way. That's a base hit. Gleyber will stay at second. So now it's runners at first and second. And it'll be the pitcher, Cole Hamels.
Do you take the pitches and take the strikeout? Do you go for the bunt, or do you just play it straight up and risk the double play?
I would just take the strikeout because I have such horrific luck with bunting in this game.
Same.
I'm going to just take the 3 and move on.
And if I had the talent of one of these 4, I would also do exactly what it looks like he's doing here, which is just taking those strikes, knowing that I want to get McCutchen an opportunity here with 2 on. So that was the exact right move, in my opinion, too.
And you see Zazzy making Dirty Town's Corbin Burns work. 24 pitches coming up here in this inning. That one's fouled back. It's 0-2. McCutchen went deep in his first AB. Here's the 0-2. Fouled off. Boy, that cutter comes in hot at 97 on legend.
It really does.
Oof.
Ooh, what a take.
There's no universe
where I take that.
No, great take there by Zazzy. Here's the 1-2. Fouled that one back.
Good protect there.
2 down here, top of the second. Game 1 of a best-of-3. That misses low. It's 2-2. We'll get you to Izzy and Goat, our other semifinal series, best-of-3 in just a moment.
Oh, he didn't go. He held.
Check swing. He did not go. Wow. All right, so the runners will be on the move. Here's the payoff pitch from Burns. Little dribbler out in front.
That could be trouble.
Posada, throw to first, got him.
By a step.
Wow. Good defense there by Jorge Posada. Run does score. Zazzy on top 2-1. Okay. So we gave you a taste of Zazzy and Dirty Town. Let's check in on our other game, Izzy and Goat. Although we're seeing both of the same. Yeah, we're seeing double of game one. We'll get that straightened out here. But we are going to go to Izzy and Goat. Now, I should mention that before today's action started, Paul, we were watching and listening to Zazzy's stream. And he was playing against Izzy.
Yes.
One of our other semifinalists in the other side of the bracket. So just getting a little pregame work in.
I kind of love that. They're just warming up. They could be competitors in the finals, and they're just getting some cuts against each other, kind of getting the juices flowing, because we had a little bit of a technical delay out front there. So that was interesting to see, and I wonder if they're going to end up meeting each other in the finals. But he's actually facing Goat. Izzy is who Goat is going to face. So Zazzy and Goat were practicing, and we'll see if they end up meeting in the finals. But Izzy will have something to say about that for sure. Isaiah Johnson, 23-year-old, another elder statesman here out of North Dakota. Twitch.tv/IzzyIJ if you want to follow him over there. Another, like I said, older person, even though he's only 23. It feels so weird saying that, but his competitor is 16. And he went 18-2 for a 90% win rate in his 20 matches. That's the highest win rate we've seen. The other two were 89 and 83. These win rates are incredible, Roflo. Yeah.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to our man Thuney, who was casting the action yesterday. As you take a look at Izzy's lineup here, Andrew McCutcheon, Jimmy Rollins, Hank Aaron, your top three. And you see Yerman Mercedes behind the plate, and there's Miguel Sano at first base.
There he is again. And you also see Ketel Marte on a couple teams. Switch hitting stud. J-roll already up to a P4.
How about Derby X-card Nick Swisher?
Yes, I love that card.
Izzy's the only player that has Nick Swisher in his lineup.
When Nick Swisher came back, because I remember when he was still in the league and just had regular cards in MLB The Show, I was super excited, and I like that card too. That was a surprise entry, and I like it.
All right, so Nick Swisher playing right field for Izzy, and he is batting seventh. Take a look at his opponent, Goat, RPO3. I mentioned Thuney, who was calling the action yesterday, and Thuney gave me a little intel on Goat, and he says Goat might be the guy that wins the whole thing. He's that good.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, 16-year-old. Again, the younger they are, the better. And he went 19-0 for a 100% win rate. And there it is. The win rates seem to go in an escalating order here, and we got to a 100% win rate. 19 games. I don't think I could beat the computer 19 times in a row, Robert.
It's unbelievable, though, the reflexes, the hand-eye coordination of a 16-year-old. Congratulations to him on getting this far. Obviously, he knows he has work to do, hoping to get past Izzy and earn a spot in our best of 5 championship series. Let's take a look at his lineup. He's got Andrew McCutcheon, the monthly award Brian Reynolds card playing left. What else stands out to you about this lineup?
That Cal Raleigh Supercharge. I hinted at him earlier. I love that card. I've only played a handful of games, but I have 5 hits with him. 4 of them are homers, and I'm a mediocre at best player, so I can only imagine what Goat's been able to do with him. That Cal Raleigh, I recommend it to everybody. Give him a shot behind the dish. He is tearing the cover off the ball with that Supercharge there. He does have Sano. This is the only guy with Sano on his bench, but he still has him on the team. That Luis Rengifo tops now. I'm a big tops now fan myself. The Luis Rengifo, I think, is a really sneaky, solid card, too.
Yeah, he's got 3 switch hitters in his starting lineup, Paul. So we'll have to see how that plays out throughout this series and the rest of the day. I love using switch hitters, especially in this kind of format.
Me too, because you never know who you're going to be running into. You can probably count on Randy at some point, so you can switch your guy around there. Some of the best cards are lefties, so it's tough to use them knowing how often you're going to face them. So if you have switch hitters you like, I love putting them in the lineup. But we saw 3 in the lineup, and then Yasel Antuña on his bench as well there for Goat.
We asked you on Twitch the poll question, who's going to win this semifinal series, and 86% of the vote going with Izzy. That's a runaway total right there.
They are not taking Thuney's advice on that tip about Goat. So Goat's being slept on right now. I got to be honest, when you got somebody at 16 years old, we've seen the young bucks be served well in these tournaments. I think he has a great shot to win here. It is a 3-1 game right now already. Izzy is up and batting.
Yeah, that's right, and that's going to be beating the shift. That's going to be extra bases. So trying to add to his lead here, as you mentioned, up 3-1 in the top of the second.
What do you think of this Johnny Cueto retro finest?
I like any Johnny Cueto card. I don't have a great deal of familiarity with it, but there's a shallow fly ball. This should end the inning. And it does. All right, remember, this is also game one. Cliff Lee getting the start. Has already given up, well, he's leading 3-1 here. There's a fly ball. Uh-oh, this does not quite have the distance.
Cliff Lee has a lot of that Cole Hamels vibe to him. A finesse lefty, has all the pitches you could want, can dot you up, and if you can hit your pinpoints, you're going to get some really strong pitches with Cliff Lee.
And here is the aforementioned Johnny Cueto at the plate against Cliff Lee. Pitch number 33, that misses inside. This is semifinal series number 2, if you will. We started out with the Zazzy Dirty Town game, and we'll continue to follow that and monitor it and go back to it.
They're at 2-2 in the bottom of the third, by the way.
Okay, thanks for that update. 2-2 bottom 3 in the other semifinal. Here we stand 3-1 in the bottom of the second, and here's Andrew McCutchen.
You see there, he had a solo homer to lead it off, so similar to what happened with Zazzy. McCutchen leading off with another homer here in this game.
And that misses inside. It's 2-0.
Working inside against these righties. Of course, the pitcher, you can do whatever you want, but do you see him working those cutters and then the sinkers away?
Perfect blast.
That's destroyed.
Opposite field. Out of here.
Sinker that didn't quite sink. That kind of hangs up in that mid zone there. That's going to be trouble with a lot of hitters, but especially with this McCutchen card.
As McCutchen goes deep for the second time. 2 homers in 2 innings, and it's now 4-1. Here's J-Roll. I'm not sure there is a sweeter sound than that perfect.
There really isn't. It's unbelievable.
And there's a base hit for J-Roll. 2-out knock. Great speed, obviously, at first. 99 speed, 99 steal, and we're already going to have a pitching change. So that's it for Cliff Lee. And it will bring in Adam Ottavino, who you said, Paul, is a handful to deal with.
He really is. He's so nasty with those with his sweeping stuff against righties. You can be swinging at one that you think's coming right down the middle, and it winds up in the left-handed batter's box.
So Izzy now leading 4-1 in game 1. As Hank Aaron looks at a ball outside, evens a count at 2-2.
And some of our viewers may remember Izzy because we have seen him before. Remember the MLB The Show 21 Diamond Dynasty Invitational. I believe he came 4th in that. And that's going to go off of Ottavino. He gets the out at first. Let's hope he's okay. Sometimes
Pitcher
those wind up in sometimes those wind up in injuries though. But it looks like he's healthy. I don't know if you can get friendly injuries or not, to be honest.
Now I'm wondering if there could have been a double, like if a double switch would have been an ideal move, so you didn't have to lift Ottavino for a pinch hitter. Considering there's a lot of innings to cover.
Yeah, honestly, it might be a little bit of a slight management error there. Maybe just wasn't thinking about it. Wanted to get Lee out, but you're right. The double switch would have been the move there instead of taking Ottavino right out and going to use one of your bench guys in the 3rd inning. Maybe he was comfortable just to go, Ottavino for 1 or 2 batters. But if he wasn't, then he probably is kicking himself a little bit on that.
Yeah. Big Buckeye Boy in the chat asking, are they playing on Legend? Yes, they are. This tournament is played on Legend. So just consider that as these guys are squaring up fastballs with guys that are in the mid-80s.
Look at those PCIs.
Here's a chopper up the middle. That'll get through for a base hit. So it's a leadoff knock as Goat tries to get something going here. Paul down 4-1.
Like I mentioned earlier in the first game, these folks don't panic. That's what sets them apart. They know that, a few runs is never going to do it. You need a bunch anyway, so you're not going to freak out when you go down 3 runs. Couple base hits and then a blast, and then you're right back in it.
Brian Reynolds on deck as Andrew McCutchen looks at a ball high. It's 1-2. Slaps that one foul, and we'll do it again.
Non-cutting cutter there. Could have been some trouble.
Here's another 1-2 from Cueto. That misses inside. Evens a count at 2-2. Slap down the line, but foul. That was a defensive swing, but it almost worked out nicely. That misses outside. Here's a payoff pitch from Cueto. We'll do it again. This is a good AB here.
Really is. Shows how tough it is to get this McCutchen out, too. He's fighting.
And we'll another foul off. We'll do it again.
He's just waiting for a mistake.
Pitch number 11 in this at-bat coming up right here. Perfect. Base hit to right.
Ooh, Seth Beer made that closer.
Boy, that was close. That's definitely, if he would have been thrown out at second on a force play, on a base hit to right,
you gotta get fired.
Yeah, I mean, that is a game is cheating me moment right there. Here's Brian Reynolds, fly ball, straight away center field, all over it on the PCI, all over
Gone.
it. It's out of here. It's a 3-run homer for Brian Reynolds, and we're tied at 4.
Again, sometimes the players make me look like I know what I'm talking about. Couple base hits, set you up for the game-tying 3-run shot. That's why they don't panic when they go down. I know a lot of us in the 6 to 800 levels, we go down a run, we start freaking out. You got to keep cool. It's 9 innings, And he knows now, it's 4-4. The game's just restarting now. They'll probably both score another 5-6 runs apiece.
And we do have a pitching change here, Paul. It's Randy Johnson coming out of the bullpen to face Eddie Matthews.
So bringing him out of the bullpen instead of starting him, that's kind of interesting there. Maybe he thought, hey, I'm not going to get Randy this game. And then all of a sudden, boom, here you go. You got him in the 3rd inning.
Here's the 1-2 from Johnson. Fly ball. This one's going to stay in the infield. Miguel Sano camps underneath. And that's out number 1 here in the 3rd inning.
Here's Raleigh now.
Supercharged Cal Raleigh. Real life Cal Raleigh with the home run Friday night to send the Seattle Mariners to the postseason for the first time since 2001.
Wow.
Remarkable. Wow.
26 homers on the year for the 25-year-old catcher. Breakout season. Reminds me a lot of Mike Zunino. Doesn't make a ton of contact, but when he does, ball go far. And he can pick it behind the dish as well. I really like Cal Raleigh both in the game and real life.
Here's the 1-2 from Johnson. Tried to check his swing, but he could not.
Handcuffed on that one.
Yeah. It's cuffing season, guys.
Teoscar now, very popular card in the community. I believe this one is the Player of the Month.
Oh, ban the shift. Chopper up the middle. That will retire the side, but not before a 3-run homer.
He didn't warm anybody up.
Brian Reynolds. Oh, he didn't warm someone up. Uh-oh.
It's not the end of the world, but for those 1 or 2 batters, when he's kind of coming in ice cold, it could be enough,
Okay, so kind of give us a breakdown, Paul, on the importance of not what could we see? What's the impact going to be, as you mentioned, on the first 2 batters?
Basically a lack of command and not necessarily pitches going exactly where you want them. We know we can deal with that even when a guy is warmed up, but when you come in cold, now he is dotting because this Waino card is nice, and user control can overcome that. But you do lower your margin for error here.
Okay. All right, so here's Ketel Marte batting with 1 down here in the bottom of the 3rd. This ball well hit. Going back as a center fielder. McCutchen makes the catch.
419.
Wow. Just before he ran into that ivy-covered wall, he chases it down for a loud out number 2. Here's Miguel Sano.
Dirty Town has taken a 3-2 lead, bottom 5. He's got 2 outs. He's still batting.
Hey, guys, not to brag or anything, but I just claimed a drop.
Let's go.
No big deal. Make sure your accounts are connected. Here's the 1-2 from Wainwright. Remember, Wainwright did not get the benefit of any warm-up pitches in the bullpen, but so far, no problem. Here's the 1-2.
And again,
actually, we'll do it again.
User inputs can certainly overcome that. If you're dotting up your pitches, you're going to mitigate the problem there. But like I said, it definitely lowers your margin for error. But when you're striking out guys like that, it doesn't matter. So great rebound there despite making the mental mistake of not warming anybody up.
So not warming someone up does not come back to haunt Goat. He gets out of the inning. We go to the top of the 4th. And here's Luis Rengifo, a 95 Tops Now card that you mentioned you like a lot, Paul.
I really, really like this card. Another guy that I've been a big fan of this year in real life, too, watching him do some things for the Angels. And switch hitters that can play a bunch of spots. Tops Now cards are always juiced, and there he dumps a base hit into center field. Renjifo's on, nobody out.
So a leadoff knock here to start the fourth inning, and that'll bring up Rafi Devers, an 84. I believe this is his live series card.
Be a pinch hit, though?
We will have a pinch hitter. So Sano will pinch hit for Devers. That makes sense, Paul, because obviously Sano can play first base, so you can plug him in right there.
Yeah, that's the perfect righty-lefty combo. Unfortunately, gets under that one. I might go foul for him,
foul
though.
ground. Glaber has a play, but he can't make it.
Got blessed there. Gets another chance. Ooh, he definitely thought that one was coming in more. That was a nice little pitch.
Here's the 1-2 from Johnson to Sano. Two-seamer fouled back, and we'll do it again. That misses low. Good take. Really good take.
Good stay alive there. That's a very difficult pitch to do much with.
He's put together some really good swings here to try to. But that's a Dottie Pippen right there.
Yep.
Dottie Pippen for out number one, right at the knees. 101 on the black. Is that good?
Yeah, like you can't do anything on that. You tip your cap, you walk back to the bench.
Costa 2X. These are 9-inning games. Yes, sir.
Randy in relief, by the way, for those that are seeing just 22 pitches. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's not good.
That's less than ideal.
And Zazzy has tied it up in the top of the sixth, so it's 3-3. I imagine we'll get back out to that game.
Yeah. Meantime, we have a disconnect, and there's definitely some procedures in place. I'm assuming when this has happened in the past, Paul, we just pick it up with the score.
Reset it up. Yep.
And all right, so we're going to step aside here. I imagine we will be going. We'll keep an eye on that. Let you know what they're going to do, how the powers that be are going to adjudicate what happens now. But as you mentioned, our other semifinals, Zazzy and Dirty Town, you said that score was tied at 4. Is that right?
Zazzy took the lead right as we were coming back here. It's 4-3 now. After Dirty Town tied it up bottom 5, Zazzy went up 4-3 here. I don't know how he got that run, but we pick it up now 0-2 coming to Ketel Marte from Yon Duran.
All right, so Zazzy is in the red, batting with a runner at first, no one out, top 6. His opponent, Dirty Town, in the white Florida State Seminole gear, trailing by a run as Marte appeal over to third, and they ruled that he went. So that's out number 1. Gleyber Torres sends one, but that twist and curves foul. It's 0-1. Ooh, that one on the black from Duran. All right, this is how Zazzy took the lead. Josh Donaldson, the bringer of rain.
Oh, no, that was the tying one. I think that made it 3-3, right?
That's the tying one. You're right. That's the game-tying home run from Josh Donaldson. And then later, Zazzy took a 4-3 lead, and that's where we stand now here in Game 1.
It seems like it might have spelled the end of Corbin Burns' day, because now we see Duran in.
That misses wide, and he's down to the count 2-0.
Good take.
Here's a sharply hit ball up the middle, right through the box. So now runners at first and second with 2 down for Zazzy, batting here in the top of the 6th, and that'll bring up one of his favorite cards, Miguel Sano.
Yep, and he got exactly what he wanted. Runners on for Sano again. He's just hoping to connect with 1 pitch a game with Sano. He doesn't care if he's like 1 for 5, but if that 1 can be the long ball, then it can be massively impactful, especially with 2 runners on right now. But now he's 0-2 with 2 outs.
Ooh. Fouls that one off, and we'll do it again.
Curve.
Yep, early on the timing, a little high on the PCI. Looks at that one low. It's 1-2.
Your eyes get so big when you see a curve coming in like that. It's hard not to be early.
Tell you what, real life Johan Duran is filthy. Oof.
He's so nasty.
And that ball is in foul.
When it looked like the Twins were going to make the playoffs, I was really excited to see what he was going to be able to do in the postseason situation. That's a shot.
And there's a line drive to left center field. 1 run will score.
That'll be it, probably. Yeah.
Runner at first will head to third. It's an RBI double for Miguel Sano, and Zazzy gets his wish. Miguel Sano with runners on the base, and he delivers. So it's now 5-3 as you see some bullpen activity for Zazzy. He's got Rivera, and it looked like Chad Green. Nope, so now he's going to have Blake Trinan and Chad Green. So 2 righties up in the bullpen.
Double-barreled righties. Miguel Sano with a couple base hits. Again, you're usually looking at him to try to connect with one and get a homer, but a couple base hits is pretty nice from him. That double was very massive.
Oh, that cutter catches the bottom of the zone. It's 0-1. High fly ball. Left field. Going back is the left fielder. Still going back. Ooh. And he'll make the catch at the wall, and that retires the side, but not before. Zazzy plates another one. He's up 5-3. All right, so Chad Green will be coming out of the bullpen as we work our way through game number 1 between Zazzy and Dirty Town, best of 3. Our other series, there was a disconnect between Izzy and Goat. And they were tied at 4 when the disconnect happened. I have not heard on when they're resuming that or what the status of that is, but as soon as I find out, I'll let you know.
I want to say it was right at the beginning of an inning, though, too. So that will help, I think, with kind of the reset.
Here's Gary Sheffield. Fly ball. Shallow right field. Hank Aaron is there. And there's one down. Here comes the switch hitting Ian Happ, 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. Chad Green starts him off with a cutter that misses inside. It's 1-0.
This Chad Green card, by the way, is pretty solid, too. He's got a deep arsenal. I think that's something that a lot of players look for with relievers. Got to have enough pitches to kind of mix things up, keep your opponent off balance.
Jay Mills in the chat asking you and I, Paul, if we can hit those corners on the black so reliably like these players can. And the answer is no.
Yeah, I feel like we've been pretty clear that we're not
I
on
cannot.
their level.
And I feel confident that Paul cannot. But
Yeah.
I really think you hit on something good as Ian Happ starts the inning off or has a one-out single here in the bottom of the 6th. Obviously, these players are goons at the plate, but they are oftentimes equally as good on the mound as well. As Miguel Sano looks at a strike on the inside corner, it's 1-1.
Yeah, Ochev points out that resetting the game isn't the best scenario, but, you got to make the best of what's available in terms of, pitchers that were used, stamina and things. I mean, stamina resets every game, too. It's the in-game part that you'll miss, but, you work with what we got.
Miguel Sano goes down swinging for out number 2, and that'll bring up Teoscar Hernandez. 84 live series, Teoscar Hernandez. Good inside edge numbers today. Fouls that one back. Very late on the swing timing and a little bit low below the baseball as far as the PCI location. Here's the 1-2 from Chad Green.
There it is. Strike
Got
3.
him. And that retires the side. We're through 6 here in game number 1. And Zazzy holding on to a 5-3 lead over Dirty Town. Here's Andrew McCutchen. Started this game off with a solo homer in the first inning. He's 1 for 3. Duran out of the bullpen for his second inning of work, dealing with the top of the order. McCutchen, Donaldson, and Hank Aaron.
Gets a strike in there, taking all the way it looked like.
And that ball sent deep to right field. It's going to be over the head of the right fielder, and it's another extra base hit for Andrew McCutchen. This card's swing is it's like butter, man. It is such a good card.
After a while, you run out of things to say about how wonderful that card is, but I don't mind repeating that Andrew McCutchen card is an absolute stud.
All right, that'll bring up the bringer of rain, Josh Donaldson. That ball in the dirt, blocked by Posada. McCutchen stays at second. Donaldson has a home run in this game. Can the bringer of rain deliver more thunder here at Laughing Mountain? It's not a homer, but it's an RBI. Base hit up the middle. Here comes McCutchen. Zazzy adds to his lead, leading 6-3 here in the top of the 7th.
The bringer of rain versus the airbender, and the rain won out.
All right, so Devin Williams comes on in relief, and he is greeted rudely. The hammer, Hank Aaron, nails one at Laughing Mountain. It's a 2-run homer. Zazzy is opening up an 8-3 lead on Dirty Town here in Game 1.
Not trying to call anybody out, but there was a couple comments in the chat earlier saying that Hank Aaron was a wasted pick.
Ooh,
and maybe not. I'm just saying. No hate.
Far be it from me to think that Hank. Now, I will say there are certain cards where some of us just don't hit well with. I would put Hank Aaron in there, in that mix. I would put any Jackie Robinson card. I just can't hit with those two cards.
That's tough, yeah. Hank Aaron has not been somebody that has struggled for me. I've done pretty well with him. But I think somebody was pointing out he has like a push tendency instead of a pull tendency. He pulled that one, though.
Yes, he did. You're absolutely right. Here's Randall Grichuk. That one will get through the left side. And we still don't have an out here, Paul. This is danger time here for Dirty Town because, yes, normal deficits, not the same for these type of players. But Zazzy now has a 5-run lead and looking for more here.
Yeah, he's trying to pile on and really put this one out of reach. Of course, the thing for Dirty Town to remember, too, is it's one game, regardless of how this goes.
That's right.
It's still just going to be one game. So, and he's not out of it either. He still gets 3 more cracks at it.
Remember, for those of you, first of all, thanks to everyone watching on Twitch, and thank for you guys commenting in the chat. We appreciate you being here. But if you're just here, if you're unsure of the status of the series, look to the lower left-hand corner of your screen. It'll tell you, 1, who's playing, who's at bat, and the status of the series. This is Game 1. Obviously, no one's leading in this series, but Zazzy is at the plate. Oh, and that is a Dottie Pippen from Devin Williams. My word. Jeez.
You put me on the Dottie Pippen, and I love it. From the first time we did a tournament together, the Dottie Pippen is so good. That actually came
from one of my friends. His name is Your Boy Clee here on Twitch, and that's his. So I give him full credit for that, and I will gladly steal it and co-opt it for myself. This could be 2. Oh, what happened? What happened?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. What in the world?
I haven't.
What in the wide worlds of sports is going on here? Ian Happ fielded the ball and then proceeded to run to left field.
My man, Ian, what are you doing, bud? So I think he just really wanted to play the outfield, so he took the ball and ran.
Okay. All right. I think we're all going to need to sit with that for a moment. There's a line drive out to right field. Runners will stay at their respective bases.
I have a status update on the other game. It looks like Goat and Izzy are just going to full restart that game.
Wow.
They're comfortable.
Okay.
I don't know if it was.
Now, and to be, if I'm correct here, the score was tied when the disconnect happened, right?
So maybe they figure, hey, let's just scrap it all and start there. And if both players are amenable to that, then I say do it. So I respect that.
All right, here's Miguel Sano, the 8-hole hitter. But, Paul, this is an RBI spot in Zazzy's lineup. He likes having Miguel Sano in this spot with runners on base because he can do damage.
Mm-hmm. And it's happened consistently. Again, we talked about how he said, if I got one opportunity with runners on with him, I'll be happy. And he's now gotten 3 of them, 2 of which Miguel Sano's come through with base hits.
I'm going to need maybe like a documentary or a podcast on what happened with the Ian Happ play, because that, as
I think I got the right
draws
answer.
The walk.
I think I saw the right answer in chat, maybe. Well, actually, no, you usually get a notice, but somebody said maybe the controller disconnected. That's the only thing I could think.
Okay.
Because I don't understand that. Nobody does. That's crazy.
All right, so now we got bases loaded here, and you see Willie McCovey at the plate as All right, is Dirty Town going to make a pitching change? It looks like he will. He will go with Brooks Raley.
Brooks Raley going to come out, try to put up a performance to be proud of here. We'll see if he's able to do that.
There's 2 outs. I feel like this is the tipping. I feel like this is the tipping point of this game here. As now Zazzy counters that move with Albert Pujols, and this card destroys left-handed pitching, but he looks at a strike at the knees.
This is exactly the moment that you're waiting for with the Pujols, especially with the bases loaded. Any lefty late, Pujols is coming in, and we see the deployment right here. Let's see what happens.
Here's the 1-1. That one's fouled off, and it's 1-2. So Raley and Dirty Town a strike away from getting out of this inning. That one is down the line and fair. That is extra bases. 2 runs will score. Is it enough for 3? No. But it's a 2 RBI double for the machine as Zazzy's now in double figures in the 7th.
We'll forgive Sano for not hustling around there, getting first to home as a 45 speed.
That'll bring up Andrew McCutchen. Little chopper back to Raley. He'll throw to second, and that retires the side. But there was a lot that happened that inning. Hank Aaron went deep. Albert Pujols doubled down the line, and Ian Happ lost his ever-bleeping mind and ran the ball into left field.
Yeah, we don't know what happened there with Ian Happ. He had a brain fart there big time. Got some moves happening. By the way, quick update on Goat Izzy on the restart. It's 1-0 for Izzy.
1-0 for Izzy. Remember, that game was tied when it was disconnected. We will go to that game here in a little bit. Don't worry. But meantime, here's another game 1.
Corey Seager coming off the bench, hitting a casual 441. No big deal.
As Dirty Town has a big hill to climb. What does he have to do to get back in this game here, Paul?
Really just chip away. I mean, you still have 3 at-bats. You know you can't get it all in 1 at-bat or even probably 1 inning. So you got to aim for 3-4 runs this inning, and then you got to put up some zeros against Zazzy on the bump, which that part is the harder part than getting the runs back,
that is definitely easier said than done as Seager lifts one to right field. This ball is deep. This ball is... it's caught. And Hank Aaron, the hammer, did the tippy-toe catch. That's just disrespectful. The disrespectful tippy-toe catch at the wall. Paul, there is not an animation that makes me want to throw my controller more than when I see my opponent or the godforsaken CPU defense make that tippy-toe catch.
What was it the last year? The Cardinals had 5 Gold Glovers. I think CPU defenses are 9 Gold Glovers every time.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Oh, that ball sounded good.
That's a shot.
Is good. Jimmy Rollins, J-roll, gets one back as Dirty Town tries to chip away. Unlucky, Paul, in that it was a solo shot. He would obviously love someone on base for that.
But you got to take what you can get. And
sure.
Again, you know, it's a big hill to climb. So, yeah, I see Kobe Beef saying he needs people on base, not to chip away. You can only do so much when you're down 7. So you really just got to focus on batter to batter. It's a tough approach, too. And I mentioned earlier, Zazzy has experience in a tournament like this, as does Izzy from the MLB Diamond Dynasty Invitational. How much does that experience for those 2 guys help them calm their nerves when they face a deficit, whereas Dirty Town and Goat haven't necessarily had that sort of high-level pressure there. I mean, they've had pressure to get to this point, but it's a little bit different on a Sunday when everyone's watching.
And here's Blake Trinan dealing with Andrew McCutchen. Sharply hit ball, but right at the shortstop. Throw across the diamond is in time, and that retires the side. Dirty Town does get 1, but he's still down 10-4.
Yeah, it's
Getting
tough.
Back to your point, Paul, I will say that I think going through the earlier stages of this tournament, I think it really does prepare. It can prepare the players for what they're going to experience. Because, look, you and I are just watching and calling the action, and it can be a long day, and you get tired.
No doubt.
You get mentally drained. I can't imagine what it's like to actually be on the sticks, you know, trying to line up pitches, playing on legends. So there definitely is a fatigue factor that weighs in here.
We talk about this a lot, right? Those of us that aren't at this caliber of play, but you've maybe had a big World Series run or a deep BR run. Think about how it was in your 10-0 game or 11-0 game or your last game before World Series. That's every pitch of every game in this tournament. So that intensity that you faced when you were, achieving whatever goal it was that you had, they're doing that for every pitch on Legend for back-to-back 8+ hour type days. It's intense.
Now, I can tell you that our other semifinal between Izzy and GOAT, they have decided to play 5 innings for game 1 because the game was disconnected in the 4th innings. So let's take you now to that game.
So it wasn't a fresh restart. It was pick it up here, but we don't have to get the 4 runs each because why do that when it's tied?
Right-hand portion of your screen, sent deep to straightaway center field. And that's a loud out number 2, and here's Ketel Marte.
If you don't get it all, that's the toughest part of the park to hit it to because it's 420 to dead center. You got to smoke that ball to get it.
No doubt about home run animation for Ketel Marte. High, deep, out of here.
One of those guys.
2-1.
Ketel Marte is one of those guys whose stats don't always jump off the page, but if you've used him before and you're accustomed to his swing, he's a favorite for you. And he plays multiple positions, infield, outfield. Ketel Marte cards are excellent. Now we have 6-5 here to accommodate for the fact that they had 4-4.
I'm glad we're able to, our good folks in the graphics department have been able to finagle a way of showing you what the score really is when you consider the runs that were scored prior to the disconnect. So here's Randy Johnson as Izzy works with a 6-5 lead here. As Teoscar Hernandez looks at a ball on the outside, and it's 3-0 with Luis Rengifo due up.
Should be a straight take. Oh, and it's a ball there.
Someone didn't have perfect umpiring on because that was on the black, Blue.
That was tough.
So it's a leadoff walk for Rengifo. And that'll bring up,
leadoff walk for, I believe, a pinch hitter with Rengifo.
Yeah, pinch hitter. Now we have Luis Rengifo. GOAT has unless I'm off here, I believe he has changed his lineup. Because Rengifo was batting sixth before the disconnect. Now he has him batting leadoff.
That might be due to where the game was when it disconnected, and they tried to get it to be. Yeah, I bet that's what it is. I bet.
All right, so now that'll bring up Miguel Sano.
That was Teoscar who walked, by the way.
All right, so Teoscar Hernandez is at first. Miguel Sano at the plate facing Randy Johnson. This is game 1 of a semifinal series here in the Fall Circuit Tournament.
And Teoscar was batting 5 to Rengifo 6. So, yeah, they just adjusted it to accommodate for when it disconnected. So it'll go back to the original lineup, I bet, after this game. And that's a well-struck ball, but he's going to take it himself.
This is going to be 2. Step on the bag for 1. Fire across the first for 2, and that retires the side. Here's Nicky Swish as Izzy tries to extend his 6-5 lead. Thundercloud, you've never heard the word finagle?
I got you, Thundercloud.
Is that an old man word?
I mean,
I am an old man, so maybe that's just old man vocab. Hey, everyone, an old man's talking.
It's not poggers to say finagle? Jeez.
As Nick Swisher grounds out to second. And there's one down. Yermin Mercedes.
I'm doling out weapons-grade cringe here. Yermin Mercedes up. Again, the batting orders are adjusted because of the disconnect. He doesn't actually have Yermin Mercedes batting second.
So good work by the players and the powers that be to try to work through what can be a myriad of challenges here. So Nolan Ryan, 2-2 to Yermin Mercedes. Here's the pitch. Fly ball, left field. Timing was good, but you notice that PCI, Paul, a little to the right. Got under it. All right, I think we are going to have a pinch hitter, and it will be Brandon Marsh off the bench for Izzy here as he leads 6-5. Looks at a curveball inside. It's 1-0. This is the tops now, Brandon Marsh.
Not to go too much to the real-world scope, but that was a really interesting trade there with Brandon Marsh getting dealt to the Phillies.
I didn't understand why the Angels did it. Oh, Brandon Marsh ropes one to right center field.
That's gone.
And that is gone. It's a pinch hit homer for Brandon Marsh. And Izzy extends to a 7-5 lead.
Yeah, it was an interesting deal. I will say, I saw Logan O'Hoppe in the Arizona Fall League last year, the guy that they got, the catcher. That's a really good player to get. So I guess they were just comfortable with their outfield setup, and that's why they did it, as we see a ground out here to end the inning, but not before an extra run is put up to make it 7-5.
All right, and we're going to see Johan Duran facing the heart of the order. Well, not necessarily the heart of the order, although Bo Bichette says, I belong in the heart of the order. That's a solo home run, and Goat draws within a run.
Zazzy up 12-4, by the way, so he's putting the finishing touches there on a big win as they're about to go to the 9th.
Boy,
but it's only one game. We've seen big first games from guys, and then the opponent that lost that first game has bounced back. So Dirty Town just has to understand it's still 1-0, whether he had lost by 1 run or 8 runs. And he hasn't lost yet either, by the way. Let's be clear.
Antuna goes down looking, and there's one down. So here's Andrew McCutchen, and he sends one deep to left field.
Not quite.
But that is playable for the left fielder, Hank Aaron. And there's 2 down.
No, it's 8-5 gaming. I'd edge. That is the correct score right now. It was 4-4 when a disconnect. That's a shot.
Brian Reynolds.
It's 8-6 now.
He was sitting dead red on that cutter and ropes it out of here. A line drive bomb, and it's now 9. Wait, is it 9-5?
No,
I'm confused.
Oh, wait, that is Izzy batting. Yeah, it is 9-5. I'm sorry. I thought. So the confusion is that the bottom left, the colors are opposite of what they are on the scorebook.
That's it.
I think that's where our confusion comes in.
So that'll bring up Eddie Matthews.
So what I am confused by, though, is that when I look at Izzy's chat, or Izzy's stream, it says 3-3, which means it would be 7-7. So it is very confusing right now, and I think it's due to the colors that are being used.
All right. So Goat is trailing.
No, I think it's tied.
It's now tied.
Yes.
Okay. Oh my God.
I'm telling you, it's the color
tied.
schemes.
It's tied. It's tied. That's all we need to know, that it's tied.
Yep. It's
now
7-7 right now.
From here on out, we're good. All right. Everyone
and don't
relax.
Forget, this is technically the 8th inning, too. This is the 8th inning.
That's right.
I think the graphics was fooled by their color schemes as well.
Yes.
It is inverted on the 2 different bugs there. So it says the bottom of the 4th. This is the bottom of the 8th. They're only going to play 5 innings here. Obviously, they'll go further if it's extras.
Tied. Correct. Now here's Hank Aaron batting in a tie game in the 4th.
Thanks for the help there, chat. I was just going off of the graphics
Hank
there,
Aaron,
so I was messed up.
That ball hit sharply over the head of the right fielder. And Hank Aaron is aboard with a 1-out double.
Even Ian Happ thought that was a bad play.
Yeah. So the go-ahead run in scoring position for Gleyber Torres.
Big situation here. Getting that extra base out of that was massive to get a runner on second with 1 out.
Late on the cutter at 95 at the top of the zone. Actually, he was early.
Zazzy 1 pitch away from ending game 1, by the way.
All right. Remember, the winner of that series gets the winner of this series. This is game 1. We're tied at 7.
Now, stays alive.
This is a good AB here by Gleyber Torres. And he draws a walk. So that'll bring up Ketel Marte. Homered his last time up. Looks at a ball low. It's 1-0.
That's a double play waiting to happen if you swing at that. That's a great take.
All right, so we will have a pitching change, and it's going to be Corbin Burns. Oof, that sinker's nasty. Evens the count at 1-1.
Ooh, got on that one early.
Yeah, just early. Sends it into the seats. It's 1-2.
Zazzy did go ahead and finish off that win, 12-4, so he takes a 1-0 lead in the 3-game set.
So now Zazzy a game away from clinching a spot in the championship series. Remember, our semifinal series are a best of 3. Our championship series a best of 5. Here's Ketel Marte, lifts one to right field. Playable for the right fielder. Tagging is Hank Aaron. Throw to third, not in time. Runners at the corners and 2 down. Here's Miguel Sano.
90 feet away, but with 2 outs, does need a base hit.
Fouls that one. Good PCI placement, but very late on the slider. Sinker misses in. It's 1-1. Here's a chopper. Out the middle. Diving stop. Bichette knocks it down, but not in time. And Sano is in with an infield hit, and it's an RBI as well.
Good stop there, but not enough to get up and make the play.
As Zazzy now takes an 8-7, Izzy takes a lead 8-7.
Bichette, not known for his defense. That's not usually the strength of Bichette cards there. So he made the diving stop, but it wasn't enough.
Here's a little dribbler up along the bag at first. Sano will field and step on the bag, and that retires the side. But Izzy does get that go-ahead run. And now Aroldis Chapman will be charged to try to close out game 1. This is a good start. Fly ball, foul ground. Yermin Mercedes is there, and there's 1 down. Unlike real Aroldis Chapman, virtual Aroldis Chapman is trusted to close out a game.
We were talking about it offline before we started about how the real-life Yankees do not want to put him in anything close to a leverage situation.
Although maybe I spoke too soon, because Izzy just took out Aroldis Chapman to bring in Blake Trinan, who gets a grounded to short, and quickly there's 2 down.
And then Rengifo here. This is technically the 9th inning, and that's going to be a base hit to keep things alive. Rengifo with the little chopper up the middle.
So here's Miguel Sano. Batting with the tying run at first. Blake Trinan misses wide. It's 1-1.
Oh, fat cutter, and he just missed it.
Yeah, good location, but he was too early. That one misses inside. It's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 from Trinan. Slap foul. We'll do it again. Late on an 87-mile-per-hour slider.
Easy take there.
So the runner at first will be on the move. Payoff pitch from Trinan. Sano lifts one to center field. McCutchen camps underneath, and that retires the side.
Wait.
Now, you know what?
Oh, this is the bottom of the 9th. Goat's up.
Yes, okay.
Right?
Goat is up.
No. I'm confused. The colors
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm confused as heck. I'm just...
So if they put a 5-inning game, shouldn't it have been over there in the top?
That's why I'm confused.
Correct.
All right, so we might be getting some faulty information. Maybe they aren't playing a 5-inning game. Either way, Yermin Mercedes lines out to Bo Bichette.
Game 2 of the other series has not yet started, by the way. They're still figuring everything out. Maybe they've been told to just wait a little bit until this one's over. But I think this game should be over.
I think this game should be over as well. Maybe they're just, getting some reps in, taking some BP. Okay, yeah, the game is over. You're right. The game is over.
Sorry, a little confusion there with the disconnect, but everything's situated.
Threw everything off.
Yeah.
All right, so back here, Paul Sporer, Robert Flores. We're glad you're joining us here on this Sunday here, the Fall Circuit Finals. Remember, our grand finals, our best-of-5 championship series still to come. We're getting through of our 2 semifinal series, and both games game ones are completed. We're now waiting game 2 to begin of both series. I want to remind you here about the Juicy Pack Set 1 and Set 2 that are available. If you're lucky enough to get the rare round, then you're much luckier than I am. I'm nothing but commons here. Nothing but commons. So you can get a common or a super rare round as well. Have you pulled any of these, Paul?
No, and I was out all Friday, so I missed the flash sale. So I paid full price for Robin Yount. I'm a total sucker, but it's worth it. I don't mind. That Jason Hayward, I've heard actually some good things about it. Chad,
Really?
who's your favorite of this base round? Yeah, just a couple anecdotal. Hey, I love this Jason Hayward, but I haven't had a chance to use any of these 5. Curious to see who chat likes the most. Probably Richie Ashburn, but we'll see who they say.
You know, I do. Yeah, this is the extra rare round, and the Vita Blue card. I love any Vita Blue card, but I don't have much experience with the Robin Yount or Jeff Bagwell cards.
I try to make Robin Yount a thing every year. I try every year to try to do well with him. I don't have a ton of success with him, but I remember Robin Yount from when I was a kid, so I got nostalgia for him. So I'm giving him a shot. We'll see how it goes.
Juicy Pack Set 1 is a new reward in the mini seasons refresh, and also Juicy Pack Set 2 is available in the show shop. The rare round of Juicy Pack Set 2, I believe, has Hannes Wagner, and I desperately wanted that card, but got a couple of base cards, base rounds in both of the packs that I got.
Can we give a little love to the art team there, making that pack look like a juice box too? I like that. That's very nice.
Excellent artwork as well by the art team as well. All right, Paul, what were your impressions through game 1 of both of the semifinal series?
Well, we saw Zazzy put on a show, right? We know that he's one of the best hitters, of course. That's how he got here, but his pitching was excellent. He really just put it on Dirty Town, made sure that Dirty Town was putting up zeros left and right, and he was just incrementally adding, gets the big 12-4 win. The other game was a nail-biter, back and forth. They had to reconvene after the disconnect. I know that kind of puts a wrench in everything, but they found themselves again, and then it ended up being a 1-run deficit. So neither player there is feeling bad. Goat ends up losing the game. He has to know, hey, it's just one game. It's all good. Get it back in game 2. I'm really curious to see how Dirty Town responds, though. Can he get it back and push Zazzy to a game 3, or does he get 2-0'd?
Yeah, as you mentioned, both Goat and Dirty Town find themselves on the brink of elimination in their respective semifinal series. So potentially we are 2 wins away from beginning our championship series, which of course, Paul, would be a best of 5, unlike the semifinals, which is a best of 3.
Absolutely. And of course, that best of 5, obviously you can breathe a little bit more if you do drop that first game. Once you lose a game in the best of 3, it's panic mode. It's hard not to. You have to try to calm your nerves, but it's a lot easier for us to say it on this side of the sticks than it is when you're behind the sticks trying to get that game back.
All right, so
I think
we're going to...
the number one thing for Dirty is to not press. If he's having a bunch of short ABs, swinging at everything in the early innings, I think it's going to be an indication that maybe that first game has gotten to him a bit. So that's what I'm going to be looking for.
All right, so we're going to jump back into game 2 of both of those series momentarily. Paul Sporer, Robert Flores, we're glad you're with us here on this Sunday as we wrap up the Fall Circuit Invitational, getting ready for our championship series, which will be a best of 5. Thanks to all of you watching and commenting on Twitch. We're watching the comments as best we can as we prepare to jump back into action here.
We got Henry, too.
What's that?
We got Henry,
look at that. What kind of dog is that?
That is a King Charles Cavalier Spaniel. I'm pretty sure I got the name right there. But yeah, that's Henry.
He's you have another dog as well. Where's she?
Charlotte, the wiener dog. She's in my girlfriend's office pouting because my girlfriend isn't here.
Oh,
she's a little pouty dog. So
that happens.
I'll try to get her in at some point to get her input. Charlotte is well known in the Twitch community. She's been on my stream quite a bit over the past years.
All right, so I'm interested to see if there's any lineup changes here for either of these series here. I mean, if you're Zazzy, you scored double-digit runs. I'm not sure why you would change anything. We have seen in the past players will even keep the same lineup and even start the same pitcher as well.
Absolutely. A lot of times it's don't fix what ain't broken. And again, you do wonder if the two teams down 0-1 are going to make some sweeping changes or they're just going to stick to their game plan. As far as GOAT, again, losing by 1, that's a coin flip type of game. If you're Dirty Town, maybe you're questioning some things. I'm sure he has some things that are takeaways of like, here's why I let it get away from me. I think he needs to be a bit more patient in the box, though, and make sure he's not having those quick ABs because it was really getting Zazzy back to bat very quickly, and he was just piling on the runs.
Yeah, and these all four of these players are not going home empty-handed, Paul, no matter where they finish here. So they're getting cash prizes as well as a gift card here. So the stakes are pretty high, as they should be when you hit October, right?
No doubt. And as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a lot of Jazz Chisholm gear, too. Each player gets something Jazz Chisholm related, whether it's a jersey, a bat, a ball, different things based on where you finish. So you get a lot of stuff for being in this. Just getting to this point really puts you in a nice spot to win some stuff. But, of course, they all want that top prize, not just for the money, which, of course, is great, but for the bragging rights, baby. It's nothing
Absolutely.
like saying you're a champion.
Absolutely. And Jazz Chisholm, dynamic young player, also friend of the MLB The Show community. He's a pretty good player in his own right. Going to be playing for a new manager next season as Don Mattingly prepares to step down at the end of the season.
They've got some things working in Miami, and I think obviously he's the centerpiece on their offense. I think they need to make another Jazz Chisholm type trade with one of their pitchers to get more hitting as we get into game 2 here with Zazzy and Dirty Town. We've got Johnny Cueto on the bump for Dirty Town with Zazzy leading off, and we're in Ship It, back in Ship It, our first game of the day in Ship It.
That's right, as we go away from Laughing Mountain to one of the OG stadiums, Ship It. As Jimmy Rollins leads off for Dirty Town here. Dirty Town wearing the cream-colored Florida State gear, while Zazzy leading 1-0 in this best of 3, wearing the red bottoms and the white tops. Diving catch by
nice
Hank
play.
Aaron. Wow.
Nice play there. And again, Hank Aaron steps up. I'm not calling out anyone individually in the chat, but there were some comments making fun of the Hank Aaron pick. He had a huge homer and now a diving play to lead off game 2.
Great positional flexibility on that Hank Aaron card as well. Can play the infield as George Brett steps to the plate. Chopper to short.
I like the added positional flexibility that they have this year. They've given a few guys like the second base for Hank Aaron. Also for Posada, although with a catcher, you pretty much play a catcher at the catching spot no matter what. But I like that they've added some of these lesser positions that they played in the interest of lineup diversity. Maybe they didn't play it that much in their career, but I think we as players appreciate that just to get some more cards in, because it's tough when everyone is a first baseman or a corner outfielder. You can't get all the good players in.
Andrew McCutchen in the box, ahead in the count 2-1. Slow chopper to third.
Nice
in time.
throw.
And that retires the side. No runs, no hits, no errors. Zazzy coming to the plate, facing Randy Johnson. McCutchen, Donaldson, and Hank Aaron, who made that diving catch in the top of the first, due up here in the home half.
Chat mentions Mookie Betts as a second baseman. I mean, Mookie's actually played, some pretty consistent second base, at least a little bit every year, including 46 innings this year. But yeah, I like when they put some of those extra ones in. There's also chat talking about putting a DH in. I got to be honest, I'm firmly against it. I think you're not going to use your bench as much if you have a DH. Where do you come out on the DH in Diamond Dynasty?
I feel like, golly, I don't know. There's a called strike, and that's out number 1. Here's Josh Donaldson. I don't know. I mean, part of me likes to keep... Part of me would like to keep the hitting spot in the lineup. I mean, as someone that struggles to get that struggles to get wins in online play, having that pitcher spot kind of gives me a little breather.
I agree too, and again, you have to make the decision of when to take out your starter. I mean, you can effectively use a DH if you want and pinch hit for your pitcher every time. There's nothing against that. You don't have to pitch your starter 5 innings or anything like that. So if you are really pro DH, then just use the pitcher spot for a pinch hitter every time too.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's 2 down here. Here's Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron made that diving catch there in right field in the home half of the first. As Paul mentioned, a big homer in Game 1 as part of a Game 1 victory for Zazzy, as he sits just a win away from clinching a spot in the championship series.
Generally speaking, I think there's enough offense in the game. Like, we play at a higher offensive level than real life. That's why I just don't think we need a DH, but we'll see if they ever bring it in.
That's a fair thought, I think, as Hank Aaron goes down swinging. Good work by Randy Johnson. No score through 1. 4, 5, and 6 due up here for Dirty Town. Posada, Sheffield, and Happ. And Posada Sends one to deep right field. In the corner, Hank Aaron will make a running catch, and that's out number one.
I like
Gary
the creep just
Sheffield
standing
now
there.
steps to the plate. Yeah.
That's always a good ship it feature.
Sheffield fouls that one off. It's 0-1.
Oof, nasty pitch there from Cueto.
Got
even
him.
nastier on that one. Jeez.
90-mile-per-hour cutter at the top of the zone, and down goes Sheffield. Here's Ian Happ, who in game one had the weirdest fielding animation ever
that we've ever seen.
when he fielded the ball at second and then proceeded to run with the ball like a running back to left field.
Yes, he was just. It reminded me. This is the opposite way that he ran, but it reminded me of when Smalls ran the ball in instead of throwing it because he didn't know how to throw yet on the Sandlot.
You're going the wrong way.
2-2 now coming to half.
2-2. That'll run it full. Miguel Sano on deck. Payoff pitch from Cueto. Game 2, semifinals. That misses inside, and it's a 2-out walk for Ian Happ, and that'll bring up Miguel Sano. Miguel Sano, one of the cards that is in all 4 lineups today. Either in the starting lineup or for one team. He's on the bench.
My last word on the DH, I'll say, is if they do bring it in, because now it is universal in real life, and they do aim to emulate real life, as long as they don't bring it into Battle Royale, I won't complain too much if they bring the DH. If it's in ranked seasons, that's one thing, but I don't think it has any place in BR. I think BR is already not quote-unquote real life, so I think there's no need to bring it into Battle Royale.
As Miguel Sano sent one deep to left, but that was just foul. Here's a 2-2. We'll do it again. I'm being told that in our other semifinals. Oh, that ball is smoked to right field. No doubt about it. It's a 2-out home run for Miguel Sano. And Dirty Town takes an early 2-0 lead here in game 2.
That was huge. That was a huge hit right there. Got to be feeling good. And if there were any nerves weighing on him, which I doubt, he's a man. He's 24 years old. I'm sure he wasn't too panicked, but if there were, that alleviates a bit of the pressure.
I was going to say before Sano went deep that Izzy is going to have Randy Johnson start his game 2 instead of Cole Hamels.
Okay.
All right, so here's Teoscar Hernandez. 3-2 count. We'll do it again. Cueto's had to throw a lot of pitches this inning.
Yeah, he's already at 34 in the second. We'll do it again here as this AB extends.
Payoff pitch from Cueto. Right center field. This could be trouble. Nope. Hank Aaron is there to run it down.
I know there's pitch confidence and stamina in the game, but I do wonder if there is that tipping point like there is in real life. It's pretty widely regarded that a 30-pitch inning is really where you hit the danger zone as a pitcher. And we didn't see 30 pitches that inning, but I wonder if the game triggers that in the way real life does, where that's really the bad spot. And that might get down. Nope, that's going to stay up for a little line out there, one away. But, once you start pushing 25, 30 pitches in an inning, definitely in real life is when you're really hitting a danger zone. And I would like to see that reflected in the game. I think it is via the confidence, but I'd like to see once you hit over 25 that you really take a hit with your pitcher.
Here's Ketel Marte, who's also first pitch swinging. So 2 pitches, 2 outs for Dirty Town and Randy Johnson here. As you see, Zazzy getting some activity up in his bullpen. Here's Gleyber Torres.
This could be massive for Dirty Town to put up a 0 here, especially if it's with the quickness after the first 2 pitches there. If this is a short AB, just for building the confidence a bit. Doesn't mean you're going to win the game. It's only the second. I don't want to overstate it, but it's a nice little checkbox there for Dirty Town if he gets out of this inning clean.
And look at the pitch count here, Paul. He's a strike away from getting out of this inning, and he's under 20 pitches. Here's pitch number 19.
Base hit.
And it will find a hole. The inning extends.
Tough. It's tough to put Zazzy down 1-2-3, and that's why I highlighted how much of an advantage it would have been, but it's tough to do.
167 in the chat says that Izzy just took a 2-0 lead on GOAT. So once again, these semifinal series are happening at the same time. That retires aside. These semifinal series are happening at the same time. We're giving a little red zone style broadcast here for these two semifinals here on this Sunday. We'll jump into the Izzy GOAT Game 2 in just a moment, but this is Game 2 between Zazzy and Dirty Town. As you see, left-hand corner of your screen, you see that baseball next to Zazzy's name? That indicates he won Game 1. Randy Johnson, okay, sir. Lines out to right. Good contact there from the big unit. And there's out number 1. Here's Jimmy Rollins 0 for 1. Ooh, sounded good. Early swing timing, however. Here's the 0-1. Fouls that one back, and Rollins down on the count 0-2. One down here, top 3.
Facing a big 0-2 here. Cueto working the lower third quite a bit here with his whole arsenal.
I will say in the early part of this game, Paul, here in Game 2, Dirty Town is putting together some really good ABs. Even when he doesn't get a hit, the ABs are long. He's fouling off a lot of pitches. Look at the pitch count for Johnny Cueto, approaching 50 here with 1 down in the top of the 3rd.
Yeah, that's been really strong. That one's going to be a little chopper up the middle for a base knock.
Ketel Marte not able to do the super dive that we've seen in this year's game. Tell you what, there's some dudes that put a cape on them the way they dive for the ball.
Oh, no doubt.
Cover a lot of ground.
No balls, 2 strikes.
George Brett down to the count 0-2.
I got the count 1 and 2.
All right, we got a pause in the action here. I'm wondering if we're going to see Zazzy get some bullpen activity up as Johnny Cueto's pitch count now at 50 as we sit here just in the top of the 3rd. Dirty Town is leading 2-0. He's in the Florida State gear. He got a 2-run
Goat got a run back, by the way. Make it 2-1 there, and he's batting. He now has 2 on, nobody out, bottom 2nd. So, unsurprisingly, he's not going anywhere. He's not going to buckle because of a 2-0 deficit.
I promise you we are switching to that game shortly, just a couple of moments before we go to Game 2 of Izzy and GOAT. This is Zazzy and Dirty Town. There's a chopper through the right side. George Brett is aboard with a 1-out knock. J-Roll goes to 2nd. Runners at 1st and 2nd for Andrew McCutcheon.
Interesting there. No shift. Does that mean that Zazzy took the auto shift off, or does George Brett not get a shift? I don't think
George Brett gets a shift.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that, but we are going to have a relief pitcher. Johan Duran comes out of the bullpen for Johnny Cueto. So close the book. Well, that's going to be all for Johnny Cueto. Don't close the book yet because he's responsible for runners at 1st and 2nd here as Andrew McCutcheon is at a 2-2 count to Duran.
He just wasn't getting the corners. Zazzy wasn't getting the corners with him as we have a full count pitch here coming with Posada on
payoff
deck.
Pitch. That is hit well but foul. Just early on the swing timing. Here's another payoff pitch from Duran. Got him. 102 on the black. And that'll bring up the switch hitting catcher Jorge Posada.
It was those appealing pitches on the corners that Cueto wasn't getting. Dirty Town was spitting on some. He was fouling off others as we're going to jump to the other game here, which is 2-1 with, I believe, Izzy batting here, top 3.
Yes. So
we'll let you know if Dirty Town does anything. He is facing an 0-2 pitch here with 2 outs.
All right, so let's bring it full here. This is
nasty.
Game 2 between Izzy and GOAT. Okay, Izzy has Cole Hamels on the mound facing Jimmy Rollins.
Dirty Town popped up to end the inning, by the way, so nothing came of that Dirty Town threat there.
Still a 2-0 game in Game 2 of that series. Dirty Town leading Zazzy. Here in Game 2 of this series. And there's a base hit for Jimmy Rollins. It is Izzy leading 2-1 here in Game 2.
One thing I was going to mention with J-Roll when he was on earlier in the other game was we don't see a lot of the running game in these tournaments, and I understand why, because they are big power offense. You don't want to get outs on the bases. But with 99-99, I wonder if a key steal ever comes into the mind of these folks with somebody as good as a J-Roll.
And that misses low. Hank Aaron 1 for 1.
He probably thought that one was going the same place as that changeup.
They're tied in the hit column at 4 hits apiece.
Full count. The runner's
and
going.
Runner on the move. Started the runner with 1 out, but a full count. And he's off again. Walked in. Runners at first and second now. An excellent at bat. And that'll bring up Gleyber Torres.
Scanner tuning in, I bet.
So Gleyber Torres batting for Izzy here, the cleanup hitter, with Izzy leading. Izzy is leading 2-1. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Rip.
That's a base hit to left.
Sending J-Roll. No, he pulls him back.
J-Roll at third, and that's a wise move. So runners, bases loaded for Ketel Marte. And we are going to have a pitching change, and it'll be Roy Halladay.
So I would have sent him, but I think it probably was the right move. It did have 99 speed, and he hit the cutoff, but that one would have been pretty close, I think.
That'll bring up Ketel Marte.
Huge pivotal at bat here.
Ketel Marte, bases loaded, 1 down. Uh-oh.
Popped him up.
Uh-oh, Rexy. I don't think this one quite has the distance. This is a big out number 2 for Goat. So now it's going to be up to Miguel Sano. Oh, what a catch by the shortstop. And that retires the side. A sinking liner snared by the shortstop.
Do not forget the top of the third there, folks. Bases loaded, 1 out. He gets a foul pop out and a diving play on a sinking liner at short to get out of the inning. What a series of events there for Goat. That could be completely game-changing. We will keep that bookmarked as we go through the rest of this game.
So let's see if that momentum can carry over. There's a chopper down the line, but Sano is there and steps on the bag, and there's 1 down. Let's see if this momentum can carry over to the home half of the inning for Goat, who trails 2-1 in Game 2. Remember, Izzy leads, as the left-hand corner of your screen, that graphic indicates. Izzy leading this best of 3, 1-0. Here's a chopper to second. Marte takes his time, throw across to first, and quickly there's 2 down.
That's a hittable pitch up there, but he kind of chopped down on it. He was almost a little too eager for it. Cal Raleigh now, and he gets on a quick out. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Wow. All right, so that means through 3, Izzy holding on to that 2-1 lead.
Little 1, 2, 3 there. So nice rebound from Izzy there. He's got to feel bad about not getting anything with that big opportunity, but then he comes back, puts up a 0, and he can get back to batting.
Bottom of the order, starting with the Home Run Derby X card of Nick Swisher. Then it's Yermin Mercedes, and then the pitcher spot, and there's Nicky Swish. Sharply hit ball to right. Leadoff knock for Swisher.
Mr. Joanna Garcia, Nick Swisher.
Here's Yermin Mercedes.
First pitch swing. Tony La Russa losing his mind at that swing.
Shallow right field. Second baseman goes out to shallow right to make the catch, and there's 1 down. Hamels will hit for himself here in the top of the 4th.
Whole Camels with an opportunity here. So he's swinging too, so he's not worried about the potential double play, which we saw strategically earlier. I forget exactly who it was. I think it was Zazzy. Just took the 2 straight pitches with a runner on because he didn't want to ground in that double play. This will be a fly out to center, easy play, 2 away.
App 1111 asking, why is Miguel Sano rostered so much? Quote, he isn't even that good. Well,
with all due respect,
Miguel Sano, with all due respect, he's still a major league player. But the Miguel Sano card, obviously, our players find it to be very appealing. Finds it to be very effective.
we're often very self-deprecating on our skills, so it could be a you problem as far as not utilizing him. I say that with kindness, knowing that I can't use some of the players that these guys are excellent with either. But yeah, Sano with that power, it's really just the devastating power, because they know if they connect with one, it's gone, and that's really the issue with it. Payoff pitch.
Perfect, right at the shortstop. Man, I'm throwing my controller out the window.
Not feeling great on that one.
Yeah. All right, so through 3.5, still 2-1 Izzy here in game number 2. Due up now here for GOAT, Teoscar Hernandez, Luis Rengifo, and then Rafael Devers.
Meanwhile,
and
bottom
Teoscar
4
sends one deep to left. It's out of here.
Gone. Destroyed.
A line drive home run for Teoscar Hernandez. And we're tied at 2.
So we have matching 2-2 games right now. The other game is 2-2 as well, bottom 4.
Here's Luis Rengifo, chopper to short. J-roll is there in time, and there's one away. 2 years ago in the Players Tournament that MLB players were involved in during the shutdown of the pandemic of 2020, Bo Bichette was the Toronto Blue Jays representative. And he told me that Teoscar Hernandez sometimes in batting practice shows off more prodigious power than even Vlad Jr. So that's how much pop real life Teoscar Hernandez has.
I believe it, and he's been awesome. His emergence in real life and has turned him into a great MLB The Show card as he's gotten better and better cards. Teoscar's easy to root for too. Seems like a great guy.
This is Rafi Devers.
At the risk of a not so subtle flex, I got to sit first row at Minute Maid when they were playing the Jays, and we were right by the on deck circle for the Jays. Marcus Semien, Bo Bichette, Teoscar, all very nice interacting with us as we're going to get the Teoscar replay homer here.
Yeah, this is just a few moments ago. Perfect,
it's a laser.
Perfect. And you could hang laundry on that, Paul.
That's how I was going to make the same comment. That's my dad used to use that. That's funny that you say that. I was going to say the exact same comment.
Well, you know, us old guys got to stick together. Shout out to all my 50-plus-year-olds in the chat.
40-plus as well. I'm a man. I'm 40.
There we go.
Come after me.
Roy Halladay, a little chopper.
Get on your horse,
another
Roy.
Former Philly, Cole Hamels. Throw across to first, and that retires the side. But Teoscar Hernandez ties the game at 2. And as Paul mentioned, I think you mentioned, Paul, we're tied at 2 in our other game, correct?
Correct. And it is still tied at 2. It's top 5. Dirty Town has 2 outs with J-Roll coming up against Cole Hamels, who's in relief for Zazzy right now.
Oh, look at Roy Halladay showcasing the leather. That's the PFP we like to see. And there's one down. Here's Hank Aaron. 2 runs, 6 hits for GOAT. 2 runs, 6 hits for Izzy here in game 2. Tied at 2. Our other game 2 also tied at 2. We'll get back to that one shortly. Hank Aaron, perfect. Forget about it.
Do I dare point it out again that somebody actually critiqued the inning? I'm not critiquing anybody individually because I don't remember who said it. But I saw multiple comments.
Man, Hank Aaron has been showing out.
He didn't like being chirped on in the chat. And Hank Aaron said, "Hey, I'll show you." And Hank Aaron's a very kind, stately gentleman. Rest in peace. But he didn't take kindly to being roasted.
So now Izzy leads 3-2 in a potential clinching game for Izzy here, as GOAT tries to stave off elimination and force a deciding game 3. This is Gleyber Torres. 2-2. 1 for 2 so far in the game. Sends that one back. We'll do it again.
Gleyber 1 for 2 on the day. Happy birthday to Drewski88. Says he turned 34 today. Is that going to get down? It is.
That will. That's a 1-out knock for Gleyber Torres.
Scan loving the Gleyber Torres hits.
Here's Ketel Marte. That's a base hit through the left side. Back-to-back hits here for Izzy. And he's got runners at first and second, 1 out. And here's the Somewhat controversial, Miguel Sano.
No, that was just a one idle comment. I think AP's going to have to try him out now. I think he's like, well, if everyone's saying he's good, maybe I'll give him a shot.
You got to try him out.
We've talked about that before, that we've seen cards play well in the tournament that have inspired us. Remember, in the summer, it was Kyle Farmer popping off. And I put him in my lineup for 2 months.
Walk for Miguel Sano. And now Roy Halladay has to deal with the bases loaded, and Nick Swisher. Splitter in for a strike. It's 0-1.
Will Swisher be sweet here? We will see. Oh,
that's a sharply hit ball. Olay by Rafi Devers. 1 run will score. 2nd run thrown, not in time. It's a 2 RBI knock for Nicky Swish. Give him that swisher.
Swisher House looking real sweet there. Maybe he should have had Miguel Sano in it first. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, but don't you hate that Olay animation there?
Yes, it's so tough.
I hate it. As soon as you see it, you know it's bad news for you.
It's particularly tough if I've got like a Freeman or an Olsen, somebody who is legitimately quality defender. I'm like, you can't be Olay in that. Get your body in front of it.
That's going to be all for Cole Hamels. And we're going to have a pinch hitter in the form of Willie McCovey, as Izzy Paul really trying to put his foot on the throat of Goat here and really put this game, quote unquote, out of reach.
It really is. You need about 6-7 runs to really feel that way against these folks, but we'll see what happens here. That's going to get past. Devers having a hell of a time right now. Fielding and not his strength, even over at first base.
Remember, that's a secondary position for him, so we are going to have a pitching change, and it'll be Adam Ottavino. Ooh,
nasty
good pitch. Good
oh my
Lord,
gosh.
that cutter on the black.
What can you even do with that?
All right, McCutchen down on the count 0-2. Uh-oh. Fly ball. Deep left field. Andrew McCutchen just went yard.
You hungry? Because I got a grand salami for you.
It's a grand slam for Kutch.
Coach.
Izzy opening up a 9-2
That's going to be a double in the gap,
this ball
too.
is well struck. That's extra bases. Back-to-back extra base hits for Izzy as he's putting on a clinic here in the top of the 5th.
The coach sighting. My favorite part of the day so far.
Wow.
If you're Izzy, that's going to be a base hit. That might score a run here. It's 99. You're sending him.
Run.
Ooh, okay. I respect the standing up there and just trying to get another hit. I would have definitely sent him with 2 outs and a big lead, to be honest. But I'm an idiot, so I probably would have been out by 5 miles.
It's 9-2 Izzy, and he's not done. Runners at the corners, 2 out. Here's Gleyber Torres. Second time this inning that he's hit in this inning. So they've batted around. There's controversy on that's going to be a ground out. Probably. We'll see. Let's wait for it. There Throw
it
across
is.
to first in time. That retires the side, but not before. 7 big runs come across, highlighted by the grand slam from Andrew McCutchen.
So, Robert.
Izzy. Yes, sir.
For you, is batting around 9 batters bat, or does the 10th need to bat?
For me, once they hit 10, they bat around.
I've been on the other side of that. I've always felt like if everyone batted, you bat around. But I know that there's a debate on that. I don't know if there's an official answer or not. But I'm sure Chad will let us know if there is.
Here's the replay. Andrew McCutchen. You know what, Paul? I'm wondering if Izzy, because in the first 2 or 3 pitches of that AB, Goat without Ottavino was going outside. Yep. I wonder if Izzy was looking inside.
Yeah,
as
thinking,
we're seeing on the left-hand corner of your screen,
takes the
Jorge
lead.
Posada just went yard for Dirty Town, and now Dirty Town has a 4-2 lead.
Wow! Right as we click over, he makes it 4-2 against Zazzy with Gary Sheffield batting against Chad Green now. But that's a good call. I do think he was sitting there thinking, hey, he's not going to go outside again. He's going to want to mix up. There's going to be a base hit. Oh no! Great play! What a play!
What a play there by Superman, a.k.a. Jimmy Rollins. Superman net.
So we got Chad Green here
You know when the fielder dives and his legs kind of kick up.
Yep.
That's when you know, one, you're getting the super dive, and two, they're going to field it despite being 50 yards away.
That's how you get. You can do that in real life too, Robert. Just dive.
Oh, that's going to fall in. That's going to be extra bases. That was down the line. And it's a 2-out double. Another extra base hit for Dirty Town here in the top of the 6th. That'll bring up Miguel Sano. Big insurance run out there at second base for Dirty Town as he tries to stave off elimination and force it aside in game 3.
He was 2 on that cutter. By the way, someone asked if Zazzy lost the first game. He did not. But if you ever need an indication, I know folks are in and out, a busy Sunday, bottom left will get you caught up on anything here. And you can see that Zazzy has a little, that one gets away big time. Holy smokes, look where that ball went.
You rarely see that animation.
That far away. But Zazzy has a little baseball next to the ZAZ. That means he's up 1-0 in this 3-game set. And that's going to be base hit up in the middle.
Get past Cortel Marte. Run comes across to score. And Dirty Town now leads 5-2 over Zazzy here in the top of the 6th. Here's Teoscar Hernandez swinging a miss. The 8-hole hitter, 0 for 2. Looks at a cutter on the outside corner. He's down to the count 0-2.
He definitely thought that was going to leave the zone. Gets a strikeout there.
All right, so we go to the top of the 6th as Randy Johnson deals with the heart of the order here for Zazzy. Grichuk, Marte, and Gleyber Torres, 4, 5, and 6 due up here in the bottom of the 6th.
Swings through that one.
Eder asking, are there team restrictions here? Yeah, Paul, these are not pure God squads that we're seeing out here in these games.
Absolutely. There are a set of rules. I can't cover all of them right away, but you can have a handful of 95-plus diamonds, another group in the 85 to 95 range, and then the rest have to be 84 and below. So you got to know your best golds. And, you know, there's some of the players in the tournament that play a lot of BR. They probably get more experience with golds to know who they want to go to. And I do wonder if there's any edge there, because I was noticing this earlier. I didn't bring it up, but Dirty Town has 5 flawlesses. So he's played a lot of BR, and I wonder if that gives him a little edge, at least in some of the team selection with his goals.
Sixth strikeout for Randy Johnson, and there's one away here in the bottom of the 6th, now dealing with Ketel Marte, who's 0 for 2. That is inside the bag at third. Ooh. Down the line.
Oh, that's going to get away too.
In the corner.
It won't cost anything, though. I think that's a double all the way.
Yeah,
so it doesn't really matter in the end, but it did get away there as it rattled around. Pardon me.
Here's Gleyber Torres, 2 for 2. Looks at a slider in. This Randy Johnson card, the fastball we know is hot, but it's that slider / slurve combo that is particularly, I think, devastating. Torres ahead in the count, 2-1.
It's because it looks like a fastball for most of the pitch and then breaks in on you. That's going to be basing up the middle. Should score a run. He's sending him. He's going to throw right to second, not even worry about it, make it 5-3.
Yeah,
Zazzy with an RBI
there.
Single. Yeah, don't give that extra run and put another guy in scoring position. That's something that you get burned on that a few times, then you finally learn. A lot of us have thrown home on plays that we know have like a 1%, if even that, chance of getting the guy out, but then you let that back runner get into second, and it'll cost you.
All right, so we are going to see Mariano Rivera come out of the bullpen to deal with Yerman Mercedes, and he's greeted with a base hit right up the box.
And now the go-ahead run will come up here in the bottom of the 6th. You knew Zazzy wasn't even breaking a sweat going down a few runs there, knowing that his offense it still has many, many opportunities.
All right, he's in the pause menu. Is he going to pinch hit?
I think he's going to go to the lefty here.
Yeah,
just for the platoon advantage.
I'm surprised by this.
I hear you.
Personally like, now, and again, obviously, I am nowhere near the level of players that these guys are, But
Yes,
I
you're
do
way
like
better.
having a right-hander against Rivera because of that cutter tailing away as opposed to tailing in.
So you prefer to be able to sit on the outer third of the zone
Yes.
and worry about it there. Yeah, so I think that is definitely a nice pitch right there.
Nice
Holy
pitch
smokes.
there. McCovey goes down.
That nasty up and in sync piece that has been an MLB The Show staple for years. Yeah, I think that's a personal preference thing, right? Do you want the cutters boring in on you, or do you prefer to try to catch them away? And so that is definitely a strategic thing. He went for McCovey, ends up getting a nasty strikeout, not on a cutter, but a sinker instead. Get that
Right, so
bullpen warmed
Zazzy
up.
is getting his bullpen up. It's going to be Trinan, and it looks
And
like
Mo.
he'll use his version of Mariano Rivera. Here's Teoscar Hernandez. That's a sharply hit ball. That will fall down into left center field.
Score one
run
for
will
sure.
score.
That's
It'll
it.
cut the lead to 5-4 as Zazzy has plated 2 here in the bottom of the 6th.
Cuts that win expectancy down to 61-39 in favor of Dirty Town. Still so much game left. Oh, nasty. Misses. That one
just
wasn't quite
misses.
50-50. That was like a 55-45 out of the zone there. Close, though. Ooh, Kutch had a good crack at that one. Still 9-3 in the other game, by the way. Looks like Goat's gotten 1 run back, but that's it. He is batting with runners at the corners and 2 outs, though, in the bottom of the 6th. We also have runners at the corners here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th as Zazzy looks to cut his 1-run deficit. Kutch fouls that one off, make it 2-2 again. Or keep it 2-2, rather.
McCutcheon 0 for 3. Rivera about to
Rare.
deliver his 15th pitch, and that one misses wide.
the
So
runner on
runner at
second
first.
going.
Yeah,
Or
runner at
runner
first
at
will be
first,
on the
sorry.
move. Payoff pitch from Rivera. Back up the middle. Oh, pitcher wall. George Brett, bare hand scoop, throw across
Safe.
first, not in time.
Wow.
Ball don't lie.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's fair for Zazzy there. It looked like a base hit up the middle, gets a little pitcher wall off the ankle. I think Kutch beating that out is a ball don't lie situation. I agree.
All right, let's take another look here as McCutcheon, good contact. It was a 3-2 count.
Boom, right off his ankle.
Off
Could you
the
imagine how much
leg
that would
of
hurt?
Rivera and George Brett with that diamond fielding. Scoop, throw, not in time.
Step there. That was like.
It was very
that
close.
was very, 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 very close.
Look at the hit discrepancy in favor of Zazzy. 11 hits.
He
to
just keeps
6.
coming at you.
He
And
does. He's
that puts-
relentless. That's just like so many other players in this tournament. Just relentless. It's almost as there's never enough runs. Like you can't
That's what I was gonna say.
score enough.
Yep. It puts such a burden on you. Like, you can't get comfortable. And you never should, by the way. No lead is safe against goons. Taken there. Make it 0-2 to Donaldson here with 2 outs, bottom 6. Zazzy has tied the game with 3 runs this inning. Swings at that one. That didn't want to get burned by the up and away again. 0-2 again coming to Donaldson. And he swings through the cutter there, strike 3, but he does get 3 runs, does Zazzy. Ties it back up at 5. McCovey's going to come in for Sano. We're going to get a pitching change. It looks like it's going to be Mariano Rivera for Zazzy now. And we have a new ball game here going to top of 7. It's zip, essentially.
Yep, tied at 5. Here in game
9-6,
2.
by the way. Goat has cut into the deficit quite a bit here as they go top 7 in the other game. We'll dip back into that one later here, but as both games are excellent right now, so we're sticking with both. Sticking with this one. We'll jump back into the other one in a little bit. That one got under it there. It'll be 1 away as long as Aaron catches the routine fly.
All right, remember the stakes here. Dirty Town needs a win to avoid elimination. A win for Zazzy puts him into our best of 5 championship series.
Who do you favor right now with this game being tied?
I just think that Zazzy is such a problem.
Yep.
I really think that it's very difficult to keep him under wraps.
And you can see it with the hit discrepancy. The general rule of thumb, folks, is 2 hits per run. That's your expected run rate. So you got 10 hits, you should have about 5 runs. And when you see somebody put up a ton of hits like that, he's where he needs to be, which means Dirty Town's been a bit more fortunate, a bit more impactful with his runs. Doesn't mean he's lucky and hasn't earned them, but generally speaking, the more hits you pile up, you're going to get more runs. I know that goes without saying.
Ball 2.
As George Brett looks at a ball low, he's ahead in the count 2-1. That
Nice
sinker
pitch there, 2-2.
finds the corner. It's 2-2.
We got full count.
Good take
Full
there,
count
make it
here
full.
with 2 outs. McCutchen on deck. Swinging a miss,
Oh,
got
gets him
him.
swinging through that one.
So George Brett goes down swinging, and we go to the home half. 7th inning stretch time here in game 2. As Aroldis Chapman will come out of the pen, deal with 3, 4, and 5. Aaron, Grichuk, and Marte. That misses low. It's 1-0.
Chapman against the heart of the order here. 3-4-5 coming up for Zazzy. It's a big, big inning, I think, for Dirty Town. If he gives up 2-3 runs, it's going to be pretty demoralizing, I think.
Fouls that one off. It's 2-2.
Going to foul that one off. We'll do 2-2 again.
Hank Aaron 1 for 3 in this game. Defensive
wanna
swing there. Just
Yeah,
got
he
a
didn't want to get
piece.
frozen there. You cannot leave that one in the umpire's hands. I agree with swinging there.
Good AB
2-2
here.
again. And he's
Scorched to left.
Crushes
but
that
the
one.
left fielder will make the catch on the run. Nice play by Sheffield.
as he was fighting off trying to get that heater, Dirty Town simply wouldn't give it to him. He put a good lick on it with Henry Aaron, but it does result in and out.
Here's Randall Grichuk, first pitch swinging. Fly ball, right field.
Major Mangoes in
Hernandez
the
is there,
chat.
and there's out number 2.
Very popular streamer in the community. What's up, Mangoes?
Here's Ketel Marte, 1 for 3. Switch hitting, batting from the right side. Circle change, lazy fly ball to right. Teoscar squeezes it, and that retires the side. We go to the 8th, tied at 5. Heart of the order due up here for Dirty Town here in the top of the 8th. McCutchen, Posada, and Sheffield facing Mariano Rivera. On for another inning of relief. That is a dot right at the lower corner. It's 1-2.
That's ball 2.
Rivera up to 17 pitches coming in last inning. That's going to be sharp grounder to second, playable. We're in the top of the 8th here, 5-5. The other game is 11-7, bottom 7, so we've seen a bit more scoring there. 2 runs in the top of the 7th for Izzy, and then that 1 run got back for Go.
Here's Jorge Posada. Check over to third. Yes, he did go. It's 0-2. Posada 1 for 3. Cutter misses in.
This is the Posada from earlier. I love that splits play. That one's been in there for
Mariano
a while.
Rivera. I did not know
Yeah.
he was that flexible.
Yeah, those plays off the mound, you can go replay it frame by frame, and you'll see they do an insane split.
Here's Gary Sheffield 0 for 3. Is this going to be trouble? Nope. Shortstop drifts out in shallow left, makes the catch. That retires the side. We're still tied. We're now in the home half. Torres, Yermain Mercedes, and Willie McCovey due up here in the bottom of the 8th. That falls in for a strike. It's 0-2. Gleyber Torres working on a 3 for 3. He's got an RBI to go along with those 3 knocks. Misses there. It's 1 down. Here's Yerman Mercedes 2 for 3.
Yerminator, 2 for 3. You mentioned that he's been in the for a couple teams, and you questioned, or you worried like about his defense and if that would ever come into play here, because Zazzy in particular does not have a backup catcher. So I do wonder if that will, happen at all in the late innings if he lets one get away. But he is 2 for 3, so he is contributing.
He's ahead in the count, 3-1. Good pitch there, 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch from Chapman. That one chopped foul. We'll do it again. Very early on the circle change. Oh, that slider, filthy. Got him. That'll bring up Willie McCovey. Came on as a pinch hitter for Miguel Sano in a previous inning. And it looks like Zazzy will keep McCovey to face the left-handed throwing Aroldis Chapman here in the bottom of the 8th.
McCovey with the lefty-lefty. If he gets a hold of one, he can still do damage. So it's one of those situations where I hear you on going lefty-lefty with it, but he brought him in for Sano, so I don't know if he has a righty that he can go to.
McCovey
Ooh,
sends one to third. George Brett, nice scoop. Throw in time, and that retires the side. So here comes Ian Happ. 6, 7, and 8 due up here in the top of the 9th for Dirty Town. Happ, Sano, and Teoscar Hernandez. Here's Mariano Rivera. Another inning out of the bullpen for him. Gets Happ to lift one to left field. Grichuk is there, and quickly there's one down. Here's Miguel Sano, 2 for 3. Oof.
We've had Sano and Yermin getting the base hits. I really appreciate that these guys, these golds here, have been able to contribute. They mentioned earlier that they're looking for that one single homer, but they've been putting up the base hits at the bottom of the order to keep these innings going. As we see a ground out here, an early 1, 2, 3.
All right, so we go to the bottom of the 9th.
This is game 2
Zazzy with a chance. Zazzy with a chance to earn a spot into the championship series.
If Zazzy walks off here, this is a best of 3. He would go to the finals. The other game, Izzy versus Goat. Goat's trying to fight for his life. You can check that out on Izzy's channel. It's 11-7 right now, and Goat just grounded into a double play to end the 8th. So he's down 4, and he'll have the 9th to get back. Otherwise, it's going to be Izzy in the finals. Meanwhile, Zazzy can walk this off to go to the finals, or Dirty Town can force a game 3. The finals will be best of 5.
Yeah, we have the potential, Paul, for 2 series sweeps.
Uh-oh.
And we got a sweep here.
Albert.
Get out.
Boom.
Albert Pujols sends Zazzy to the championship with a walk-off homer off of Aroldis Chapman. Boy, where have I heard that before? Aroldis Chapman giving up a big homer in a big spot.
I wonder if he did his smirk.
What the? Wow.
Here it is.
Take another look. Second pitch of the AB, and Albert ends it. Paul, we mentioned at the top, Zazzy had this Albert Pujols card on his bench, and he absolutely crushes left-handed pitching.
That's the exact moment that you're waiting for. A key spot against a lefty reliever. He gets the job done. Albert Pujols, the god. He's had such a dream summer, both in real life and now in the video games.
Well, congratulations to Zazzy, who it now moves on to our championship series, where he faces the winner of Izzy and Goat. And Paul, you were detailing, we're going to dip back into that game. Goat is on the brink of elimination here, trailing in an elimination game of his own right.
We're going to jump right into that. It's 2 outs in the top of the 9th for Izzy, and then Goat will have to get at least 4 runs to keep it going, if not more. We'll see what happens here. A little grounder to third, looks playable, and this will get us to the bottom of the 9th, where Goat has his chance.
Yes, gets us to the bottom of the 9th, as Izzy leading 11-7, 3 outs away. He's going to be dealing with 4, 5, and 6 for Goat. starting with Raleigh, Teoscar Hernandez, and Luis Rengifo. And that's how you want to get it started if you're GOAT.
That's
lead
huge.
off single for Cal Raleigh off Mariano Rivera.
Told you keep an eye on that Cal Raleigh. Supercharged for another few days, folks. I recommend giving him a shot if you haven't.
All right, here's Teoscar Hernandez. As you see, a triple shy of the cycle. Obviously, GOAT needs base runners here, Paul. Needs to pass the baton. Heading the count 2-1.
You're not getting it all back on one swing unless the bases are loaded, of course. So you're just looking for base hits, and you're trying to avoid the devastating ground ball.
Oh, that ball is sharply hit to left, but right
held
at
up a little
Hank
too
Aaron.
much.
Wow. Bit unlucky there for GOAT as he squared up that ball nicely, but it was right at Hank Aaron.
Rengifo with a chance to be this tournament's Cal Farmer here if he comes up with a huge hit. He already has a homer in this game, 2 for 4. Can he come up with a clutch hit?
Started him off with a backdoor cutter, then went inside with a sinker. It's 1-2 now. 1 down. GOAT down to his final 2 outs. Got him.
God.
Frozen pizza.
Like, what do you do? Like, that pitch was so disgusting. What do you do with that? I don't know. You know.
Here's Rafi Devers representing the last hope for GOAT. Are we going to see 2 series sweeps in the semifinals?
We are.
This could do it. Grounder to second, throw over to second at the bag, and that retires the side. That's it. That's all. As Izzy earns his
7-run fifth was the
earns
difference.
his ticket to the championship series. And yes, on the strength of that 7-run 5th inning, Izzy moves on with an 11-7 win to earn a spot in the championship round. I want to remind you that the Juicy Pack Set 2 is available right now in the show shop. I was base.
That's a good base,
guy.
though. That's a good base.
I like the Ralph Kiner card. I'm a big fan of any Bruce Sutter card, but your rare rounds right here. I would love this Honus Wagner card.
Give me the Wagner, give me the Tom Seaver. I love Tom Seaver. Read a lot about him as a kid growing up. He was great with the Reds, with the Mets. I love that card. That's the one that I really want. That's the one I'm actually kind of saving up for. I went on a spending spree recently, so I need to save up a few more stubs so I can get that Tom Seaver.
Well, remember, the Juicy Pack Set number 2 right now is available in the show shop. You're guaranteed at least the base round. If you're lucky enough, you'll get the rare round. All right, Paul, 2 sweeps. Our championship series is set. It is Izzy against Zazzy. And I mentioned it earlier, but it's worth mentioning again that before this event started today, Izzy and Zazzy were
that
playing
was
a little friendly.
That was Goat and Zazzy.
Oh, Goat and Zazzy. All right, so we don't have that matchup. We do have Izzy and Zazzy, but Zazzy does find himself in the championship round at just 18 years old, and he is on the brink of winning a championship
Let's take a look at some of the Dirty Town Zazzy highlights here. Another thing I want to mention, Zazzy and Izzy are 2 competitors with experience here, as we see Grichuk laser that one off the wall to make it 4-3 and give Zazzy the lead in game 1 here. Then Ketel Marte, this is when the lead was big. It was 11-4. He just crushes that one in Oppo Taco to make it 12-4. I believe that was the final score of that game. The late innings there, 3 in the 6th, 5 in the 7th, was what did it for Zazzy. And then you see the ground out to Sano. That ended game 1 for Zazzy. Then in game 2, Dirty Town stood up and said, hey, I can play here. He was up 2-0. You see Zazzy ties it in the bottom of the 4th there with the homer. And then Teoscar just laces that one in the gap. That one scored a run, made it 5-4, and that's where Zazzy got back in. He scored a bunch of runs in the bottom of the 6th. That one was deserved, though, right? Because that was supposed to be a clean single up the middle. And I say supposed to, you know. And then here's the walk-off. Albert. Boom.
He was very early on the swing timing.
That's how you pull those down. That's how you pull the ball,
Even the PCI was a little to the left, but obviously a no-doubter to send Zazzy to the championship series, where it is now a best 3 out of 5 and not 2 out of 3, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, not every home run is full PCI crush job. And pulled homers down the line are by their very nature early swings. So it is what it is. You got a big lefty crusher in there, and you got Chapman, who loves choking games late anyway. So that's why Pujols was able to go yard and give Zazzy the 2-0 lead, the 2-0 sweep, I should say.
All right, let's
get
take
some
a look
highlights
at
from the other one.
Yeah, let's take a look at that other semifinals, which also ended after 2 games. Izzy and Goat.
This is game 1.
Yeah, this is game 1.
And this was just destroyed to dead center. It's 420 to get out. He clears it by 5-6 feet at least, so you're thinking 425 plus. That was 3-1. This one still hasn't landed as far as I know.
Nurse.
Just destroyed. Obviously it did land, I'm joking, but that was crush. And then another crush job here. This one made it 3-3. So Goat was back in on this one. I think this is game 2 highlights now. Hank Aaron got ribbed in the chat a little bit. Why'd you pick Hank Aaron? This is why. He popped off the entire series there. Diving plays, home runs. He was going off. And then the Olay, you mentioned it.
Animation by Rafi Devers. That was a tough break there for Goat.
And then Kutch, smash job, grand slam. That's the dagger right there. That one makes it really tough. Although I will say, it wasn't a full dagger. He came back and then got the end there with the ground out. Let's take a look at our bracket here. You see double sweeps. Zazzy goes 2-0 over Dirty Town. Izzy goes 2-0 over Goat. Both Zazzy and Izzy have finals experience in different tournaments. I wonder if that was a key factor today.
All right, we want to remind you that the headliner set number 50 is in the show shop, and hopefully, if you're lucky enough, you can get Retro Finest Barry Larkin. That's definitely a card worth having. Although I mentioned the cards that I don't really hit well with and don't have great success with. Barry Larkin would be one of those cards for me. Now, granted, I am not very good, Paul, but but Barry Larkin would be one of those cards that for me, I just have problems with getting on track with.
Yeah, I've never really done well with Barry Larkin cards either, and I think all of us have certain cards that just don't really work for us. And so after a while, you stop trying them too, right? Because they do have different variations in different years, and you say, oh, this card's great this year, and you're like, I've been using him for 5 years, and I'm terrible. So sometimes you just give up on a guy.
All right, so I think we're going to take a quick little timeout here.
Yep.
Up next, we're going to bring you game 1 of our championship series. It'll be Zazzy against Izzy. One ends in an I, one ends in a Y, both battling for a great deal of money and a gift card as they battle for the right to call themselves a grand champion in the fall circuit. With Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores. Don't go anywhere. Keep us open. Keep a tab open. We'll be right back with game 1 of a best-of-5 championship series. Stay with us. Good afternoon. Major League Baseball is battling for a very significant trophy at the end of this month in the World Series. Well, we've got a significant trophy of our own. Alongside Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores. We're glad you're with us for the Fall Circuit Finals. And Paul, we've reached the championship series. It's a best of 5, not a best of 3.
We got two great competitors here. They both swept their first round. There were some very exciting games, but they get the 2-0 victories. Now they're strapping in for a 5-game set. A lot of pressure, not as much pressure if you lose that first game because you can actually breathe. Let's see what they're playing for, Robert.
Absolutely, some big money on the line. First place gets $15,000 plus a gift card. Second place, $5,000, including a gift card. And Paul, as we mentioned at the top, even our third and fourth place finishers, they aren't going home empty-handed, nor should they, because they've had a fantastic run just to even get to this spot.
Yeah, if you made it this far, you absolutely deserve prizes. They're going to take home the cash prize, gift card, and some Jazz Chisholm gear. Let's look at the bracket. As I mentioned, double sweeps. Zazzy goes 2-0 over Dirty Town. Izzy goes 2-0 over GOAT, RPO 3. So they're going to face off, and there are two competitors that have experience in these tournaments. Zazzy was in our summer circuit final, and Izzy was in the invitational last winter. And you can see their win rates here, both at 90%.
Nearly identical.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a matchup here. We saw them both put on some really impressive offensive displays, especially Zazzy. I don't know if he had an inning that went 1, 2, 3. Seems like he was getting runners on every darn inning, and we'll see how it goes here. I do think whoever can pitch better is going to be the winner.
Yeah, and Paul, I'm interested to see what, if any, changes we see in the lineups for the two players.
I don't know if they're going to make any sort of decisions in terms of changing players outright or reshuffling the lineup or pitching changes, right? We've seen Randy Johnson come in as a reliever a good number of times too, kind of sneak him in. Well, not sneak him, but not necessarily start with him, have him for those middle innings. So I am curious what the strategy is going to be. Also curious what chat thinks as far as who the winner is going to be. Vote now for Zazzy or Izzy. This should be a great matchup. I wonder if the chat sees it as more of a coin flip or gives a decided edge to one player or the other.
Well, speaking of the chat, we want to thank those people who are watching us and chatting, keeping the conversation going here. Paul Sporer, Robert Flores. As we mentioned, this is a best 3 out of 5, where our semifinal series, they were a best 2 out of 3. So as you mentioned it, Paul, well, if you do drop game 1, it's not as, it would seem to me not to be as significant or potentially terrible for your championship chances.
Yeah, you absolutely want to win game 1, of course. But if you don't feel like your back is completely against the wall, your palms are sweating, and you're gripping the controller tight in game 2, you can breathe a bit. You just get that game back in game 2. And as we're going to jump in here to game 1, we have Cole Hamels pitching for Izzy to Zazzy here as we play in Ship It with Andrew McCutchen leading it off. Here we go. And by the way, folks can get caught up in the bottom left. If they ever, come back in and they don't know who's winning the series, those little dots will start to fill in when they win the games.
GM Gersh is in the chat. Thanks for joining us here. Knocked down by the third baseman, not in time. That was a weird animation there.
It really was. And with McCutchen's speed, you have virtually no time there. But this might be... this is going to be one. Too slow.
Yeah, Cole Hamels didn't even bother looking at second base. So McCutchen goes to second on the fielder's choice, and that'll bring up the hot-hitting Hank Aaron, who has been in the middle of quite a bit for Zazzy in the semifinals.
Making diving plays, hitting homers. He's all over it right now. Let's see what he can do here facing the lefty Hamels with a runner on second and 1 out. 0-2. Easy
that ball misses inside. Randall Grichuk on deck. Batting cleanup for Zazzy. Swing and a miss. Got him. That cutter ran in on him to great success, and there's 2 down.
Don't forget, they are playing for thousands of dollars. I think there's some questions about what's the gift card for. The gift card is part of the prize pool. The money is the main thing that they're going for here. So plenty of money on the line here in this 5-game set. It's a grounder that's going to get foul. Make it 0-2 again here. Randall Grichuk. Tops now card. He's going to lace that one into left.
Base hit to left field. They will hold Andrew McCutchen, and wisely so.
Definitely agree on that one. Yeah, we've talked about a few where maybe I'd be more aggressive, but I am an idiot base runner, so I understand that my aggression probably would have been punished there. But no shot I'm sending anybody there.
That'll bring up Ketel Marte with runners at the corners and 2 down.
Good take there. He's been working that cutter inside quite a bit to the righties here. And, of course, Ketel Marte is a switch hitter, but batting righty.
Climbed the zone, and Marte was late and fouled it back. 1-2, that is the count. This should end the inning. Slow roll to second, and that retires the side. So 2 runners left stranded, but no damage is done, and now we go to Izzy here leading off with Andrew McCutchen. Zazzy also going with Cole Hamels as his starter. McCutchen
Hamels v. Hamels.
sends one deep to center field. Going back is McCutchen. He'll make the catch, and there's 1 down. During Zazzy's chat yesterday, he mentioned he really enjoyed pitching Cole Hamels, used him to great effectiveness yesterday, and now getting the game 1 start.
I'd make the case that Hamels has been excellent for years and a little bit slept on in certain pockets of the community. In the past couple years, it's been more widely regarded that when Cole Hamels comes out with the super card, you want to get it, especially with Pinpoint coming into the picture.
Once again, drops are on, so make sure that your account is connected. I've had a couple of people tell me that they're extra juicy.
There's a little bit extra spice. I think I saw the odds posted in Zazzy's chat earlier, about a 10, 12-point difference there in terms of potential to get a diamond there. Doesn't mean you're getting guaranteed diamonds or anything. You're probably still getting bronzes and silvers, but it is a heightened opportunity to get the diamond. Let us know in the chat if you do pull a diamond out of your Twitch pack. Picks or else it didn't count, though. Let's be honest. That's a nasty pitch.
That's a nasty changeup right there. 1-2. Oh, same place.
He goes right
this
back
time
to
with
it.
the cutter.
Oh.
Wow.
That's disrespectful.
That's Dottie Pippen right there. Dottie Pippen. Although that ball is roped to left center field. It's going to roll all the way to the
score
wall.
a run.
Good speed on the base paths. Run will score. It's an RBI double for Gleyber Torres, and it's 1-0 Izzy here in Game 1 of the championship series. Here comes Ketel Marte.
That double up of the pitch there, that was so hot.
That was such a filthy, filthy pitch sequence there, but credit to Izzy.
Yeah,
he jumps
stuck
out
with
on
it.
top.
So it's a good pitch sequence, but who's got the run right now with a runner on second, too? An opportunity
Here's
to
the
score another
2-1 from
one.
Hamels. Grounder to short. This should end the inning. And it does, but not before Izzy comes through with some 2-out magic. He leads 1-0 after 1.
TG_Kane says he pulled DeGrom earlier from a Twitch pack. Let's go.
Oh,
love to hear
okay.
it.
I see you. By the way, the real-life Metsies. Ugh. You dropped 2 games.
Huge game tonight.
With DeGrom and Scherzer.
Yeah.
And the Braves hit 5 combined home runs off your top 2 pitchers.
Nasty sink piece there. Sorry to
yeah,
interrupt
that's
you.
nasty. No, that's very nasty.
They
1
got the
down.
Sunday night game tonight, Chris Bassett versus Charlie Morton. They need that one badly.
Braves leading 1 game, have a 1-game advantage in the division. Here's Yerman Mercedes. And the last point I'll make on real-life baseball, it is so important for the Mets and the Braves to stay out of that first round because you want your pitching as healthy and available as possible for a matchup with the Dodgers.
Absolutely no doubt, and that's why they are jockeying so hard for that position. As we see that fastball jam, Yermin Mercedes looks playable for Kutch in center and is 2 away here, top 2. X-Moki in the chat saying he misses the run it backpack. I liked those too. Those were a lot of fun.
I forgot about those. That's a
if
good
anyone
call.
in control is listening to this, yeah, I think the community would like some run it back in the fall or winter for sure. Those were very fun. A lot of good cards in there too.
Here's Miguel Sano. Looks at a fastball on the inner third. He's down in the count 0-2.
Uh-oh.
That ball sent deep to left center field. Going back is the center fielder McCutchen. At the wall, leaping gone.
Off the top of the wall. Oh, wow.
Miguel Sano delivers thunder yet again.
He needed every inch of that one. It didn't hit it the most, it wasn't the cleanest one, but when you got that kind of power, you can muscle it out.
Cole Hamels fields and throws across to first. That retires the side, but... And then everything went white.
Uh-oh.
There we go. All right, so tie ball game here. Bottom two. Izzy has Sano, Swisher, and Yermin Mercedes due up here in the bottom of the second. Tie ball game, game one of the championship series.
I wouldn't, we haven't seen one yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we had one of our custom double-digit score for both teams kind of games, back and forth all the way. I wouldn't be surprised if this series offered one of those in a 12-10 type of game.
That's a strikeout for out number one here to start the second inning. Here's Nick Swisher. Switch hitter. Batting from the right side against the lefty Hamels. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1.
Oh, good pitch.
I love the pitch sequencing that Zazzy's working with. He will double up in pitch location, Paul, not necessarily in pitch.
Yes. Nice. And I really do like that. You know, there's a lot of effective tunneling and putting the pitches where the players least expect it. You know, you got to keep them off balance. And Zazzy's pitching was something that we highlighted at the outset of the show, where he has an edge. All the goons come in as quality hitters. You don't get to this point without being a good hitter. Pitching can really set you apart.
Here's Yermin Mercedes down to the count 1-2 to Cole Hamels.
Good take there on the 1-2 pitch. Make it 2-2.
That ball is just foul. Wow.
I wasn't sure if that hit the line or not. Kicked up chalk perhaps, but I guess not. He runs it full now. Good battle by Yermin here. Couldn't
Sharp
quite way
ground to
back
the
far
third.
enough. Or long
This
enough, I
will
should say.
retires the side, and through 2 innings, we're tied at 1. Here's Andrew McCutchen, 1 for 1. As Cole Hamels works in the third.
Zazzy putting up a 0 there. That's huge. You know, whenever I have those ones that are down the line like that, and I swear on my life that it's fair, every time I do the replay, I slow-mo it down. It's not. I get it. It's a computer game. I get it. Like, I know it's probably going to be correct, but I always have to check because I'm like, I swear that was fair. And it's like, no, it was pretty clearly out. And that if we'd have replayed that one, that would have been the case too. But it certainly looked fair. I agree with that. It's going to be a ground
Here's
ball
a
to
chopper
short.
short. Yeah, quickly,
Nice
there's
play.
one down. There's Josh Donaldson 0 for 1, grounded out in his first at bat.
Oh,
First pitch swinging, got
his eyes
underneath
got
it. Yeah,
huge on that pitch without a doubt. And he got on it a little bit too early there. He's kicking himself. He wants that one back.
timing was just a little bit on the late side of good, and you saw the PCI well underneath the baseball there, and that'll bring up Hank Aaron.
Hank Aaron 0 for 1. Cole Hamels up at 35 pitches here with 2 outs. 0-1 count, top third. And that looks like a ground ball to second to end the inning and send us to the bottom of the third. Izzy will be up now, also facing Cole Hamels. And batting, now it's double Cole Hamels,
v.
right
Cole
now, big
Hamels.
time. A Hamelception. Coleception probably works better there.
Andrew McCutchen on deck as Hamels comes up empty, swinging and missing at a cutter.
Just missed with the PCI there.
Gets that to stay alive, and we'll do it again.
Honestly, with the pitcher, if I can use 5, 6, 7 pitches in that bat, even if it's an out, I love it. You know? And with nobody on, you can swing freely here. Pitch 7.
Yeah, I mean, this is an excellent AB, no matter how you slice
Pitch
it.
8. Let's go. Again,
For
yeah, he
Izzy
can get
here.
out right here, and it won't matter. You use some pitches. That's a good pitcher at bat.
Pitch number 8
Oh, nice pitch.
of the AB, but he can only hold on for so much longer as Hamels looks at a called third strike, and there's one away. That ball misses outside. It's 2-0. Here's the 2-0. In for a strike. It's 2-1.
Looks like he was taken all the way there.
Ball 3.
Another take. 3-1.
3 balls, 1 strike.
J-roll on deck.
And
Oh.
diving stop. Throw
That-
across first. Got him.
That was a pretty
What a
clean
play.
dive. That one was not a total Superman one there. That one didn't feel
Ketel
like you were
Marte.
cheated. So 2 outs here. We got J-roll up, facing an 0-1 pitch coming from Cole Hamels here, bottom third. 1-1, game 1 of the finals between Zazzy and Izzy. Izzy's at the dish right now. Zazzy in the all reds. It's going to be ripped foul, or not quite ripped, but tapped foul. Comes the pitch, 1-2. Dot.
Oh, what a
Knew it when he threw it.
frickin' pitch,
Just
man.
nasty, just filthy.
Zazzy's got a real good feel for working that lower part of the zone on
Yep.
both sides.
And like you said, putting pitches in the same location back to back, because a lot of times people don't look for the double up. His tunneling, all of his pitch decisions are really sharp, and you can tell he has a game plan with what he's doing.
So hashtag ban the shift. Randall Grichuk grounds out to the shifted second baseman behind the bag, and that's out number 1. Here's Ketel Marte again. Look at that pitch location at the knees on the black. It's 0-1.
It's the fact that we have double Hamels too, so it's just dots all over the place.
We got over 1,000 people watching right now on Twitch. We're glad you're here. Paul Sporer, Robert Flores with you here. Championship Series, best of 5, game 1. Here's Gleyber Torres, 0 for 1. Fouls that one off. Down in the count, 0-1. Check swing.
Held
he did
up.
not go.
Let's see if he goes back to his down and away bread and butter here against the righties. He's been working it all game.
Ooh, climbed the ladder. Got him to chase. It's 1-2.
Actually, both guys have, to be honest. The one downside of double Hamels is that sometimes I'm conflating certain pitches that one guy threw with the other guy. But they're both
Torres
dotting.
just
That's
gets
the
a
thing.
piece. And we'll do it again. Here's the 1-2 from Hamels.
Uh-oh.
Fly ball. Left
go.
center field. McCutchen will turn and watch it fly. Gleyber
Scan.
Torres goes yah-yah again.
Scanner, losing his mind, loving it.
Such a great swing by Zazzy there. Up now 2-1 in game 1. Here's Yerman Mercedes with 2 down. Here in the top of the 4th. Down in the count 1-2.
Good take. That one's been
really
dotted
good take,
up quite a bit there.
especially with 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2.
We
Good
talk about it a
contact, but
lot,
foul.
but it's takes like that that separate the studs from the pretenders like us.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just elite hand-eye coordination.
Mm-hmm.
That
Like,
misses inside. It's 3-2.
I'm just not capable of taking that pitch right there, that last one. I'm swinging at it all day.
9th pitch of the at-bat coming up right here.
Good
And he
take.
draws a walk, so a good AB here by Miguel Sano.
My requisite mention that Zazzy pointed out how much he wants Sano to come up with somebody on, because when he catches that one, it can be big damage. Can he go
So
the 2-run homer here?
Mercedes draws a 2-out walk, and that brings up Sano, who's 1 for 1. 1 run already in the form of the solo homer from Gleyber Torres. Here's the 1-2. Chop foul. That sweeping curve. Here's another 1-2. That one's fouled back. We'll do it again. 61 pitches right now for Cole Hamels. Got him.
Ooh, gets the punchy. So yeah, they've been both of them been working some counts nicely, but in the end, it's not panning out too much. I mean, he does have the 2-1 lead, does Zazzy right now, but Hamels keeps battling back.
Hank Aaron now facing Cole Hamels in a 1-1 count. He's 0 for 1. That one sent foul. It's 1-2.
Ship it doesn't have any netting. 3 fans die every game.
And there's a grounder to third. Backhand stop by the third baseman. Throws over to Sano. And there's 1 down. Here's Gleyber Torres. Fly ball, left field. Grichuk is there. And that's out number 1. Out number 2, excuse me. Checking some real-life baseball scores as Ketel Marte looks at a strike at the knees. Phillies all over the Nationals 7-0. Yankees and Orioles are tied at 1. Blue Jays lead the Red Sox 5-2. Guardians over the Royals 7-2. No score in the Marlins-Brewers game. Cardinals Pirates tied at 3.
What about that Tigers win over the Twins? Let's break that one down. 2-1 count coming here. That's going to be ripped. Is it going to hold up enough to be caught? I think it is, and it will retire the side and end the 4th. So we go top 5. Zazzy coming up, has a 2-1 lead. It'll be Hamels v. Hamels here again. Yeah, the only unfortunate part about the season this year, I would say, is that there have been many races coming down the stretch here, but I do think it's going to be an amazing playoffs
me too.
with these teams. Like, there's so many good teams. Obviously, there's favorites, but I really think everyone in the dance can win it. I really do.
All right, so Cole Hamels versus Cole Hamels. Down to the count 1-2. Leading off here to start the 5th.
We saw him work a big count last time he batted.
Yeah, that's
we'll
right.
See if he's able to do that again.
10 pitch AB.
Yeah.
Nope. No such luck.
Not this time. Sometimes you just got to attack the pitcher and say, hey, if I throw it down the middle and he gets a hit with it, I move on. But I'm not gonna walk a pitcher either.
So the lineup flips over, and here's Andrew McCutchen. 1 for 2. Count even at 1-1. Josh Donaldson on deck.
Ground ball, chopper, speed.
Throw over to first in time. Got him.
Great
and
throw
there's 2
there
down.
in the hole.
So, Paul, here we are, top 5, 2 outs, and relatively low scoring as Josh Donaldson ropes one down the line. Nice job by Hank Aaron to field it. Played the carom nicely in the corner, and it'll hold Josh Donaldson to a long single.
Uh-oh.
Hank Aaron,
Why
high
would you use
fly
him?
ball, left field, out of here.
Why would you use him?
It's a 2-run homer for Hammerin' Hank.
All he's done is absolutely obliterate the baseball and make diving plays.
And Zazzy is coming through with some 2-out magic. Back-to-back base hits with 2 down here in the top of the 5th. I was about to say, Paul, before Donaldson's hit, or his single, that here we are, 2 outs in the 5th inning, and it's relatively low scoring.
Yep.
As soon as I say that, Zazzy goes deep, and now it's 4-1.
These guys have a knack for that, right? The second, and that one looks like it's gone too.
Randall
Moonshot.
Grichuk. Randall Grichuk is the most handsome man in baseball.
That was crushed. Absolute crush job.
That is a solo home run. And just because I'm excited doesn't mean I hate your team. 5-1 Zazzy.
That's going to be it for Izzy's Hamels, I would imagine.
Yeah,
or at least
I think that's about it.
a consideration here. He's going to leave him in for another batter, see if he can get out. I don't know what the this is going to be a ground out. I don't know what the batter situation is for the pitcher spot here. Maybe he's trying to get that last out because the pitcher's due up. Let's see here.
Nope. Well,
That would be
he does
6,
have
7, 8.
Yeah, 6, 7, and 8.
It's close.
0-1.
Got Daggis in the chat saying Zazzy is in a groove right now as that ball is deep but foul. Yeah, oftentimes with these players, Paul, the runs and the hits come in bunches. It's like a run in basketball.
Yes, absolutely. see that especially in the college game of basketball, the runs. 10 points, 10-0 run for one team, bounce back with an 8-0 run for the other team. But you don't see as much as baseball. But when Zazie gets going, he piles on the runs because he keeps the hits consistent. Base hits, base hits, base hits, and then the big homer.
Oh, that is well struck, but well foul. Very early on the PCI. We can tell you that off stream right now, Paul.
You beat me to it.
The battle for third and fourth, our fourth place match between GOAT and Dirty Town. GOAT is leading Dirty Town bottom 3, 1-0. Now, is that a series? That's down the line. That's going to be extra bases.
That's a best of 3.
Best of 3. Okay.
That'll be an easy stand-up. Oh, he's going to slide. Probably didn't need to, but nice double there for Miguel Sano. And we've highlighted consistently how strong he's been playing.
So Izzy has some work to do, and this is a good way to climb back in it with a leadoff extra base hit. That'll bring up Nick Swisher. So now 1-1.
Popped him up. Up
Yeah,
the silo.
behind the plate. And that's out number 1. Boy, I hate that animation. Jeez. Good Lord.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's
Crush
perfect.
job. Yerminator.
Yermin Mercedes with a perfect homer at Ship It. And just like that, it's now a 5-3 game.
And something that we've talked about since we started doing these tournaments is the lack of panic from these players. And we've also highlighted how both these folks have tournament experience here in the finals, summer circuit, and the Diamond Dynasty Invitational last winter for Izzy. And so they're not panicked. And they know that, hey, I'm going to get my runs. I'm going to get my opportunities. Don't freak out.
Pinch hitter is Reese Hoskins. Batting with 1 down here. 2 runs already in.
That's ripped.
Line drive center field, but McCutcheon is there, and there's 2 down. Lineup return over. It'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Andrew McCutcheon, who's 0 for 2, flied out and grounded out in the 3rd inning. So we do have a new pitcher in the form of Johan Duran. We've seen him a couple of times in this tournament. Ahead in the count 0-2 on Andrew McCutcheon. And that's a base hit up the middle. Man, Izzy was early on 102 at the corner. Jeez, on Legend.
I know.
He's better than you. He's better than just about all of us. I know there's a handful of you in the chat that are way better, but you just couldn't get to this point. I got it.
They got ripped off.
Got ripped off. Got it. That ends the inning, but it was a good one for Izzy. 2 runs come aboard. Yermin Mercedes goes deep. He's cut the lead to 5-3. Gleyber Torres leading off. 6, 7, and 8 facing Johan Duran here in the top of the 6th here in Game 1 of this championship series.
So it's double Duran now then. They're just matching each other on
That's
the pitchers,
right.
Huh?
I guess you could call it Duran.
Hey, there you go. 94% of the chat doesn't even know who Duran is.
You see, kids, Duran was a pop group in the 80s. 2-2 count to Gleyber Torres.
If this series goes 5, I'll be hungry like a wolf. It's 6-3.
Boy.
If it stays fair.
Zazie
Clank.
Can't stop, won't stop. Gleyber Torres goes deep again. 6-3. Oh. Good night, nurse.
He gets one with
Yermin.
Yerminator. We've seen double Yermin homers. Oh, Coach. What up, Coach? Look at Coach in the corner
Gleyber
there.
and Yermin go back to back. Ship It doing Ship It things here in Game 1 of the championship series.
I can't confirm this, but I heard Coach put 50 large on Zazie. I'm just saying.
Now, we already have some people saying GG in the chat. Not so fast.
Oh, no.
Not so fast here. Remember?
Off his face.
Off his head.
He needs
Into
new
face.
teeth.
I repeat, into face.
Is he going to come out?
We're going to have to check on Duran. Now,
He
look,
got hurt.
if this was an NFL game, he'd just stay in, but we're going to have to check in on him. Right on the
Boom. Ow.
mush.
Ow.
Good Lord.
Even
sir.
those pixels, it hurts.
Wow.
So did he get an injury animation? Like did he have to come out, or did he just
I think he
change
did.
him to change him?
I think he did get an injury animation, an injury message,
that's-
because Blake Trinan is now on facing Brandon Marsh.
He is down a couple teeth off of that one.
Oh my gosh.
My goodness. Thankfully, it's just pixels.
But you know what? In all seriousness, Paul, how does this affect? I mean, Duran, elite velocity. It's a pitcher you obviously want in this type of situation. Now now he's no longer available.
Yeah, you go more to the nastiness of stuff here with the movement of a Blake Trinan. And honestly, though, against Zazzy, I'm not sure it matters that much. You got to find a way to get outs any way you can.
Yeah.
He can hit Duran. He can hit Trinan. You're just scraping for outs. The tough part is he had to bring in somebody cold, but I don't think that the lack of warming somebody up is impacted when it's due to injury. I think you're allowed to bring in somebody cold, and they will have it as though they warmed up.
That was too slow to even think. That ball was hit too slow to even think about a double play. But they do get McCutchen, but that'll bring up Josh Donaldson with 2 down and a runner at second.
Even with Sano, you don't want to mess with that and go to second there. You just take her out and try to get this to be a fly out here.
This ball's deep. And on the warning track,
though.
Andrew McCutchen will make the catch, but not before more thunder.
Oof. So,
That's
I mean,
new pitcher time, Johnny Cueto.
Look what we've seen throughout all of Zazzy's games today. He's always out hitting his opponent substantially. And he's got a 10-4 edge here. And that's how you keep the runs coming. You just keep putting traffic on the base paths. And eventually you're going to get your homers.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Again, already in double figures in hits, Paul. And we're not even out of the 6th inning yet.
No, it's a barrage that just keeps coming, and it puts so much pressure on you to hit every inning when you're facing somebody like Zazzy. And then he makes it difficult with the way he pitches. By the way, chat letting us know that real-life Albert Pujols has hit his 23rd homer of the season, number 701 for his career.
Congratulations.
What an absolute stud.
Absolutely. Here's Gleyber Torres, 1 for 2.
Or 702, excuse me.
You know, Paul, one thing that I was reminded of, as that's a base hit up the middle by Gleyber Torres against Johnny Cueto. What would Albert Pujols' home run total be if there had not been the pandemic shortened season of 2020?
I knew exactly where you were going. Yep. You know, he wasn't going to have like a huge homer season, but it wouldn't have been this great chase to 700. So in a way, I'm actually kind of glad that happened.
You think he'd be at like 715 or 714, somewhere around there?
Yeah, I'd say you give him another 10 for 2020 if it had been a full season. Yeah. At the very least, and then go from there.
And while that's terrible for Albert Pujols, it is. Fly ball.
Cattell?
Right field. Cattell Marte, but on the warning track.
Looked good off the bat, and then just kind of died.
I thought he got him. I thought he got him. Look at the PCI location. Timing
82
was
power
good.
too. Not exactly the most power there. So.
All right, so here's Miguel Sano, 2 down.
As Dagus points out in the chat too about Zazzy, not only do you have to try to hit, keep up with him, but then he makes that exponentially more difficult by being an amazing pitcher.
Yep. Oh my goodness! Holy smokes! Sit down,
That's disgusting.
Bub. Grab some wood, Bub. What a strikeout
unfair.
pitch from Johnny Cueto. So Blake Trinan on for his 2nd inning of work. Remember, last inning he had to replace Johan Duran, who was hit in the head, in the mush from a hot chopper. And now Hank Aaron steps to the plate ahead in the count 2-1.
That's going to get down.
Yeah, that's a base hit.
He just keeps coming. Again,
Yeah,
I know we're
base
repeating
hit
similar
number
things, but like you got to emphasize what Zazi's doing here, which is constantly hitting at the dish and then dotting you up when you try to get back.
That'll bring up Randall Grichuk, who's 2 for 3, including a home run in his last AB.
That was a crush job, too.
Yeah, it was. Down on the count 0-2. That misses way outside. It's 1-2. We're in game 1 of this best-of-5 championship series. Zazie leading Izzy 7-3. Batting here in the top of the 7th.
That's another
That's a
base hit.
sharply hit ball. That's going to fall for a base hit. Back-to-back knocks here to open the 7th.
Gets the PCI down there. Great PCI. A little late on the timing, but when you crush it, when you hit it that well, you can still get rewarded.
You know, watching a handful of games on Zazie's stream yesterday, it was the first time I had ever watched his stream. And as I said earlier, he's got some hot takes in his stream, Paul.
He sure does.
But I did notice, and again, I have not watched him extensively, I did notice that he does tremendous damage to pitches low in the zone.
Mm-hmm. That seems to be his nitro zone there. Inside or outside, too, but low. That lower third, he can get to it and punish you.
Throw over to second for 1. Back over to first, not in time.
Nice job getting the runner at second there. I thought with the delay that Sano had that he was just going to end up running it to first, but he still gets not the lead runner, but he gets that secondary runner, so that's runners at the corners instead of runners second and third. Oh, I was going to say it doesn't matter, though. I thought he got that for a second.
I thought he got it,
A split second.
So Glaber making another bid for a homer, but it goes foul. Here's the 0-2.
He's already 2 for 3. That'll make him 2 for 4, though.
Good pitch there. A slider up in the zone. That'll bring up Yermin Mercedes. Homered in his last AB.
I think on that play 2 plays ago, Sano was just impressed that he got the ball and he didn't really know what to do with it. At least he didn't run into the outfield, Ian Happ style. If you weren't here earlier for that, you just don't get that joke.
Yeah, that was something
I'm not
else,
going to explain
man.
it. You have to go
Holy
in the
moly.
pod. It was so weird. Thankfully, it didn't alter the outcome, because then that would have felt so cheap. Something that's so out of the control of the players. The Yerminator has a homer for both teams. Gets under that one, though.
Got under it. Fly ball, foul ground. And that will
Yermin will
retire
play
the
it.
side.
Yermin on Yermin crime there.
So we go to the home half of the 7th. Here comes Nick Swisher, 0 for 2. Facing Johnny Cueto.
Will this be Swisher's house with a sweet hit? Uh-oh, it will be.
That's pretty sweet.
Swisher house, looking real sweet. He chopped and screwed that one up.
Home run for Nick Swisher to lead off the home half of the 7th. That cuts the lead to 7-4. That'll bring up Yermin Mercedes.
You highlighted that swish offline even when you and I were just talking through the lineups. And keyed in on him.
He's the only, first of all, it's the only Nick Swisher card that's in any of the 4 lineups that when we started play. Also the only Home Run Derby X card in the lineups.
Yes. Very good card, switch hitter. And I talked about how, I've been playing this game for a long time. I'm an old head. When he was just in the pros and getting standard cards and different flashbacks, he was always well regarded. I remember a particular silver one that was a BR god for a year of a Nick Swisher. So when they brought him back as a legend, that was my first pick from that Home Run Derby X pack.
So we have a pinch hitter in the form of Brandon Marsh. That's in for a strike, evens the count at 1-1.
Must have been looking for something. That's
perfect.
Oh, no.
Right at the right fielder.
Oh, no.
That happens.
Absolutely smashed. Yeah, I mean, hey, it does. And you got the best outfielders usually chasing things down in the gap. It's just always tough when it happens, no matter what. Even when you're like, hey, I get my fair share of them.
There's people right now that are watching that are having flashbacks and PTSD
war
from having to have it happen to them. As Blake Trinan fields a little dribbler back to the mound, and that will retire the side. So we go to the top of the 8th.
It's natural for us to remember when it goes against us, and then not so much when, when we're the one catching it. But they always sting. I'm not roasting anybody that has a little grumble about those ones because they sting. That's going to get a run right back.
Perfect, and no one's catching this one. It's another home run. Miguel Sano. And it's now 8-4. Zazzy gets that run back. Wow. My gracious.
He's relentless. He's relentless. I'm sorry. I'm just going to record it and then put it on autoplay every inning because I'm saying the same stuff. But if he keeps doing the same things, I have to just repeat the greatness of Zazzy because he is just relentless.
Here's Rafi Devers.
Into the shift.
Right into the shift. Hashtag ban the shift. And that's
you'll get your
one
wish
away.
Next year.
That's right. Be interested to see how teams, because teams already right now are finding ways to manipulate it or to beat the rule.
Yep, absolutely.
McCutcheon down to the count 0-2. Now 1-2.
Judge is up with the bases loaded in real life, by the way.
Yep, I did see that.
Know. Swings through that one for McCutcheon. Second out of the inning as we go to Donaldson here with 2 outs in the top of the 8th. It's 8-4. Zazzy's up. Game 1 of a 5-game set here.
Here's a little chopper to third. Throw across to first in time, and that retires the side. We go to the home half.
Bot 8 here. He's got 6 outs to try to get at least 4 runs. That's the thing. You can never even definitively say how many runs because we know Zazzy's going to keep it coming. But that's going to be a leadoff base hit to get it started.
So the top of the order for Mariano Rivera, and he gets a leadoff knock to Jimmy Rollins.
Good take there. Hank Aaron 0 for 3. See if he can do some damage here. He pops him up. Izzy wants that one back. That was a hittable pitch. He was just too early on it. Got under it big time. That's good. PCI was a bit off, though, too. Yeah, I'm with Be Easy or BZB. I'm not sure. I don't see Judge up either. I switched to that game, too, so I'm not sure what happened there. If
Maybe this guy was watching a Yankee Classic or something.
Yeah, because I went right to it, switched down my other screen there, and I didn't see it.
Gleyber Torres 2 for 3.
Uh-oh.
That ball sent deep to left field. Going back as a left fielder. On the run. He makes the catch. Nice catch by Randall Grichuk. And there's 2 down.
If that was going to be caught, I thought it was going to be the center fielder, to be honest.
Izzy was all over that, too. Swing timing was early, but his PCI was all over it.
Man. Yeah, we got trolled on that Judge thing. He's not up. He's not up for a couple batters. That one gets away. That's going to get a runner to second there. Not the end of the world, especially with 2 outs, but we did talk about Yermin's defense. Now it affects both teams here because they're both using him, and that's going to be the 3rd out.
We go to the 9th in Game 1 of this championship series. Zazzy leading 8-4, batting in the top of the 9th right now.
It goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway because why not? He needs a 0 here, like you wouldn't believe, does Izzy? Because 4 runs is going to be hard enough, but if you let Zazzy get another couple here, it's going to be really tough to come back in the bottom of the 9th. There's a ground ball. 1 away. Good play there. Strong throw across the diamond. Bring up Grichuk, who's 3 for 4 with a homer. Facing Mariano. First pitch coming. Swings through it. Change up. Falls off the table there. A little righty-righty change piece. 0-1
saw
coming.
that Saw that nice play by Grichuk out in left field in the previous half inning.
Yeah.
He's 3 for 4 here as he steps into the plate in the top of the ninth.
That was an excellent chase down.
Here's the 2-2.
Little tapper. Mo. Oh, look at Mo hustling.
At Rivera showing off the flexibility.
He's been on that yoga program, and it's paying off there. To do a full split, pick right back up, and still make a play on the ball. That's nice. That's going to be a base hit down the line.
It's a base hit.
You get him with 2 outs, and you just can't get him 3 up, 3 down. It's so hard. Somebody else can go back and do the work, but I'd wonder how many 3 up, 3 downs Zazzy has in this tournament today. I would say 2 max of all the innings he's played.
I was going to guess 2 or 3.
It's just not something that you can do with him.
Late on a fastball at 99 is Gleyber Torres.
There's a few. I'm not calling someone a scumbag. That's his actual handle. And there's a strikeout there. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. It's last chance here for Izzy in game 1. He says, I like how they are all using different lineups. Yeah, there's a few guys that carry over. Like we said, Sano's in every lineup. Mercedes is in a couple. But a lot of different players mixed in. I do like the lineup diversity that the tournaments offer.
So 6, 7, and 8 due up here for Izzy here in the top of the ninth.
You know, this is a wild idea, and it's something that would take a lot of planning. Oh, that's a shot.
Perfect destruction.
Why would you use Miguel Sano?
Be like Mike. Miguel Sano cuts the lead to 8-5.
How cool would this be, though? You get your Final Four, and Sunday morning, they have to draft their teams. So only one use per, so whoever gets first pick can take Randy, but then he's off the table, things like that. Again, it would take a lot of setup, but I think that'd be a pretty cool way to do it in a Final Four as well. This is game 1, Dankus Dank. Bottom left will catch you up anytime you're jumping in. You see those little dots next to their name. None of them are filled right now because this is game 1. Whoever wins this game will get a little baseball filled with one of those dots showing that they're up 1-0. And then the little bat next to the name means that they're up batting as well.
That circle change misses low. It's 2-1. I would like, that one's fouled off, I would like somehow to have pitcher stamina.
Yes.
Be something that is factored in as
we've hit on that in the last couple of years as well. I'm 1,000% with you, especially on today. In the semis and the finals here, if you had to have something of a rotation, I think that'd be another great aspect. And listen, and he gets the third out there for the easy 3 up, 3 down, or not 3 up, 3 down. He got the home run there, but that's all he can get. We're still early in esports, so we're basically in the infancy here. So hopefully we see ideas expand. We've already seen things improve from where we started. If you've been with esports forever, you know that they started in a lower place and we've already moved up from there. So keep the ideas coming and we'll see how they go. But what'd you see in the game 1 there with the Zazzy barrage, and how does he feel after one?
Yeah, just what you said. Zazzy is relentless. You can't hold him down for long. He is going to get his runs. He had 12, 13 hits yet again. I'd venture to say he's been double figures in hits in every game he has played today. Yeah. And let's take a look back at how he won game 1.
Boom.
Miguel Sano smashed one here,
I believe,
to tie the game at 1.
I believe somebody in chat had mentioned that was the 3rd Sano homer, that one in the 9th, between the 2 Sanos. There's a diving play there. Great play at short to get McCutchen. And that wasn't even a super dive. That was a standard dive by Rollins. And then that dot right there, we were both freaking out on that one. And then Gleyber Torres destroyed this pitch to center. McCutchen said, no, I'm not even going to run after that one. Give me a break. That one made it 2-1 in the top of the 5th. Remember, and you were about to say it right before this homer, I believe. You were saying, oh, this is a low-scoring game. This was a 2-run homer, and then it ends up being, a relatively high-scoring game at the very end.
Oh, Mercedes. Perfect. That sound is so sweet, and a sweet swing there to cut the lead. But then
this Yermin, both Yermins here back to back.
Zazzy's Yermin answers with a homer of his own, a perfect of his own, and then here, Johan Duran catches a chopper right off the face, and he was forced to leave, relieved by Blake Trinan when Sano goes deep again. And really, that's when you got the sense that Zazzy had things firmly in hand in game one.
Duran was transported to the Ship-It hospital. He's okay.
Yes.
He did lose 3 teeth,
Yes.
but he is back with the team in the dugout for game 2.
We want to remind you, play through the Legends of the Franchise program right now. Collect those franchise cards as you try to get closer to the Jimmy Rollins card. Complete for 40,000 XP towards the featured program. So that is up right now.
Now, is that
new
80X until Friday with the double XP going? So would that be
that's a
80,
very good point.
80 grand,
yeah, that's
maybe?
a good point,
think.
Paul. We are at double XP for the remainder of the week until Friday. So be sure to take advantage of that. Fire up your console, get on the sticks, and try to make some progress on the Conquest map or any other way you can get progress on MLB The Show. With Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores. We're glad you're here. Game 1 in the book. Zazzy now leads this best of 5, 1-0. Paul, what are you looking for in game 2?
We've said it repeatedly. In the 5-game set, you're not freaking out if you lose game 1. However, if you're Izzy, I think you got to be a little bit worried about this relentless barrage that we keep hammering on with Zazzy because it's what he's doing every single game. And I think you got to get in a mindset where if I'm not getting 10 hits and 7, 8 runs, I don't know if I'm winning a game. And maybe that's not even enough either. Like that's kind of the entry point if you're Izzy. So I think he just needs to focus on getting his runs, not having too many 0 innings because you know Zazzy's just not going to have that many. So I'm eager to see what sort of changes Izzy makes to try to combat some of this insane hitting that we've seen from Zazzy all day long and all tournament long, really.
And it's not just the hitting. You and I have done a handful of these events now, and maybe it's a little bit of recency bias, but I can't recall a player dotting up his opponents consistently like Zazzy has been doing on the mound.
His choices, his decisions, he has a game plan. I don't know if it's like a mapped out sort of game plan or if it's just his natural feel for pitching. It's very sharp. I'm a huge pitching fan. I love analyzing it in real life. Watching him on the sticks on the mound is really a lot of fun with Zazzy.
All right, so here we go. This is game number 2 of this best of 5 championship series. Randy Johnson getting the call for Zazzy here as he is in the field. He's the home team in game 2. Leading off for Izzy, Andrew McCutchen, down 1-0. And as you're just joining us, lower left-hand corner of your screen, that gives us a status on where things stand. That baseball next to Zazzy's name indicates that he is up 1-0.
As crazy as this sounds, that's going to get under the legs of Randy. I think this is the first or maybe second game that Randy's starting. Not that he's appeared in, but I think as a starter, we have not seen as much Randy as a lot of us expected today.
We saw a lot of Randy in our summer circuit final here on the MLB The Show esports scene. But as you mentioned, I think this is the first time we've seen Randy as a starter today.
Did get confirmation in the chat that it's only gameplay XP, so that will not be 80 XP, which makes sense, and that's totally fair. But I was just wishful thinking.
So Hank Aaron scorches one foul, gets a piece of this one. This could fall, and it will.
And he keeps holds him up there at second there. Sorry about that. We learned that the hint from this morning about who the Battle Royale player was going to be was Corey Kluber. So Retro Finest Corey Kluber is going to be the BR reward that's going to be available starting later this week.
Well, that's a card I won't be winning on my own, so I'll have to just buy in the shop.
That's going to be filthy. Corey Kluber is an absolute stud. I knew they were throwing a smoke screen there. They had the Kansas City Royals colors, so people were like, oh, what about Greg Holland or Wade Davis? But then, no, it ended up being Kluber, 3-time All-Star. So 2 on, 1 out, ground ball, over to second.
This could be 2, flip for 1, fire for 2, got it. Zazzy gets out of a little bit of trouble here in the top of the first. Now we go to the home half. Johnny Cueto dealing with McCutchen, Donaldson, and Hank Aaron.
I don't want to overstate it, but it's really tough to get nothing there.
Yeah.
It's really tough.
Especially when you know you got to deal with this goon at the plate.
That's what I'm saying.
Whew.
That's what I'm saying. It's just so hard against Zazzy. So the fact that he gets nothing there with 2 on, 1 out, that's a stinger.
But good start for Izzy here as he gets McCutcheon to pop up to Yerman Mercedes for quick out number 1. Here's Josh Donaldson.
Cueto on the bump, by the way. He's going against
First pitch
Johnson.
swinging. That's going to split the defense into the gap. Donaldson going to head for second. Throw to the bag. Not in time. It's a 1-out double for Josh Donaldson. I can tell you that in our third, fourth place match between Goat and Dirty Town, Goat is leading game 1 of that best of 3, 3-2 in the 7th inning.
That is off stream, by the way. That's why we haven't checked in on it. But yeah, 3-2 there with a chance. Third, fourth, there's still some money disparity there, so they are playing for something.
Johnny Cueto ahead in the count, 1-2.
That's huge.
That's
right
a huge
there.
out. Yep. So
Got
Hank
a
Aaron
chance
goes
to get
down.
out of this.
And that'll bring up Gleyber Torres, who's been swinging a hot bat in this tournament.
Doc Zen mentioned that we need a third person in the booth for stats, because I would love to know the stats of 2-out hits for Zazzy, because you think you're out of an inning, and then that's when he usually turns on the floodgates. This is crucial here. Can he get out of this inning, or will Zazzy keep it going?
He does have a runner in scoring position. Count even at 2-2. Here's the pitch.
Stays
Do it
alive.
again. Fouled it back.
Donaldson not particularly fast, so it needs to be a pretty quality hit to score him, and we'll run it full here. Excuse me.
Here's the payoff pitch. Got him.
Oh, he got him swinging on one in the dirt.
Big pitch there by Izzy to get out of the inning, and we go to the second. Leading
That's gotta
off with
feel good.
Ketel Marte. Oh, absolutely. Anytime you hold him off the scoreboard for even a 1 inning, it's a win.
Yeah, that's a little boost there to your.
There's a
to
little
your
blooper.
confidence.
On the run is Hank Aaron. He can't make the catch. It's a leadoff bloop single for Ketel Marte to open the top of the second.
Nope. Ball 1.
And what's the phrase? Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Uh-oh.
Oh, Miguel Sano. High,
gonna go foul.
deep, but foul.
He was all over. Two all over that.
Oh, that's off the plate.
That ball misses inside. It's 2-1.
Swings through that one.
Nice change of speed on a split. Evens the
Back
count
to
at
the
2-2.
He does go back to the heat. Makes it 3-2, though.
I think he throws him another split. Nope,
He goes four-seamer. Wow. He's going to come in with
Now the
split
split.
slider.
Back-to-back fastballs. Give him a split.
Hit him with
Slider.
the side piece. It actually hung a little bit. That's not
It
exactly
did.
where he wanted it. That's supposed to be in off the plate.
He might have gotten away with one, but it works out for Zazzy as there's one down here in the top of the second, and here comes Nick Swisher.
Looking to be sweet again here in game 2.
Ball 1.
That's right. Swisher went deep in game 1. A game 1 loss by Izzy as he's trailing 1-0 in this best of 5. Swisher.
That's gonna stay
high,
fair?
Deep, is it? Oh, it's just foul. 3 feet outside the pole.
Robert.
Chopper to
that's
Randy
so
Johnson.
tough.
Over to second for 1. Back over to
Shohei.
first for 2. Shohei Ohtani is distraught. He's confused. He's upset.
Robert, think about the change there in
The
that
big
10
swing in the
seconds.
momentum.
Yes, from a 3 feet wide home run to
Wow.
a double play to end the inning. Like just a devastating turn of events there for Izzy. If you're Zazzy, you're feeling brilliant.
Man. All right, so here's Ketel Marte leading off. This one's headed to left center field. On the run is Hank Aaron. He will make the catch. Nice job, and there's one down. Hey, guys, make sure your account is connected. The drops are on. I had someone message me on Twitter, @Roflo, that he got a Chris Sale, Diamond
Let's
Chris
go.
Sale. Not bad. Not bad.
Let's go. I'll take any diamond in a free
Oh,
package,
for sure.
especially. I don't care if it's just 5 Gs that I'm getting. It feels great no matter what.
Here's Randall Grichuk.
Trying to
One
get
down
gritty
here
with
in the
it.
second. Getting Grichuk with it. That ball is scorched but foul. Line drive screamer. That was well foul. Here's the 2-2 to Grichuk.
Follows
We'll do
that
it
one
again.
off. Little real life thing. We mentioned how the Yankees like never want to use Chapman right now, and
Yeah.
case in point, bases loaded, nobody out in the 7th. He loaded the bases on 15 pitches so far.
Oh, wait. There's a base hit for Randall Grichuk. Are you telling me he walked the bases loaded?
I would imagine at least one walk. Let me see here.
boy.
2 walks and a hit. Yep. Does he even make the playoff roster?
That's a really good point. I know that there was some talk as Yerman Mercedes looks at a strike to even the count at 1-1. That's in for a 1-2 count. There was talk that maybe they would DFA him, which is wow.
He's terrible. Series is 1-0 right now. So much pain. Check your bottom left there. You can see that little graphic. That'll get you caught up anytime you need to, but happy to help you out there. That little baseball next to Zazzy, that means he's up 1-0. Best of 5 series. Is he looking to get back here? Got 2 outs. Runner on. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say a line out there to right, and here's Miguel Sano, the dangerous one. Remember, Zazzy says he wants this card with a runner on. An ugly swing there, however, to put it 0-2. Oh, fly ball. Deep
He put
left
a little
center
charge
field.
in that.
Wow. That retires his side.
That's just an easy flyout, but it is emblematic of the power that Sano has. That
Yeah,
it
because
was not
he
a
was
particularly
early on that.
Yeah, it was early. It wasn't a great PCI, and he still sent it out just in front of the warning track. Again, it's an easy out, but it does exemplify his power. That's going to be popped up. 1 away. Yeah, and just closing the loop on the Chapman thing for real life Yankees, you're never going to feel comfortable putting him in a spot. So I don't even know why he'd make the roster at this point. I really don't.
Here's a sharply hit ball up the middle, but the second baseman is there.
It looked better off the bat than I realized it was Cueto. I'm like, that doesn't really. Originally, I thought I had a chance to maybe scoop.
Died. It definitely died.
Yeah.
So back to the top of the order. Here's Andrew McCutchen. First pitch swinging, fly ball. Thought he had it, but he was out in front, and it's 0-1.
It's a 3-game set for the 3rd, 4th place matchup there, 1-6-7 that you're asking about. And Goat is up 1-0, and he was leading the next game as well. So I believe we'll get an update on that soon to see what's been happening there. But it is a 3-game set for 3rd place. And there is money on the line there, too. They're not just playing for posterity.
Meantime, McCutchen ahead in the count 3-1. Lifts one to shallow center field. His virtual counterpart is there, and that retires the side. Still no score. As we go to the bottom of the 3rd, Randy Johnson leading off against Johnny Cueto.
Goat's 2 outs away from sealing it, by the way. That's Dirty Town against Goat. We have Zazzy and Izzy here in the finals. Randy looking awkward up there trying to bat.
Here's the 1-2. Stays alive. Checking some other scores across Major League Baseball as there's a line drive to first, caught by Sano. 1 away. Astros leading the Rays in the 7th. Phillies pouring it on the Nats 8-1, but that game is in a rain delay in the 7th inning in Washington, D.C. Orioles do have the bases loaded with 1 out in the 7th. Game tied at 1.
And
Gunnar Henderson is at the plate.
Looks like Goat finished off the win there to get 3rd place.
Congratulations to Goat. And there's a line drive right at McCutchen. Blue Jays leading the Red Sox 6-3 in the 8th. Guardians over the Royals 7-4. Top 8.
Strike 1 there to Donaldson.
Marlins are leading the Brewers 2-0 right now. Now that's significant for the wild card. There's a chopper behind the mound to the right of second base. Low throw, but a good scoop by Sano. And that retires a side.
That's about the only thing to be decided outside of the Mets-Braves placement as far as real-life baseball goes. That's going to be a ground ball down the line.
So a leadoff double here to start the top of the 4th. And here comes Hank Aaron.
And against Randy, gets the opportunity against a lefty here.
Good speed at second in the form of Jimmy Rollins. Excellent speed, as a matter of fact. Here's the 2-1. Ooh, nice pitch.
Oof is Hot 69 mentioned that Randy is the rare throws left. That's going to be a base hit in the gap. That'll score a run.
McCutcheon rounding third. He'll score easily. Hank Aaron is in with a double. And Izzy strikes first in game 2.
Swings through that one. Strike one. Here we got Cole Hamels coming in to relieve Randy. So he's going to stick with the lefty, but go to the more finesse version with Cole Hamels. We've seen a lot of Cole Hamels today from all 4 clubs. Actually, I don't know if he's on all 4 teams, but across all the series, we've seen a lot of Cole Hamels.
Here's a grounded to short. Marte sets his feet, throws across first, and that's 1 out. Rollins will stay, or excuse me, Hank Aaron will stay at second.
Yeah, he thought about it for a second. Oh, that's going to get down
the line. That's going to get down for a base hit. Hank Aaron will score. It's a RBI double for Ketel Marte. It's now 2-0. Izzy in game 2.
Good throw there, right.
Sano sends one deep to center field. Going back is McCutcheon. It's out of here. Miguel Sano. It's a 4-run explosion for Izzy in game 2. 4 in the 4th so far.
The lefties aren't really doing anything here, and I'm not sure that right now Izzy has a single lefty in the lineup. He's got some switchies, bunch of righties. He might have a lefty or 2, but with the Johnson Hamels back-to-back, he's been getting the platoon advantage across the lineup. In fact, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, it's all righties and switches.
It's all righties and switch hitters. He's got one left-hander. Well, he's got 2 lefties on the bench in the form of Brandon Marsh and Willie McCovey. Perfect for Nicky Swish.
Swish a house, baby. Let's go. That was Swish a sweet for sure. He's been killing it. And again, you highlighted him.
Izzy is flexing his offensive muscle here in the 4th. 5 runs already in, and there's still just 1 out. And there's
another one.
Oh, diving stop by Marte.
Oh, I thought that was a base hit all day. Nice play.
What a play by the shortstop.
That was a sick play.
That was a hell of a play. Here comes Johnny Cueto.
How much longer will he stick with Hamels, I wonder?
That's a good point.
Mango's concurring with us that Swisher card is so good. Again, our eye was drawn to it right away. That's a shot. Oh, that's
Johnny Cueto making a big for a hit.
It was a clean swing that normally results in something big with a normal hitter, but with a pitcher there. I forgot that it was Cueto for a moment. My bad.
But the damage has been done. 5 runs come across as Izzy jumps out to a 5-0 lead here in game 2. Hank Aaron grounds out to short, and that's out number 1.
To this point, we're not even halfway done with the game, but to this point, Izzy has done what was deemed relatively impossible to this point, which was put up a bunch of zeros on Zazzy and just 2 hits. He's keeping that traffic off the bases, and then he put a big inning up there, and now he's got a 5-0 lead. It looks like it might be 5-1
As we say that, here comes Gleyber Torres. It's Gleyber Day.
I've got that announcer jinx working here.
Yeah, you do.
I thought you had to be professional to get that, but I've been working it.
Cuts the lead to 5-1 and make it 5-2.
Literally 5 seconds after I say it, he just starts
Zazzy
unloading.
goes back-to-back, cuts the lead to 3.
That's why I put that caveat that we weren't even halfway through. But even 3 straight zeros was pretty impressive, let's be honest. No, this is game 2 of a 5-game set. So regardless of who wins here, we've got another game at least. Izzy looking to tie the series. Zazzy looking to take a commanding 2-0 lead. That's going to be an easy pop out.
Yeah, flies out in foul ground, and that's out number 2. Here's Yerman Mercedes, as this is now pitch number 52 from Johnny Cueto. Mercedes 0 for 1. Fouls that one back, down to the count 0-2 with 2 down.
The Yerminator here, 0-1. Chops that one foul, make it 1-2. Takes that cutter easily, 2-2. Johnny Cueto kicks, fires. Easy
This is
take.
upstairs.
Run it full, and you got Sano on deck.
Payoff pitch from Cueto. We'll do it again.
You really want to get out of this inning if you're Izzy here. And he does.
Got him. Went back to the cutter in nearly the same spot. And it freezes Mercedes, and that gets him out of the inning. But Zazzy does strike back with back-to-back homers. Cuts the lead to 5-2. Here's Andrew McCutchen.
So he's sticking with Hamels despite the rough last inning. I wonder if it's a one-hit and out type of thing.
Well, Andrew McCutchen hits one deep to center field. And right with his back up against the wall, McCutchen squeezes it for out number 1.
Catch-on-catch crime there.
Here's J-Roll, 2 for 2. Looks at a fastball at the knees. Is now 0-2.
Nope, that's a ball.
That misses low.
Count 1 and 2.
Here's the 1-2. Let's see if Zazzy goes back to that fastball low and away. It was a sinker, and it was low and away, but fouled off, and we'll do it again.
J-Roll 2 for 2. Facing a 2-2 count. Deuce is wild here.
Another 2-strike pitch fouled off.
Juke, we've actually seen a surprising low amount of Randy Johnson. I want to say that the game that he started this game for Zazzy, I want to say that was the first start that we've seen today. We've seen him in relief a couple times. Dot City right there. Grab a seat. But you can use the same pitchers. There is no stamina game to game. And yet it has not been a Randy Johnson fest. And I think the dankest dank is correct. Cueto was more the super meta. Him or Hamels. We've seen a lot more of those two than we have of Randy, excuse me.
Hank Aaron down the count 0-2. Fouls that one back. We'll do it again.
Aaron's been incredible today.
Another foul ball. Game 2, championship series. Izzy leading 5-2, but trailing in the series 1-0. Here's the 1-2 from Hamels. Got him. That is Dottie Pippen.
That was so gross.
Wow. Holy smokes. So here's Johnny Cueto now dealing with Miguel Sano, who's 0 for 1. I'm assuming there'll be a pinch hitter for Cole Hamels.
Yeah,
after
you'd
Sano.
have to think so.
Very late on that cutter. Just got a piece.
Oh, that was a very hittable pitch there. Just missed it very early.
Very early.
His
in
eyes
the
got
swing
very
timing.
big on that one.
Here's the 0-2. Got him. It's another strikeout for Johnny Cueto. Now have to deal with the pinch hitter Brandon Marsh. We've seen him go deep in this tournament today.
You took the words right out of my mouth there. I was right there with you. We have seen Brandon Marsh, and we actually talked about the real life trade there too. That was kind of an interesting one. I agree with Dirty Dan too. There is a breaking point where a player gets used so much that, especially against the top players, they do lose some effectiveness because they've seen it all before as they get the strikeout there on the check swing. Flip the lineup over here with McCutcheon up now with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. And I definitely think there's some of that with Randy. These folks here, these top-tier players, they've seen Randy well over 200 times this year across the entire game cycle, depending on how much they've played. Probably upwards of 500 times, to be honest. A little 3-0 here for McCutcheon. Straight take, or do you turn him loose? I think he decided to swing very late.
Yeah.
I think he was going to take it, and he's like, oh, that's in the zone, I'll swing. One of those type of things. That one was just, he just got beat on that one. He jumped it too early. Fights back, full. This one looks like it could be a little bit of trouble. No, the right fielder got there. That one hung up.
Boy, that hung up a long time.
It really did.
So no runs. And we go to the 6th. And Izzy is working with a 5-2 lead here, batting in the top of the 6th with Gleyber Torres. He'll be facing Blake Trinan, who comes out of the bullpen. Excuse me, Chad Green comes out of the bullpen. Slow roller to third.
Easy
Donaldson makes the play, throws over to first, and quickly there's one down.
We've seen Chad Green get hit up a little bit today. He's had mixed success, I'd say. Ketel Marte now 2 for 2. Spits on that one. 1-0. Four-seamer on the outer third there. Drop the PCI a little bit, make it 1-1. Goes right back to it with the sinker, and we've highlighted that a bunch too, how consistently Zazzy will go to the same location, sometimes with the same exact pitch, but often with a different pitch.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times I think the default is if a pitch has been in this zone, I'm going to look a different zone. You don't see a lot of doubling up into the same zones, and that's been a big strategy for him.
Swing and a miss, got him.
Nasty.
That'll bring up Miguel Sano, 1 for 2. Yeah, I think just as a rule, we as players, people that play MLB The Show, don't double up enough.
Correct. I fully agree, because
We
people aren't
don't
expecting
double
it.
up our we don't double up our pitch selection enough or our pitch location enough.
Yep. And I think Zazzy is putting on a clinic as to why that can be effective. And even the little difference, there's a
Sharply
base
hit
hit.
ball. Olay animation from Sano.
Sano laying one, I kind of accept as status quo. We
too.
talked about how tough those can be, especially when you have like a Paul Goldschmidt or a Matt Olson. But when Sano's doing it, it's like, I knew what I was doing when I put Sano in. It's still tough to take, but at least with Sano, you kind of get it. Kreiner's in the chat, by the way. Speaking of
What's up, Kreiner?
studs, our summer circuit winner here, checking out the finals. The player he beat, Zazzy, trying to get his own circuit win here. And then maybe they'll meet in the winter circuit. Who knows? Or
That's gonna
invitational
retire
or
the
whatever
side.
it'll be.
As we go to the bottom half of the 6th. Zazzy with some work to do.
We haven't seen the explosive Zazzy inning yet, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this tournament. Does he have one in him this game? He's still got 4 cracks of it, so I'm not counting him out at all.
Well, to this point, Paul, Izzy has pitched very well. He's held Zazzy to so far just 4 hits and 2 runs.
Very difficult feat. It's been difficult to hold him under 4 hits in an inning, let alone 5 innings thus far. Nice pitch there. By the way, Aaron Judge is actually up right now. Bases clear, 1 out in the real-life Yankees game, for those wanting to follow that history. And he gets a strikeout there on the check swing. And he's got him off base right now. That's one thing that, it's not just good luck and hitting into outs. He has Zazzy off balance a bit here, and that's something that we just have not seen today.
Here's Hank Aaron. Looks at a ball low. It's 1-1.
We have our 3rd place winner, Goat, in the chat. Congratulations to him. Excellent showing today, Goat. He just said, bro, I don't know if I'd be able to play a whole nother 5-game series right now. And that's going to drop. That's going to be a double, at least, maybe 3. He decides to hold him. I think he had 3rd there, but it's smart to play conservative, especially when you can hit like Zazzy can. You don't need an extra base at the risk of a possible out. It's not the game. It's not the tying run or anything, so that makes sense there.
Pitch number 82 from Johnny Cueto misses low. He's down to the count 2-0 to Gleyber Torres.
That's going to be a shot.
Fly ball, left field.
Is that going? Oh, wow, it gets caught.
Hank Aaron makes the catch for out number 2. Zazzy's Hank Aaron will tag and head to third. So there's 2 down, runner at third, and here's Ketel Marte.
The counterpoint to sending that runner to third would be now that he would have scored. But again, you know, there's always butterfly effect to everything. That's going to pop up and get him out of the inning.
Zazzy chased out of the zone, and Izzy's going to get out of it. So a runner left stranded at third, and that means we go to the top of the 7th with Izzy leading 5-2. You see his bullpen activity up.
And we got Chad Green out for another inning. Continuing on with what Goat was saying, we've talked about the mental strain that these games put on you. Think of your most intense, if you're not a top tier player, think of your most intense moment. Going for World Series, going for Championship Series, playing a deep BR run. Think of how crazy that 1 game or 2 games were. That's what it's like every pitch of every game here. This is a legend series with thousands of dollars on the line. It is so intense.
All right, so we are going to have a pitching change. It's going to be Blake Trinan. Comes in with a 3-1 count, and Mercedes sends one down the line. But because he has a piano on his back, he's unable to get to second base, and it's a single to lead off the 7th. All right, so Brandon Marsh pinch hitting now, facing Blake Trinan.
Oh, so they both have Marsh.
They do. Yeah.
I don't think I quite realized that. It's very interesting. Uh-oh.
Fly ball, right field.
He
Going
didn't
back
quite
as
get
the
it.
right fielder, Hank Aaron makes the catch on the run. You're right, Paul. He did not quite get there.
He wants that one back so badly. That was a destroyable pitch.
Yeah, on the early side of good, but the PCI stayed center cut. It did not move to the right.
Mm-hmm. That's so tough.
So lineup flips over, and it's Andrew McCutchen, 0 for 3. That is hit well, but foul. Early on a sinker, down and in. Got him. Again, same pitch, roughly the same location, and McCutchen can't do anything with it. Here's J-Roll.
Two out, 1 on, 0-2 here. J-Roll against Trinan. J-Roll 2 for 3. Gets under that one.
Fly ball. Right center field.
No,
Going back is McCutchen, and he'll make the catch a few feet in front of the wall. So allowed out number 3, but we go to the home half of the 7th. 7th inning stretch time. Zazzy trailing 5-2. Izzy coming with Blake Trinan out of the bullpen to start the 7th, dealing with 6, 7, and 8 in the lineup for Zazzy.
I've noticed they have a lot of crossover. You know, we talked about the lineup diversity, and there has been a bunch across the 4 teams, but our 2 finalists here actually have a decent bit of similarities. And I guess because they're...
Oh, wow.
Ouch. That's tough.
That is something you don't see very often from a player of Zazzy's caliber. 2 weak pop flies early in the count, and quickly there's 2 down. Here's Miguel Sano. This should end the inning. Oh, no. Maybe not. Deep in the hole, but Miguel Sano beats it out, and it's a 2-out knock for Zazzy here, and the inning continues.
And how many of those has he had? We highlighted it earlier. He's been a 2-out machine. Can he make it sting? Let's see what happens here. Devers against Trinan. So that means Zazzy's Trinan will be out. Going to follow that one off, make it 1-1. Big opportunity here, and it's going to be turned
Grounder
away
up
here.
the middle. Flip to second.
Side.
That retires the side. So we go to the 8th. And you're right. We are going to see a new pitcher. It'll be Mariano Rivera.
I think the reason I'm noticing so much about their similarities, too, is they're deploying the pitchers at the same time, too. So if he comes out with Mo next inning, I'm just going to laugh because I swear they've used the same pitchers this entire game.
Ball, that's out.
9,012 in attendance as he gets him, fooled him completely there. Couldn't hold up on the slider. That's way out of the zone. Jimmers points out that these are mentally exhausted swings being taken. You're absolutely seeing it on both guys a bit. We've highlighted how much of a machine
these
Zazzy
guys
has been.
have been in front of their consoles and in front of their monitors for quite a long time, going back to yesterday.
I was going to say, don't sleep on what they did yesterday. Just today is enough to take it out of you, but throw in yesterday just to get here.
Slow roller to second. Torres throws to first, and there's 2 down.
The
Here's
mental
Ketel
acuity,
Marte.
the mental acuity needed is just as important as the hand-eye.
One and one count to Marte, who's 2 for 3.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Shocking sign on the scoreboard. You see 10 hits, and it's not in the Zazzy column.
Yeah.
Strikes out there. And the 8th will go bot 8. Zazzy with an opportunity here now. Gets top of the order against Blake Trinan.
But
McCutcheon,
you know
Donaldson.
these are still uneasy moments, uneasy at-bats for Izzy here, knowing
100%.
you've kept Zazzy in check up until this point, but does he have one of those monster innings in him?
It'd be so demoralizing for Izzy if that happened. He's down 0-1 here in the best of 5. Bottom 8, 3-1 count here with Donaldson on deck. Trinan kicks, fires. Taken all the way, it looks like. 3-2. Comes the pitch from
Payoff pitch from
McCutcheon.
Trinan. Oh, this is going to beat the D.
Oh!
Oh, look at Miguel Sano! Miguel Sano, I didn't know. Wow.
Who says he's a defensive liability? Yo, great play there. And that's going to be a
But
shot.
Josh Donaldson answers now. Opposite field, over the wall. It's a ground rule double. But we're going to need a replay of that Miguel Sano play.
That was hot.
Don't you know Miguel Sano? Now Hank Aaron.
Hank.
Straight away
track.
center field. And there's 2 down.
Wow.
What a defensive gem.
I'm still stuck
And
on
a
that play. Yep.
fortuitous for defensive gem for Izzy.
Especially. Here it comes.
Now, here's a look
Take
at the replay. Take a look at this. That is a lot of ground to cover for the big man Miguel Sano to get the speedy Andrew McCutcheon.
And don't sleep on this. That's a double if it gets by him with his speed.
100%.
Because of where the right fielder was.
This is
And it
going to
would've-
bring home a run. Base hit up the middle. Donaldson rounding third, headed for home, and it's now a 5-3 game with 2 outs in the 8th. Tying
say,
run
though-
at the plate in the form of Ketel Marte. Is Blake
Sano-
Trinan going to be the one pitching to him, however?
Sano saved it because this would be 5-4 right now after the. I know butterfly effect, it might not have happened the same way, but assuming everything would have happened the same way, that would have been a runner on second, ground rule double, and then that run there. So that's huge. Sano could get player of the game if Izzy hangs on here, based on the defensive play alone.
Here's Ketel Marte, looks at a strike at the knees. It's 1-1.
I agree with Thunderclouds pointing out that that was almost the ground rule double by Donaldson was actually almost caught too. That was almost an amazing play back to back. Oh, that was in Zazzy's nitro zone.
Yeah, it was. And again, remember what I said about what Zazzy does at the bottom of the zone. And he hit him.
Oh, it hit him.
Oh, wow. So now
Oh.
the go-ahead run steps into the plate in the form of the devastatingly handsome Randall Grichuk.
Getting gritchy with it. Oh, he left one fat there. That's scary. 1-1.
Very late on the swing timing, 1-1. Runner at first and second. Ooh, might have looked at a good pitch to hit there. It's now 1-2.
And he strikes him out.
What a big strikeout there for Izzy and for Blake Trinan. And we go to the 9th. But
that is
Zazzy
massive.
does get closer, cuts the lead to 5-3. Mariano Rivera dealing with Miguel Sano. And how many times do we see it, Paul? A
Yes.
virtual player makes a great catch, a great play in the field, and then opens the next half inning of a tournament to lead off.
Yeah, I love when that happens. I think it just happens. It probably doesn't happen all that much more than anything else, but we remember it because we're like, oh, he just made that great play, and now he's leading off. 3-2, and he's battling. Pitch 7 coming.
Ooh.
Foul it off again. Pitch 8.
Payoff pitch from Rivera. Sharply hit
So
ball, but
fat.
right at Donaldson. One down.
I'll harken back to the chat pointing out about the mentally exhausted swings. I think we saw it at the end of that inning there from Zazzy, and then just now with Izzy on the Sano at bat there, because that should have been a homer, and it normally is for him.
Here's Nick Swisher, homered earlier. Izzy would love another homer here, trying to add any amount of insurance runs before Zazzy gets his final cuts in the home half of the ninth.
Mm-hmm. He'd love, and like you said, anything would feel great. Strikes him out. Or no, excuse me, that's strike 2. Pardon me.
Here's the payoff pitch. Ooh, miss slow.
Good
It's a
take.
one-out walk. That's a great take by Izzy there. That'll bring up your main Mercedes. Here's the 0-1. Sharp base hit to right. Runners at first and second with one down. And we're going to get a left-handed hitting Willie McCovey to pinch hit for Blake Trinan.
Is this going to be a pitcher switch? It will. They'll go to the left.
will.
They'll roll this Chapman.
They'll roll
He
this
bounces
Chapman
right back to
now.
Pujols.
See,
We got the
this is
chess
what-
moves.
Yeah,
Do you not like
back and
this?
forth. I would have kept
McCovey? Or
no,
the pitcher?
I would have kept the pitcher.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want Albert Pujols facing a lefty.
Against a lefty. I feel
Yeah.
that. Take your chances with Trinan against McCovey as opposed
That's what
to
I'm thinking.
Chapman
But
against Pujols. They got him
Chapman
2-2.
a strike away from getting out of this AB with a roll.
Oh, and he froze him.
Wow.
He froze him on the circle change. What a devastating
That
pitch.
is frozen pizza. That is Sherman Williams type stuff right on the black.
That's great reference right
Jeez. For all you young kids out there, Sherman Williams
No,
is
don't
a painting
explain it to
company.
there. If you know, you know. You get the jokes that you know. Sherman Williams, that's such a good reference. I love that. There's no doubt, well, I shouldn't say no doubt, but my guess is he's looking something fast there, and so to throw the changeup was already a good decision, and then to obviously perfectly dot it helps as well. Just a
Here's
great
the payoff
sequence
pitch.
there.
Ooh. Full count.
Let's do it
Runners
again.
at first and second, they'll be on the move. A little
this could be a
dribbler.
tough
This
play.
could be trouble. Chapman
He's safe.
not going to be in time. It's an infield hit from McCutchen. That loads the bases for Jimmy Rollins.
We knew right away that one was going to be tough. Ooh,
That's unlucky. That's unlucky there for Zazzy.
he yoinked his PCI there.
But he's ahead in the count, 0-2 to Jimmy Rollins.
Go back to the change. No, he's going
This
to dump
could
that
fall.
one in.
It's going to fall right in front of Grichuk. One run will score. The runner at third will have to hold, but a big insurance run comes across for Izzy. It's now a 6-3 lead in the ninth.
That's 41 speed. You just can't push it there. Smart to hold him. You got your insurance run. Take another crack at it with Hank against Chapman here. I thought he would go back to the changeup there.
Here's the 1-1. Slap the
Base
other
hit.
way.
That'll
Past
score
the
two.
diving Miguel Sano.
Oh, never mind.
Another run will score. Runner at third will hold. It's now back to a 4-run advantage.
Even with 92 speed, that's the right decision too. It was a lot more shallow than I thought. Good play by the right fielder. It'll be
And
Johan
and
Duran.
all this damage, Paul, being done with 2 outs.
After the infield chopper there by McCutchen, it looks like Zazzy getting a little taste of his own medicine in terms of him being a 2-out goon. Now he's feeling the business end of the 2-out goonery.
And
There you
that
go.
will get
2
through for
more
a base
runs.
hit. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. Zazzy is getting the insurance and then some here in the top of the ninth. He's up 6. And this should end the inning, and it does, but not before
before the
big
damage.
runs come across for Izzy. He takes a 6-run lead into the bottom of the ninth. He will have Mariano Rivera dealing with 7, 8, and 9 here in the ninth in Game 2 of a best-of-5 championship series.
These are going to be a tough 3 outs, though. We've sang the praises of Zazzy throughout. It's no different. That's a foul tip strikeout, though. That's pretty huge.
Here's Miguel Sano, 1 for 3. You know, when we play the highlights of Game 1, I don't think there's going to be a bigger highlight as Sano ropes that one
Game
foul.
2.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a bigger highlight in Game 2 than the Miguel Sano diving stop against Andrew McCutchen.
Totally agree. Totally agree. We had that ticketed for a double, and then you keep going, and instead it's a great diving play. Donaldson does come up with the ground rule double after that and eventually scores, but it makes it a 1-run inning instead of, you know, a potential major score inning. And there's the second out, and now here he is with his last potential out.
And, you know, the beauty of baseball is, especially real-life baseball, as Hernandez swings and misses, is that sometimes you can square up a ball and it'll be right at a fielder.
It's not
Other
allowed.
times you can get one off the end of the bat, off the handle, and it'll fall in for a double.
That's not allowed. Everything has to be perfect.
Yeah,
And there it is. Big strikeout there.
That's
and
it.
Gonna
That's
end
it.
the
That's
game.
all. We have a tied series, everyone. Izzy with a 9-3 win over Zazzy in Game 2 of this best-of-5 championship series. Paul, I felt like we were real close to having a 2-0 series advantage. Swings in momentum, but ultimately it was Zazzy who, as we said, that big defensive play by Miguel Sano, and then the huge offensive explosion in the ninth inning.
Massive stuff for Izzy to come back. He really buckled down, put up a bunch of zeros on Zazzy, which has been so difficult to do. Basically did the impossible. We said, how are you going to be able to do that? He did it. Got the runs that he needed. Yes, he got a little good fortune with a little chop hit there with Andrew McCutchen to keep the inning going. You take the breaks and you make the most of them there, you know? You move on. And Zazzy's not going to be crying and carrying on about it. He knows, hey, it's 1-1 now. I'm not going to lose my head. I still got... It's a 3-game series now, folks. It's 1-1.
Yeah.
It essentially becomes a 3-game set now. It is a best-of-5, but because they're tied, it's just a best-of-3 from here on out. Let's get some highlights of this game because this was a good one.
Let's show you what you might have missed if you're just now joining us here on this Sunday. Jimmy Rollins getting it started. No score in the fourth, but then he ropes it down the line.
That was a nice hit there. That got the scoring gets going here, dumping that one into the left center gap. Easy double, makes it 1-0 against Randy Johnson. Again, I think that's either the first, maybe the second start for Randy Johnson in the entire afternoon. He's been more of a reliever. Then Cole Hamels comes in, and that one, staying on the inside there was huge to get the second run for Izzy. And then he's just in safely there with the double off Hamels. Hamels got tattooed a bit because this one's a bomb pop deep to center.
Yeah,
And
I
McCutchen
did
can
not
just look
think
at it.
this one had the distance, but it did just barely. And there's perfect destruction from Yermin Mercedes. And you were thinking, well, the route is on. But here comes Zazzy. Ketel Marte, no doubt, home run animation.
Boom.
And then
J-Roll dumps
in the
that one
ninth
in.
inning, this was the play. Actually, no, a couple of moments before. You had a infield hit by Andrew McCutchen.
Yes.
That also was big, and the scoring just kept going. Zazzy
And then,
couldn't stop him.
these are dinks and doinks here, but sometimes you place the ball where you need to, and you take the good luck, right? Like, there's no way Izzy's going to say those were his cleanest, best hits. Doesn't matter, though.
No,
you
that's
take them
baseball,
where you get
Susan.
them, and you just move on. And I know that frustrates people at times, but when you're on the winning end of it, you don't care. You move on. Because think about the time you perfect line out, and sometimes it's balanced out by a little junk dribbler. And listen, Zazzy's not going to panic. He's not going to lose his head. He's been putting up double-digit hits every single game. He got a little bit here. Clear his head. Go get a drink. Whatever. He should be fine. I can't wait to see what these two put up for the next 3 games.
Yeah, this really is a pivotal game 3. Remember, it's the first 1-3 in terms of wins in this best of 5. The series is now tied at 1 game apiece after Izzy gets the win in game 2. And as you said, Paul, it's a best of 3 now to claim the $15,000 first place prize and the right to call themselves Fall Circuit Grand Champion. So what are you looking for in game 3? What kind of adjustments do you think we possibly could see?
Might see some different pitching deployments, but I don't know that, like Zazzy, I don't think he's going to change too much. I don't think he's going to overreact to a loss. Chat pointed this out in the middle of last game, that we were seeing some tired, exhausted swings due to the mental exhaustion from playing all these games. I wonder if we're going to see more and more of that as we push further here. We are in the 5th hour of the afternoon. These guys played all day yesterday to get here, too.
Yeah.
It does wear on you. I mean, no one's pretending that it's the same as playing baseball out in the field, but it does wear on you mentally without a doubt.
Oh, for 100% sure on that fact. And as you mentioned, they both of these players had a long day yesterday, and it's turning into a long day today because the series is now tied at 1. It's a best of 3 now championship series for the right to call yourself Fall Circuit Grand Champion, in addition to that $15,000 first place prize. We did already have in our 3rd, 4th place match the series to determine your 3rd and 4th place winner. GOAT takes down Dirty Town 2 games to none. Congratulations to both of those guys, especially Dirty Town, who took out the Summer Circuit champion Kreiner yesterday to get to the Final Four, but he comes up just short. So GOAT is your 3rd place finisher, and Dirty Town is your 4th place finisher, and both of those guys will not go home empty-handed. They get some prize money as well as a gift card as well.
Big shouts to GOAT, getting that 3rd place there. 16-year-old. We're going to be hearing more from him in the future for sure. He mentioned in the chat that there's no way he could play another 5-game set right now. Like, that 3-game set to get 3rd place was enough. It's just, it is a lot. I know I keep reiterating that point, but it's hard to play this sort of intense game on Legends so much. So I really can't wait to see what happens here. The one thing I do wonder, and again, I don't think Zazzy's going to overreact to a loss, but I wonder if he feels a little bit less confident in Hamels, because that was the guy that Izzy ripped that really surprised me, because Hamels was just absolutely tearing it up for Zazzy, and he got beat up a little bit there by Izzy in that last game.
All right, so we'll take you out to game 3 of this championship series. Remember, the series is tied at 1. Clearly a pivotal game 3. We want to thank all of you who are watching on Twitch. Remember, the drops are active. Make sure your account is connected so you can claim those drops. Paul, I'm just going to check the status of my drops. Oh, I'm 93% there. Here we go now.
I've got most of mine.
And again, remember, I'm hearing that the packs are a little bit extra juicy.
A little bit juicy. A little bit juicy.
So maybe you get
5 too. You can get up to 5. So
back at Ship It here for game 3. It will be Izzy as the home team. Zazzy is your visitor, leading off with Andrew McCutcheon. We're back at Ship It. Surprised we didn't see Laughing Mountain. I mean, Ship It is definitely the OG launching pad. Yeah. But they've, because of the tweaks to it, they've taken away some of its effectiveness as far as home runs go. But Laughing Mountain, I thought, would be the park we see.
Yeah, we've seen some Laughing Mountain action, but we haven't in the finals here. And one thing to remember is that even though it's not the launching pad that it used to be, it is still juicy with that batter's eye there. Still gives you a nice clear look at the ball, and so players are still comfortable there. Remember, they've played hundreds upon hundreds of games in Ship It if you're a top-tier player.
Zazzy with a leadoff knock with Andrew McCutcheon, so he's at first base for Josh Donaldson. First pitch swinging,
he
lazy
wanted
fly
that
ball.
one.
He sure did.
That's a 2-0 lead right there if you give it back to him. And again, is that the mental fatigue or just a miss hit there? I don't want to overstate everything, and every time they make a bad swing, say, oh, that's the mental. But you don't see misses like that from Zazzy. Now it looks like double play here, and it is. So after the leadoff hit, instantly turns him away with a 1-pitch out to Donaldson and a 1-pitch double play to, was that Hank Aaron batting 3rd? And all of a sudden, he's batting against Burns. He's going to drop that one. Foul.
That is going to be foul. That was a quick top of the first.
Especially from Zazzy. You don't usually see.
We usually see him work the count a little bit more than that. But that's a dot right there from Corbin Burns. Let's show you the double play with Hank Aaron. Flip for 1, fire for 2.
It was a 5-pitch inning, or 4-pitch.
Izzy got out of the inning here. There's one away.
And
as
now
Andrew McCutchen flies out, and that'll bring up Jimmy Rollins.
we got J-Roll here hitting a cool 471. No big deal. Just an easy 471. Facing Corbin Burns. We did see a little Corbin Burns very early. I forget exactly. I don't think it was
Burns started
Zazzy.
Game 1 of the semifinal series.
Yes, but I think it was the
Dirty
other
Town.
series, right? Oh, was it with
wait.
Zazzy? I don't remember, to be honest. So I'm not even gonna speculate. We have seen Corbin today, though. I know that for a fact.
Fly
That's
ball,
gonna be a double.
Left field. Left fielder can't get to it. Grichuk will collect it off the carom. But it's a one-out base hit, one-out double for Jimmy Rollins. And here's Hank Aaron.
Roflo, this will soon be us once we finish getting the J-roll that we're both working on.
That's right. That's right.
We will be
I
hitting
can't
doubles.
wait to get all these hits. Just you wait, opponents online. As soon as I get my Jimmy Rollins card, it's going to be all different.
I will be hitting 270 with him, and that will be good
Yes,
for me.
That's right.
Hank
Here's Hank
Aaron up
Aaron.
now.
Ahead in the count 3-1 with the dangerous Gleyber Torres on deck. Well out in front of that one and sends it foul. It's 3-2.
Oh, that was a very hittable
Grounded to
pitch there.
short. Rollins will stay at second. Throw over to first in time, and there's 2 away.
Glabes has had a huge day across the tournament. Dot City.
Oh, my gosh. Bottom of the first, game 3. Series tied at 1.
Putting some hittable pitches in the zone.
If you're just joining us, or maybe you've stepped away and just now back, left-hand bottom corner of your screen. That's our status graphic. That's going to fall
wow.
in for a base hit. Little jam shot there from Gleyber Torres. Runners at the corners and 2 down.
And yes, the timing was very late, but the PCI is married to that ball there. So it's a nice little dink hit there into right. Summer Circuit was won by Kreiner, Jonesy. And Dirty Town, who was one of our finalists or semifinalists today, took him out yesterday in a crazy game. Oh, tips that one foul. Strike 2.
Here's the 1-2 from Burns.
Got him with the cut piece again.
This should
Went
end the
back-to-back
inning.
cut.
And it does. So Zazzy works out of trouble in the home half of the first, strands a couple of runners, and we go to the second, no score. Johnny Cueto dealing with 4, 5, and 6, starting with Gleyber Torres. Gleyber Torres was batting 6th in Zazzy's lineup to open the tournament, but now he has been moved up in the order in the cleanup spot.
Deserved move up, I would say. Game 3 here, by the way, that we're in. For those asking in chat, saw that.
Yeah, Jet City Magic, if you ever wonder about where things stand, look in the lower left-hand corner. That's our status graphic. It tells you what the score is in the series, as well as who's batting.
Yeah, that little bat icon next to the ZAZ indicates that Zazzy's up. Two pitch now.
Check swing, didn't go. Runs it full. Ketel Marte on deck. Sends that one foul, and we'll do it again. Here's another payoff pitch. Another foul ball. Remember, Cueto threw just 5 pitches in the first inning.
I know, that was so crazy. Crazy to see for anybody in tournaments like this, but again, we've repeatedly sang the praises of Zazzy's hitting today. So to see him have a 5-pitch inning is shocking, if anything.
Torres grounds out to third, and there's 1 down. Here's the switch hitting Ketel Marte batting from the left side.
Joel, I'm not entirely sure. I think it's the All-Star Corbin Burns, but I'm not 100% on that. When he comes up to bat, I'll try to get a look at the card art for you. He's going to swing through that one.
Got him to chase. And there's 2 down. Here's Randall Grichuk. Base is empty, 2 down.
Hopefully, Doc's then asking if the winner will receive one of those large novelty checks. I hope so.
That would be nice.
I wouldn't want to play in the tournament if I don't.
Defense shifted towards third base, but Grichuk comes up empty, and that retires the side. No score. We go to the bottom of the second.
I think so too, Juke.
Leading things off.
I'm getting confirmation in Zazzy's chat, but it's got to be the All-Star one. I'd be surprised otherwise. But we'll confirm 100%.
Meantime, Corbin Burns has fallen down on the count 3-0 to Miguel Sano.
Straight take there.
Nick Swisher on deck. That'll run it full. Sinker at 97. Lazy fly ball, shallow center field. One down.
Swisher House coming up now.
Here's Nick Swisher. He's homered in this series. Looks at a ball low. Here's the 1-0.
It is indeed the All-Star. Thanks to Zazzy's chat. Helped me out there. Figured, but just wanted to be sure.
Second consecutive AB that Corbin Burns has fallen behind 3-0.
He swings on that one. He didn't want to take another one right down the middle, but the PCI was a little wonky. Gets another cut piece down the middle and misses it.
2 down here in the bottom of the second. Here's Yermin Mercedes. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. So a 2-1 count to Izzy's Yermin Mercedes, your catcher. And ahead in the count now 3-1. 3 different ABs that Corbin Burns has gone to a 3-ball count on. But he does get Mercedes to ground to third base, throw across to first in time, and that retires the side. We are through 2, no score. Yermin Mercedes leading off the third inning for Zazzy. Here's the 0-1. Fouls that one back. It's now 0-2. $15,000 among the prizes up for grabs for first place here in this tournament.
Minus our cut.
That's true.
We'll negotiate that with the winners. You know.
Exactly.
Why do you think I've been saying such nice things about both of them?
Oh my God.
Oh, that's unfair.
That is NSFW.
It really is.
Gross. Nasty. Filthy.
Can't believe we can show this on Twitch.
I don't think so. Definitely don't search that in your work browser, whatever you do. Gracious.
Nasty, nasty pitch.
Oh,
we're doing
we're gonna
PCI
see a little,
changes here.
Adjustment in the PCI. What do you make of that, Paul?
Hey, he's not hitting like he was, and he's wondering what's going on here. Now, again, I really do think it is fatigue a bit, that more than anything else, and he's just trying to adjust to that, and he ends up striking out there too.
All right, so here's Corbin Burns batting with 2 down. Just 3 combined hits thus far in this game.
Yes, and the fatigue is kicking in with both of them.
I would agree, and how could it not? I mean, as you mentioned, we are in hour number. We are just now beginning hour number 6.
Darn near, yeah.
We started at 12:45 Eastern time.
Well, and especially when you figure that both of our participants were warming up earlier too. We saw Zazzy. We were watching him warm up. I would imagine that Izzy was as well. So they've been on the sticks probably an hour plus before airtime too.
Johnny Cueto grounds out to start the third inning, and there's 1 away. That'll bring up Andrew McCutchen. My gosh. Both of these guys are really painting the corners.
It's been really impressive. Will we get our first pitching duel? You know, combined score under 5 or something.
That's going to split the gap.
That's going to be
He's
3.
thinking 3. Nope. He's going to stay at second.
He was right. He was right. That's why they're where they're at, and I'm sitting here. Because, again, I'm the worst base runner in the universe. Even Ruben Rivera thinks I'm an idiot base runner. That's another old head reference. Robert and I are a combined 1,000 years old.
Wasn't it Johnny
John Miller
who
with just
said,
a brilliant
"That is the
call."
worst
Yes.
piece of base running I have ever seen."
Yes.
That ground out moves the runner to third. Andrew McCutchen now at third for Hank Aaron. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Here's the 0-1. Reaches out and slaps it up the middle. Here comes a run. And Izzy leads in game 3 of this championship series. Hank Aaron with a little squib job up the middle.
Yeah, grinding out some base hits. It's not what we. Is that gonna? No, it's goes foul. Okay, I thought so. He did a little home run react there, so
Yeah,
I
thought I
you know,
saw the no doubt home run animation.
made me a little wobbly there for a second. That's gonna be
diving
great
stop
play.
by Marte.
Goes
Over
the
to
short
second.
way.
And that
Nice.
retires the side. But not before Izzy gets one, and he now leads through 3, 1-0.
Very nice.
Top of the
That was a
order
great
now.
play.
Andrew McCutchen leading off.
So he snuffs it out with just the one run, does Zazzy, and now he gets a chance to come back and bat. Again, I don't know for sure, but I got to believe he's, feeling a little off kilter based on the way he was hitting versus how he was hitting last game and now the beginning of this game. It has not been the Zazzy that we saw through most of the afternoon. And that's just going to be the grind getting you. And he's going back to the PCI to change, goes back down
this is the second
to
time we've
10%
seen him.
transparency.
Second time we've seen him adjust the transparency.
He's uncomfortable right now. I don't know how their hands aren't pouring sweat out with this much money on the line, too.
So Zazzy trying to jumpstart his offense here. Down 1-0 in the fourth. And this will find the outfield grass. 1-0, or a base hit for Josh Donaldson with one down here in the fourth.
JD, base knock, brings up Hank Aaron. Oh, seeing that, again, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but he just wasn't missing pitches like that earlier in the afternoon.
Well, Hank Aaron now down to the count 0-2. That misses low. Climbed the strike zone and got Hank Aaron to chase. McCutchen is there, and there's 2 down.
Wow.
Fly ball, right field.
That's gone.
This looks like it's going to be gone. It is gone. Gleyber Torres
He spit
jump
all over
starts
that.
the offense for Zazzy, and just like that, he has a 2-1 lead.
And I don't know if this is just coincidence. By the way, ground out there, going to end the inning, but not before he gets a 2-run homer. That Scan comes back in the chat, starts chatting, and then Gleyber goes yard. Is that coincidence? I think not, Robert. I think not.
With that being said, I feel like we are seeing a much more aggressive Zazzy than we have in the past.
Yes, we absolutely
A lot of
are.
first pitch swings, a lot of short innings. And that's something, like I said, I didn't feel like we were seeing at the beginning of beginning of the day.
Yes, and that I will 1,000% attribute to the drain, the mental drain. That's the first thing that goes. Now it goes a lot sooner for those of us in the mid tiers. I play 4 or 5 games in a row. I start getting a little careless with it. These guys play back-to-back days of all legend games against super sweats. You're going to start to lose your juice a little bit. What's up, Kendall B? Welcome. That's going to be a rip. Stays fair.
And that's in the corner.
It's going to be an easy double.
A 2-out. Oh, no.
Oh, no, he sends him back. Okay.
That's probably wise.
I'm
But
going to
Nick
say
Swisher in with a
no.
sharply hit single. You would have went for it, huh?
Absolutely. Once it settled in the corner, I thought he had it. But again, I will continue to reiterate that I'm an idiot base runner. So if people disagree with me and there's overwhelming disagreement, I'm probably going to, defer to y'all, but I thought he had the double there.
Mercedes flies out to Randall Grichuk, and that retires the side. Yeah, there's 3 staples that you can see when you come to my streams. I'm going to hit into a double play numerous times. I'm going to make an awful base running mistake, and I'll give up a hit to an opposing pitcher. Those are kind of my 3 pillars for a stream.
That's hilarious. My steady is definitely the terrible base running, which is why I will not aggressively say like, oh, he had to go there. I will definitely defer. That one's going to be to the track, but looks playable and is. I'm not sure if Hank Aaron has 99 arm veggie, but it was Hank Aaron, so that's fair too, you know. And you don't want to make the third out there trying to get that double, but I think he had it.
He's going to want that one back. Yerman Mercedes, good on the swing timing, but just to the right on the PCI. Man, I'm surprised that didn't go further.
Yeah, that one looked like it was going to be a bit more of a damaging hit. Brings up Sano here with a 1-0 count, 2 outs, top 5. We're in game 3 of a 5-game set. Series even up at 1. Zazzy won the first game. Izzy came back with a really strong game 2 to knot it up. And I feel that too, Thunderclouds. I had mentioned that earlier, that one of the reasons that they do, as he strikes out Sano to end the inning, one of the reasons that they play it cautiously on the bases is because they know that they can hit homers throughout their entire lineup, and that is 100% a valid point. I just thought on that one, with the way it's set down, that's going to be Cueto, so I doubt that's going to be a hit, and it'll be caught. The way it's set down in the right field corner, I thought he had it, but again, I'm not trying to argue it too vehemently. It made sense why he would play it cautiously there. I totally hear y'all.
It's so interesting that when you look at where things stand right now, I wonder if both players are feeling the effects of some sort of mental fatigue or fatigue in general, because neither one of them to this point, as you see McCutchen, a little dribbler, this could be tough play. McCutchen does run well. He beats it out. It's an infield hit in the bottom of the 5th for Andrew McCutchen.
We've seen that before.
Yes, we have. An infield hit from McCutchen was part of a rally in game 2, but flip for 1, fire for no.
Ends up being just a fielder's choice there.
I thought Marte got. I thought Zazzy got a weird animation from Marte there at second base on the relay.
Yeah, it definitely felt like, even with 99 speed, I thought he had a better chance at that, and it turned out not really.
Yep, that ball went out.
All right, so 2 down here, bottom of the 5th. Zazzy leading 2-1. Slow roller to short. Marte, throw across his body, gets Hank Aaron by a step. Hey, Ketel Marte, a little urgency, huh? Can we get a little urgency in the fielding animations, please? Thank you.
Seriously, that one was scary.
You're killing me, Marte. How about the one where the catcher will pat his glove with the ball like 3 times before he throws it?
On
You're
a difficult
tight game
play.
And you're like, my man, just throw the ball.
It's like maybe if you have a pitcher running or something, but otherwise, hurry it up, my guy. I'm with you on that. The glove tap kills me. As he gets the strikeout there to flip the order, it'll be McCutchen up now. 2-1 game, Zazzy up. Game 3.
Well, this game's already in the 6th inning.
It's been breezing. That's what happens when there aren't many runs. There's only 9 total hits.
Yeah.
That's usually 2 innings of work from these gents.
McCutchen down in the count.
He goes and gets
into
that one.
High fly ball, left field. Oh, Hank Aaron. I think that's a home run robbing catch. We're going to have to see a replay of that a little bit later. But I think Hank Aaron came through with the disrespectful tippy-toe catch at the wall, as that's going to retire the side. Yeah,
here comes the replay.
Let's take another look. McCutchen keeping the hands in on an inside fastball, inside sinker, and then
with the slow-mo.
Oh, the slow-mo tippy-toe.
It's very close to the line there as we see a ground out here, bot 6 to open up. Izzy's half. Wow. Can we give a lot of credit there to how strong of a swing he even put on that pitch? That was up at his teeth. And
Yeah.
he got his hands in, like you said, and ripped it down the line there.
All right, so quickly, there's 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th. Here's Miguel Sano, 0 for 2.
Big chance for Corbin Burns to cut the pitch count back down. He's at 76, but this is looking like a quick
That's a
inning.
great
He's got
call.
him 0-2.
Yep, about to throw pitch number 78 to Miguel Sano. Right back up the middle. Marte. Throw across to first in time, and that retires the side. Through 6, it's Zazzy up 2-1. Here's Hank Aaron to lead off the 7th.
Be 3-4-5. Cueto's still out there. Speaking of pitch count, he's at 57 pitches through 6 against Zazzy. I mean, that's just not what we've seen today at all.
And Hank
I'm
Aaron,
stunned.
1-1. Yeah, I'm with you. I am surprised it has been a quote-unquote pitcher's duel. But clearly, both of these players are capable of putting up a whole bunch of runs in a short amount of time as Hank Aaron reaches out and sends one to right, and it's a leadoff knock to start the 7th.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's a mix. You know, we've talked about the mental fatigue, but also strong pitching by by Izzy.
That cutter catches the corner. It's 0-2. This could be 2. Flip for
be.
1. Fire for 2.
Boink.
Just like that, 2 down. So the leadoff hit by Hank Aaron is erased, and that'll bring up Ketel Marte.
I feel like we've also seen an inordinate number of double plays this game, too, which is another part of the reason why it's going so quickly.
I feel like they're trying to steal my gimmick, to be quite frank with you.
They heard that it was a staple of your stream.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
They're honing in on your craft. Rude.
I tell people when they come to my stream, come for the double plays, stay for the witty banter.
There you go. There
Meantime,
you go.
Marte down on the count 1-2. Izzy likes to throw that fastball with 2 strikes up in the zone to try to get the hitter to chase.
And he goes to the cutter with it and got him to follow that one off. Pitch 69 was pretty nice there. 2-2 does. Let's do it again. Good take.
That's a great take.
Because that moved late.
Yes,
that
it
was
did.
a good pitch.
It was a strike right up until the last moment.
Goes right back to it.
And he went back to it. Another payoff pitch coming from Johnny Cueto. Little dribbler out in front. Johnny Cueto. We're going to do it for Johnny, man. Do it for Johnny. Flip
And that'll
over to
retire
first,
the
and that
side.
retires the side. That's a nice Outsiders reference, a movie that was made in the mid-'80s. You young people know about that? Probably not. Here's
Stay
Nick
golden,
Swisher.
Pony Boy. Stay golden.
Yeah, stay gold.
We're going to get those Soches during the Rumble. There's a
that
hit.
ball
That's gone.
Scorched to right.
That's destroyed.
It's out
tied.
of here.
This game is
This
tied.
game is tied.
Shouts to Matty V.
Nicky Swish ties the game at 2. Second homer of the series. Here's Yerman Mercedes. Sends one to right. Playable for Hank Aaron, and that's out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th.
That's gonna be it for Cueto, which I totally get, by the way. You want to get a batter up here, but he had such a low pitch count that he realistically could have kept it going. But I understand in a tie game when you're trying to take a pivotal 2-1 lead, you go to the pinch hitter here, but it just goes to show how great of a game Cueto threw.
The pinch hitter is Brandon Marsh. Corbin Burns pitching in a 2-2 game with 1 down in the 7th.
We've
He's
seen
already given
Marsh.
up a homer to Nick Swisher.
We've seen Marsh be great in pinch hit role today for both clubs. Come up with some key hits.
Here's the 2-2 from Burns. Back up the middle. Off
the
Corbin
gut.
Burns' face.
Man, pitcher's getting blasted
Pitchers
today.
taking heavy artillery here in the fall circuit finals. Wow. So that means a runner at first, 1 out, and Andrew McCutchen is at the plate. Very good speed with Brandon Marsh, and we're going to see that speed on display.
That's
in
going
the
to score
gap.
a run.
Rounding third, headed for home is Marsh. It's a go-ahead RBI double for Andrew McCutchen.
Huge. Is that going to be it for Burns? I think so. Games are on legend here, folks. Game 3 of a best-of-5. Series tied at 1. Blake Trinan coming in now to face Jimmy Rollins. 2 runs this inning for Izzy to take the lead in a pivotal Game 3. 1-1 now to Rollins with Blake Trinan pitching. Go ahead, Roflo. There's a base hit.
This is going to bring the runner home. It's another run. It's now 4-2. As McCutchen scores on the base hit from Jimmy Rollins. It's J-Roll.
Gonna be tough to double up here.
Yeah,
he's just gonna take. Nah, I could tell once it hit that chop.
Once he got that second hop, you knew it was going to be probably too late to get 2.
Especially with the 99, then you make sure you get your guaranteed out there instead of trying to get Jimmy at second.
Lead runner still at second, 2 down. Here's Gleyber Torres. 3 runs have come across. Excuse me, 2 runs have scored. Gleyber Torres had to fight that one off. Foul ball and foul ball.
That was a 3-run inning.
Fly ball and foul ground.
That was a 3-run inning.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, he was down 2-1.
He was down 2-1, but 3 runs come across the score, and it's now 4-2. And notice the hit discrepancy between the two. Izzy with 10 hits, Zazzy with 4, and we are late in the game, and Zazzy only has 4 hits, Paul. That's quite surprising.
It's completely different. These last 2 games, it's just Zazzy is not where he was. He can definitely get back there, but we'd be lying if we said that he hasn't had a little bit of a downtick from where he was. And credit to Izzy for his pitching, too. It's not just Zazzy. Izzy is a big part of that. Good take there and run it full. Yermin on deck. Comes the payoff pitch. Swings right through it. And that's something that we just did not see from Zazzy in the early part of the afternoon.
No.
Literal swing throughs. You might have seen, you saw outs for sure, but strikeouts, swinging, just not something that we saw with any consistency. It'll be Yermin now with 1 out. Nobody on. Mariano Rivera just on for this inning. Takes that one high, make it 1-1. Rivera kicks, fires, stays high with it.
Again.
Easy take there. It makes it 3-1. I imagine this is a straight take, but let's see.
No.
He swings at it. I just thought maybe with the way he's been in a little bit of a funk that maybe he's just trying to get that base runner, but if he's anticipating a strike, you go for it. Good swing there because that would have been dotted up.
That was right on the black. Payoff pitch.
Is that going to drop?
Flare out to left. It's going to roll past Hank Aaron. Andrew McCutchen backs him up. And Yermin Mercedes will have to hold at first. So
now,
good heads-up baseball there by virtual Andrew McCutchen.
That's a little bit more of a Yermin Honda Civic than it was a Yermin Mercedes, but it was still a quality hit there.
Now we will have a pinch hitter in the form of Rafi Devers. So Zazzy has Yermin Mercedes at the plate. I'm sorry, at first base. Rafi Devers at the plate. Now, Zazzy, Paul, does not have another catcher. So late in the game, maybe this could be an opportunity to pinch run for the slowish Yermin Mercedes, but he doesn't have another catcher, so he does not have that option.
Correct. And that's something that you and I highlighted not only at the outset of the broadcast, but offline to each other when we were going through the lineups.
Yeah, I would have liked. Now, granted, you can't have God squads, and this is going to be in the gap. This could be what I mentioned.
That might be a
Mercedes
run.
does not have the speed to head home.
Can't send him.
But it's a double for Bo Bichette.
Oh, that's a shot.
Perfect.
Oh.
But is it? It
Nope.
will fall. Here comes one run. They
Throw
might
back to
have
third.
Bichette hung up between third and home, but he gets back safely.
Could you imagine if that ended the inning?
Right? That could have been disastrous.
Holy smokes. Nice
But
pitch
it's a
there.
4-3 game here as Josh Donaldson steps to the plate with 2 down and runners at the corners. Chopper to the left side. Cut off by the third baseman. Throw in the dirt. Nice scoop by Miguel Sano. A run scores. Excuse me, that retires aside, but a run does score. Cuts the lead to 4-3 as we go into the bottom of the 8th.
Yet no one thought that Zazzy was just going to roll over, and you saw it right there. He's fighting right back. He's going to make them. Oh, nice play. Chill. Was that Devers?
What a play. Okay,
I see you,
Rafi
Devers. After getting that.
That Olay animation earlier. All right, so 2-0. Rivera pours in a strike there.
We got double Rivera's going right now.
And Miguel
Take
Sano
there.
ahead in the count, now 3-1 with a dangerous Nick Swisher on deck.
Yeah, Swish has been huge. That's going to be a ground out.
Quickly, there's 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th. Let me see. I think due up in the 9th, if I have this right, for Zazzy, Hank Aaron, Randall Grichuk, and Ketel Marte. So 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
Due up in the 9th for Zazzy.
Can't get much better setup than that.
Nope. Currently trailing 4-3. Nick Swisher ahead in the count 2-1. Checked his swing. Yes, he did. He's ahead in the count now 3-1. Fouls that one off, and it's full. Late on the swing timing, but all over it on the PCI. Payoff pitch. Oh, my goodness. What a take.
Stone
Teach me your
take.
ways. Teach me your ways. That's a heck of a take. Now here comes Yerman Mercedes, 0 for 3. Pushes that one foul. It's 1-1.
Yerminator 0 for 3. Looking to change that here. 2-1 count coming.
Sends that one back foul. It's 2-2. Game 3, championship series. Series tied at 1. Another full count. Runner at first will be on the move. And we'll do it again.
Oh, swings through that one for the strikeout.
Wow, big pitch. All right, here we go.
That's huge.
3, 4, and 5 due up in the 9th. Zazzy needs at least a run to extend. Dustin May charged with getting the final 3 outs.
Ah, Dustin May here. Now, he got beat up a little bit last game. See what he can do here. He's got nasty stuff, of course.
Ahead in the count 0-2 to Hank Aaron. But Hank Aaron gets into one. High, deep, gone. Hammer and Hank nails one at Ship It. And we're tied at 4.
Uh-oh, back to back.
Torres just gives Zazzy the lead.
Wow.
Back-to-back jacks to open the 9th.
Wow.
And I am yelling.
That's why you don't count him out. That's why you just
Wow.
don't count him out.
What a momentum swing. Zazzy down 4-3. He opens the 9th with back-to-back homers. Now he's on top by a run.
Wow. That's crazy. And I mentioned that Dustin
someone in
May.
the chat says Dustin May might have been the wrong choice.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I said Dustin May got beat up last time, and looks like he doesn't have it. I don't think we're going to see him in games 4 and 5 if we get there.
All right, so a line out to left, and that brings up Randall
that was a good
Grichuk. That
pitch.
is a frickin' Dottie Pippen right there.
I don't know that that's going to make up for the 2 home runs, though.
No. Randall Grichuk 0 for 3.
Oh, there you
That
go.
cutter at the knees dots him up for out number 2. Here's Yerman Mercedes. Now, it's a little bit of what have you done for me lately, but since the back-to-back homers, this Dustin May has pitched pretty well.
True. But he gave him a back-to-back
But it's kind of like, you know, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a base hit. Is that off Dustin May or off the mound?
I think it's off the mound there.
Okay. Fortuitous bounce for Zazzy here to extend the ninth inning, and that'll bring up the left-handed hitting Rafi Devers.
Phil said he just got back. He was watching Judge and charging his phone. You just missed Zazzy hit back-to-back homers in the top of the ninth to take the lead.
Aroldis Chapman facing Albert Pujols, sharply hit, but right to the second baseman, who fields and throws to first, and that retires the side, but not before Zazzy cranks back-to-back homers to open the ninth. He's now 3 outs away from a 2-1 series advantage in this championship series. Mariano Rivera dealing with Willie McCovey. Now this is the 84. I believe this is the 84 Willie McCovey.
Tie ball game.
Whether it's 84 McCovey, 94, 104, we're tied at 5.
What a clutch hit there.
Wow.
Izzy did not panic. Immediately goes boomtown. And we're tied again.
And Andrew McCutchen making a bid. High fly ball. Left center field. Going back. And McCutchen makes the catch a few feet in front of the wall. Here's Jimmy Rollins. He certainly has the pop to end this with one swing. Tie ball game. 9th inning. 1 out. 0-2 count. Series tied at 1.
That's going to be a base hit.
That's going to be a base hit. Winning run is on base for Izzy. And he will send up Hank Aaron.
That's it for Mo. It'll be Chap against Aaron. Uh-oh.
Aroldis Chapman starts Hank Aaron off with a fastball at 100 miles per hour on the black.
Oh.
Ooh, dots him up on a
That's
circle change.
disgusting.
Ahead of the count, 0-2. That misses wide. It's 1-2. Aroldis Chapman in a big spot with the game on the line. What could go wrong?
I wonder, you know, do you start a runner here? Try to get him to second. I know we talked about not running that much because you can always hit homers, but getting that runner in scoring position could be huge.
Payoff
but it might
pitch.
be a walk.
Sharply
get
hit ball
over?
to straightaway center field, but McCutchen drifts back and makes the catch. Jimmy Rollins will have to hustle back to first, and there's 2 down. Here's Gleyber Torres.
Inside, ball 1.
1-0.
Coach sweating. I feel you,
is sweating
Coach.
it out.
I love
Torres
Coach.
ahead in the count, 2-0.
I got 2 on the count.
Late on a sinker. It's now 2-1. Ground ball,
That's
left
gonna retire the
side.
side.
Donaldson
We got
is there,
extras,
and that will
baby.
retire the side.
Free
But we
baseball.
go to extra innings. Tied at 5 in a series tied at 1.
This has been a brilliant game. What a series so far.
Really,
These guys are
really
really
has.
putting on a show.
Remember, you've got a runner at second in the form. It looks like Albert Pujols because he made the last out.
Is going to be the runner?
It looks like he's going to be the runner, which is not ideal.
No.
I believe this
I
is...
would make a change.
Is this the Albert Pujols that has 0 speed or 60 speed?
It's live series, so it's got to be.
Okay, so he has 0 speed.
Yeah.
So in case you're wondering, just imagine that Albert Pujols at second has a refrigerator on his back. As a swing and a miss is good for out number 1. Blake Trinan
I'm
now.
surprised he hasn't considered a pinch runner here.
Let
He
me
might
look
not
at
have
who he
somebody-
has. There's a little dribbler. Pujols.
Oh, no, what's
they've
he
got him
doing?
hung up. They've
What's
got
he
him hung
doing?
up. That is some poor base running there by Zazzy, and that is out number 2 here in the top of the 10th. He's got to be the sickest man in America.
Oh, that's tough. Graceful Swan joining us. Welcome, Graceful Swan. This is the finals. This is game 3. We're in extras. It's been amazing.
And
now, that wouldn't have scored the run, though. That would have just gotten him to third.
But it would have put Pujols at third with less than 2 outs. Man. All right, so Hank Aaron now trying to save Zazzy here. That's in for a strike.
Phil, they could have used the 700 homer Pujols if they wanted, just nobody chose to use him, though.
I'm looking at who was available. I think he had Marwin Gonzalez available as he swings and misses, and no runs for Zazzy. Now, just 1 run is needed for Izzy to extend this game. Here comes Nolan Ryan out of the pen.
That is a mental mistake from Zazzy that we just haven't seen today. He just hasn't made errors like that.
Yep. He had Marwin Gonzalez on the bench, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, Marwin is not a speed merchant, but he's better than 0.
In comparison. And so it's kind of a double miss move.
Fly ball, right field, going
going to get him
back.
to third, though.
At the wall, and he makes the catch. Hank Aaron with yet another catch on his tippy toes, but the runner does tag and head to third. So now the winning run, 90 feet away, and there's just 1 out.
90 feet, yep. Not much difference. 0 speed at second, 92 at first. No, it's about losing the base runner. It's not even as much about the pinch running. It's the gaff that he made on the bases. Infield is in, which raises batting averages 100 points, generally speaking. Obviously, the infield's in to keep the runner at third, though, so it's a calculated gamble.
As Miguel Sano ahead in the count, 2-1. 1 down, extra innings, game 3. Now he's ahead in the count, 3-1, with the dangerous Nick Swisher looming on deck. Ooh. Very early on the sink piece. He may have been waiting on the old number 1.
Oh, he swings through it.
What a pitch by Zazzy. Big out number 2.
He's going to walk.
They'll intentionally walk Nick Swisher.
Okay.
To face Yermin Mercedes, right versus right.
And
so a
not
good
a
decision
diamond
there by Zazzy.
Yes. The 100 points is a real life stat. I have no idea what it does for... That's a ball game.
Either way, that's a game winner.
Still the right move to walk him there. You're playing the right strategy. You make Mercedes get a base hit, and he was a Mercedes there.
Izzy now a game away from a $15,000 first place prize, $15,000 first place prize, thanks to a 6-5 extra inning win over Zazzy. He's now just a win away, Paul, from claiming that he is the fall circuit champion.
What an amazing game there.
Great game.
Great showing by both folks there. Back and forth. We got extras. Base running gaff by Zazzy. So unexpected there. It was kind of pivotal. Don't know if he would have necessarily scored there, but let's take a look at some highlights here. There was not much scoring going on. We're bottom 3 here. That gets the first run in. Things stayed light on the scoring pretty much throughout. You're going to see a home run here to make it 2-1. Zazzy took the lead, and this was like right as we were saying, wow, Zazzy hasn't done anything, and then he hits a 2-run shot. Now we go top 6. Kutch goes yard, makes it 3-1. Oh, no, this was the one that was caught at the very top. That's right, that's right.
The home run robbing catch.
That's right. And then this
one,
one,
Corbin Burns off his face.
Didn't appreciate that one for a base hit in the bottom of the 7th. And then he drops it in the gap there. That scores the run to make it 3-2. Great hit there. Obviously with the 86 speed, scoring all the way from first. And then he piles on with another run here, made it 4-2. And this is where we were like, whoa, Zazzy's in some real trouble here. But he battled back as he always does. Crushes Dustin May.
9th inning. Greets Dustin May with back-to-back homers. That homer from Hank Aaron ties it.
Boom.
Then this one from Gleyber Torres gives him the lead at 5-4.
That one was incredible. And then he takes 5-4 lead. But then Willie McCovey ties it up. And we got extras. And I don't know if we're going to have the base running gaff here. Nope, we're going to go right to the Yermin base knock. to
Yeah,
end it.
after the walk to Nick Swisher, which you said was the right move.
Yeah.
Base open, runner at third. You got to walk him there to have the right-on-right matchup.
Right-on-right matchup, face a gold instead of a diamond. You make your mean beat you. He did. You tip your cap, you move on. For Zazzy, though, we're seeing some errors, some mental errors that we haven't seen. Does he need a refresh, a walk around the house, a quick drink, a breath of fresh air, whatever it is, I don't know. But we're just seeing moves from him that we hadn't seen. That base running gaff, haven't seen that.
Yeah, I need all of those. I need a walk around the house, I need a breath of fresh air, and I need a drink. So we're going to take a break. You guys stay with us because coming up, Game 4 of this championship series, Izzy just one win away from closing it out. Can Zazzy hold on and force a deciding Game 5? Find out when we come back. We're back after this. Alongside baseball writer, MLB The Show player, and friend of the community, Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores from MLB Network. We are glad you are here with us. Hopefully you have been spending multiple hours with us on this Sunday, Championship Sunday, Paul, as I see you've got your broadcasting partner with you, ready for what could be a clinching scenario for one of these players.
Char's in the booth, but she's upset. She bet big on Zazie. I think she bet with Coach. I think that's where they bet each other. So one of them's going to win a lot of money. Henry's passed out. But yeah, we're getting a little loopy here. We are in hour 6.
Yeah.
And then if you factor in, pregame stuff, we've been on the mics for about 7+ hours. The players themselves have been playing probably 7+ with practice and everything. So the drain is starting to wear in, and I think we saw that last game, particularly with Zazie, that base running error in extras when he peeled Pujols off the bases there. I don't know what he was thinking necessarily, but we dive right back in here to Game 4. Corbin Burns on the bump again for Zazie. What do you think of this move to go to Burns?
I thought Corbin Burns, he pitched pretty well with him last time. It's just, Andrew McCutchen leading off, going off, but just shy of the wall, and that's a loud out number 1. Here to start things, game number 4 of this championship series. Here's what's at stake. $15,000 along with a gift card to the first place winner. Izzy, who is batting right now in the powder blue Texas Ranger uniform, has a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. And Corbin Burns starts him off. That ball misses low. It's 2-1.
Oh,
it's now 3-1. Did not get the call.
Close.
Looked pretty good. Hank Aaron now on deck. Hitters count. And it's now a full count, although Yermin Mercedes gives it a look.
No chance there.
But it's now full count.
Popped him up.
Just behind the bag at second, Marte is there, and quickly there's 2 down.
I didn't get a chance to see who's starting for Izzy. Of course, we'll see that in the bottom of the first. But I understand the Burns pick here. It was such a low-scoring game through most of the game. I mean, even the bottom line score wasn't that high. He seems to have found something with Burns as he gets a 3-up, 3-down here to open the game. So I respect that decision there to stick with Burns. As we see Cueto here for Izzy.
We saw a lot of Johnny Cueto earlier in this series, dealing with Andrew McCutchen. As Zazie will have McCutchen, Donaldson, and Hank Aaron to start the bottom of the first here in Game 4. Zazie, the team at the plate with the red pants and white top, trying to force it aside in Game 5. Now, when is Miguel Sano ever going that far out to make that play?
I don't know, but we've seen Miguel Sano out here on his defensive grind. He's trying to change the narrative on him.
What is he, Ken Griffey Jr. out there?
Yeah, he's really, really trying to create a new narrative. Good Lord. I'm impressed.
Absolutely. 0-2 to Josh Donaldson. Again, Zazie trying to force it aside in Game 5.
And we don't make too many predictions. We're here impartial, but I think we're going to get a Game 5. It's my gut feeling that Zazie's not going to buckle here, and we're going to get a Game 5, which we deserve.
High Key Glitchy says echoes those sentiments. He says in the chat, this is going 5. We'll see. Long way to go. Once again, Izzy loves to climb the strike zone with 2 strikes. Zazie spits on it. It's now 1-2. Ooh, got him. Ooh. Pulled the string. That's a good pitch sequence.
It's a great
rush
pitch.
Up a fastball there, up in the zone, and then pull the string down in the zone right after. Hank Aaron first pitch swinging. Fly ball, right field. Deep, but playable for Nick Swisher, and that retires aside.
So a pair of 3-up, 3-downs? Is that what I'm to understand?
Yeah,
wow.
That's something we have not seen, not only in this tournament, not only in this series, but in today's action.
Yeah, just not much of that. It's really difficult to do against players like this, but Burns and Cueto get the job done.
Nope. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Gleyber Torres, the cleanup hitter.
Tapper.
Slow roll at a short. Marte is there. And quickly there's 1 down. Ketel Marte. There's a lot of quick ABs so far.
So many quick ABs there. He could get out of the second by 20 pitches if he gets another quick one here. Swing
Checking some scores around Major League Baseball. Astros beat the Rays 2-1. Nats and Phillies split a doubleheader. So that means the Phillies have a 1.5 game lead on the Milwaukee Brewers. And there's a base hit up the middle because I believe the Brewers lost today.
No. They're 3-3 in the bottom of the 11th, but they do have the bases loaded with 1 out, so they have an big opportunity.
Wait a minute. I'm looking at Saturday's scores. That's a broadcaster fail.
No problem. We have a base runner here, by the way, with our first base hit, and with 1-1 count to Swish. So much for that quick inning. It's now up to 23 pitches. Still not a bad position, but did Swish get that one?
Sends one deep to right center field, going back.
That's getting
and
down.
He makes the catch.
What a catch
by Andrew McCutchen.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Chased it down in the alley, and that retires the side. Another first pitch swing here. Gleyber Torres grounds to short.
By the way, I know you're getting around the scoreboard there of the Major League games. James Caprillion has a no-hitter through 5 against Seattle right now for Oakland.
That's right. No such thing as an announcer jinx, so remember that.
True.
They've moved to the 6th inning in Seattle. As you said, no hitter. White Sox leading the Padres 1-0. Mets Braves tonight. Tigers over the Mets 5-2. Phillies beat the Nats 8-1. And as you mentioned, the Brewers. They are tied at 3 in the bottom of the 11th, winning run at second base.
They got to end it here. They got bases loaded with 1 out, and Luis Urias up. If they can't win this will be a terrible loss for the Brewers. As we go 2-2 here to Ketel Marte, fouls it off. We'll keep it 2-2. 1 out. Bottom second here. Zazzy's up. Oh, great take. What a take.
That's a hell of a take, man. Good Lord. 3-2 count. Randall Grichuk on deck. Oh, it hit him.
Wow. Huge hit by pitch with, it was ball 4 anyway, so I guess it's really not that huge. Never mind.
So now Randall Grichuk dealing with Johnny Cueto as he looks at a cutter on the outside. It's 1-1. Ketel Marte hit by pitch, runner at first. Early on the swing time. On the swing timing leads to a lazy fly ball. McCutchen is there, and there's 2 down. Here's Yermin Mercedes. Looks at a cutter. Now a swing and a miss. He's down to the count 0-2.
Quickly. What can Cueto do here? He can strike him out.
Swing and a miss. Got him. Good work there by Johnny Cueto. Mixing and matching. Changing speeds. First pitch swinging, Yermin Mercedes. Little tapper back to Corbin Burns, and quickly there's 1 down. I don't know how you could do this, but, in real life, Johnny Cueto is known for his hesitation move, the shimmy. I would love to see that somehow incorporated into this game. Or
I wonder,
say, for instance, Nestor Cortez. He does similar things with his windup. That'd be neat if you could implement that or use that somehow in this game.
I think we've seen a bit of that from even guys like Zach Greinke. I wonder if it would be something. Obviously, I don't think it's like a must feature for the game, but like if you move the stick a little bit, the analog stick a little bit, if that could somehow do that and mess with the timing a bit. It would end up being a nightmare, but it'd be funny if they put it in.
Yeah. We have someone in the chat asking what the status of the series is. The series is 2-1. Izzy, the team batting right now in the top of the 3rd, leading this series 2-1. You can always look in the lower left-hand corner for the status graphic. If that is chopped to first, Sano, lazy flip to first, but in time. Urgency, people. Good gracious. That little flip that the first baseman do.
I know, and you're just like, hey, do you not understand what we're doing here?
That really chaps my hide, that animation right there.
Oh, yeah, you couldn't jiggle the stick because of the the pinpoint. Well, maybe the other. I don't know, dude, Patrick. I was just trying to come up with something. It would probably be really hard to incorporate, but it would be funny.
All right, so we go to the bottom of the third. Miguel Sano ahead in the count 3-1. Had him out in front. It's now full at 3-2.
Sano been doing a lot of damage.
And Sano fouls that one off, and we'll do it again. They're playing Sano to pull the second baseman Marte just to the left of second base. Another foul ball. Here's the payoff pitch. Again fouled off. Good battle here between Sano and Cueto here to start the bottom of the third.
He is fighting. And he's going to rip that one for a double.
Serves it to right field.
Creeper in the window.
Up against the wall. Sano is in with a leadoff double.
Woo. That was a great battle.
It really was. Fouled off some tough pitches. Now, if you're Corbin Burns, I was going to ask, are you squaring to bunt? It appears he's going to have him swing away.
I would either square. I mean, you don't have to take the strikes because you're not worried about the double play. So, yeah, I would probably just square. But I understand him going for the hit, too, because, I mean, he takes the strike out there. But don't forget, it is still Zazzy hitting. It's with Corbin Burns' stats, but it is Zazzy taking the swings.
That'll bring up Andrew McCutchen as we go back to the top of the order, and he's ahead in the count 2-0.
Big opportunity here with the top of the order.
Fly ball.
I think he might have gotten that one. That's gone.
Straight away center field. Andrew McCutchen just turns and watches it go because Andrew McCutchen for Zazzy gives him a 2-0 lead here in Game 4.
Oof.
So just like that, Zazzy, who needs this win to force a deciding Game 5, jumps out to a 2-0 lead. Chopper up the middle. Second baseman in his shifted position is there. Fires across to first, and there's two down.
We've talked a bit about this throughout the day, so those who've been with us for a while have heard this, but we were tuning in with Zazzy earlier when he was practicing, and that's a shot. That one looks gone, too.
Hank
Might
Aaron
actually
making a
hang
bid.
up.
Going back
Never
is
mind.
McCutchen, but
That little triangle there helps.
Yep.
But, yeah, he was mentioning how he didn't have huge expectations of Sano. He just wanted to maybe get some opportunities with base runners on to maybe crush a homer like
J-roll.
that. And it's 2-1 quickly.
Perfect on the circle change. And the scoreboard changes. Cuts the lead to 2-1.
But instead of having, just an occasional opportunity with Sano, he's been racking up hits left and right. And he did a great job there in that last inning, setting up the 2-run shot by Kutch. By the way, the Brewers did not score. They had bases loaded, one out in the 11th, and they did not score. If they choke this game, their season's about over.
Yep. Because that
It's
would
not
put
mathematically
them,
over, but they would put them 2 full behind with 3
two
to
full
play.
back.
Thank you for the update on that, too, by the way, Coach Blaya. Yeah,
Meantime, in Seattle, we're going to the bottom of the 6th, and the Mariners still looking there for their first hit against James Caprillion as Hank Aaron flies out to shallow right. Gleyber Torres goes out there to make the catch, and there's one down.
Somebody in chat mentioned the double Zazzy logos when Zazzy's batting. It's on his screen. It's just a visual glitch. Don't really know what the deal is with it. As you can see here, when Izzy's batting, it's not like that. So I don't know. Just a little goofy thing. But they don't both have the same logo, in case anybody was wondering.
All right, with 2 down now, Corbin Burns dealing with Ketel Marte here in the top of the 4th. Izzy leading 2-1 in this best of 5, but trailing 2-1 here in Game 4. Marte reaches out and sends that one foul. Now 1-2.
Good take there.
Spits on a sinker low. It evens a count at 2-2.
He goes right back to it with a cutter. Same zone, though.
Yeah. Zazzy is definitely a fan of going and doubling up in the same location, sometimes with different pitches, but he'll go right back there to that same location.
Are Are you going to go incorporate that into your games tonight?
I think so. I think so. I'm always, like I said, I feel like many of us don't double up enough.
I agree.
Either which pitch type or pitch location.
But think about how you approach at-bats. When somebody throws a pitch in a particular zone, you usually don't think they're going to go right back there. So it would stand to reason that a lot of other players probably feel the same way. And so you can really mess with timing and expectations.
Here's Ketel Marte. Behind in the count 0-1 with one out. Cueto got into his kitchen, and this is a lazy fly ball just into foul ground. Torres makes the catch, and there's two down. Here's Randall Grichuk.
There are team limits, Hollywood Jew 510. I can't get into all of them, but it's like 395 plus 380. Actually, I can't. 395 plus 385 to 95, and then the rest 84 and below. And that's the same. That's for position players. 295 plus pitchers, 185 to 95, the rest below, and then same for the bullpen there. So bottom line is it's not God squads. Nice pitch there to strike out the third batter. Corbin Burns now back out. Sano 1 for 1 on the day.
95 cutter misses wide. It's 1-1.
Popped
Got
up.
him to chase
Playable.
on the cutter, and McCutchen will settle underneath. And there's one away. Nick Swisher now 0 for 1. He's had some big ABs in this
nice
series.
play.
Look at Corbin Burns fielding
Nice
his
play,
position.
Corb.
And just like that, there's two down.
I think the second baseman's getting that if it gets past Corbin, but that was still a nice little play by him.
Yerman Mercedes 0 for 1. Heading the count 2-1.
Good inside-outside pitch mix there.
3 straight pitches on the inside, then tries to dot him up on the outside. Misses there, and the count is now full with 2 outs.
Comes back in. Yep, same piece. Now where's he go? 4 in, 2 out so far.
I think he goes outside. Nope, I missed. I wrong.
Up and in.
I was wrong. Up and in. Got him.
That was
We go to the
gross.
bottom of the 5th. This game moving quite briskly thus far.
Another pitcher's duel. And there's just no way that this isn't.
How
that's your
did
mean.
he get to that pitch?
Now,
Look
we've
at
seen
where the
this
PCI is.
consistently from him. Remember the Glaber one last game, or the McCutchen one that ended up being caught at the track too. Like, that is one of his strengths, Zazzy's, to get on those inside pitches and put a perfect PCI. And now it wasn't perfect, but as far as where the PCI was, it was brilliantly placed.
Meantime, Miguel Sano is down on the count 0-2, but he slaps that one down the line. Past the diving third baseman, past Hank Aaron. I think they're going to
he's
send
sending
him.
He's going to get in.
Wow.
He's going to make it 3-1.
It's an RBI double for Miguel Sano. Bit unlucky for Izzy there as the ball caromed away from Hank Aaron, allowing the runner to score, and it's now 3-1.
That's tough. Heads up base running by Zazzy, though. Great play by him. He's got Burns here, strikes out quickly. 5th K on the day for Cueto. It flipped to the top of the order. Runner on second for McCutchen. Oh, does not usually miss that.
All right, so one away. Andrew McCutchen with Miguel Sano over at second. 1 run already in. Another high fastball. McCutchen sends it to right center field. His counterpart is there to settle underneath it, and there's 2 down. Here's Josh Donaldson 0 for 2. First pitch swinging. Hard ground ball to second. And that retires the side, but Zazzy adds another run and now leads 3-1 as we go to the 6th, and I think we're going to have a pinch hitter.
Yes,
it will be Willie
game
McCovey.
4.
And Willie McCovey dealing with Corbin Burns lifts that one foul. It's 0-1. It's now 0-2. Fights that one off to stay alive. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Zazzy. 1 run, 2 hits for Izzy. As Izzy trying to close this series out and claim the Fall Circuit Championship. McCovey spits on a sinker outside the zone, evens a count at 2-2.
6 total hits as we hit into the top of the 6th. That's just not something we've seen at all today.
I think it's a couple of things, as we've said a couple of times. It's excellent pitching, and I think maybe some fatigue is setting in both of our players.
Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Swoof. Strikes him out there. Nasty.
So here's Andrew McCutchen. That misses wide.
Spits
It's
on that
2-0.
Spits on that one. AP says the game's broken because Sano's hitting like Ted Williams. Remember, AP was the one asking why people were using Miguel Sano earlier. I think you've seen why, AP.
I think you're going to have to try him. Ooh, good pitch there.
That was a great pitch. I'm just giving you a hard time, AP. No harm intended.
Payoff pitch.
Uh-oh.
Perfect smash.
It's a double.
Deep to right, off the wall. Hank Aaron will play it off the bounce, and Andrew McCutchen is in, sliding head first with a 1-out double.
That was tattooed.
Yeah, it really was. I'm surprised he didn't get out. A little bit unlucky there for Izzy.
Yeah, wrong part of the park with that higher wall.
Meantime, J-Roll, he lifts one to deep right field. Hank Aaron settles underneath on the track. Ooh. Okay, McCutchen tags and heads to third. That'll bring up Hank Aaron with 2 down and a runner at third. Man, that is a nasty cutter with cruel intentions on the black at the corner. Hank Aaron down to the count 0-2. Fouls that one off, stays alive. Slaps it the other way, and it is foul. Wow. Pitch number 23 upcoming in this inning by Corbin Burns.
Spits on it.
Now 1-2. Now 2-2. I think he's going to throw him a cutter up and in.
Sinker. Nope, he goes cutter away.
Wow, went a cutter away. Donaldson gobbles that up and threat over.
Wow.
We're through 6. Actually, we go to the bottom of the 6th.
6. Yep.
Zazzy leading 3-1. Here comes Chad Green.
Now,
dealing with Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron first pitch swinging.
If Zazzy adds on here, you start to feel a little tight if you're Izzy. But if you keep it at 3-1, no panic whatsoever, I would think.
Chad Green starts Gleyber Torres with the sinker that's low. It's 1-0. Circle change fouled off. Good take there.
Talked about Chad Green. Uh-oh. No. Every Gleyber
Fly
swing,
ball.
Gleyber thinks he got it every time because he confuses me. He tricks me.
Yeah, you get that little animation that he does. Yeah.
That little like, oh, I got that. It's like, no, you didn't. That's an easy fly out. By the
Here's
way,
Ketel Marte. Oh, 0 for 1. Cutter found a lot of the plate, but you see the PCI was to the left and the swing timing was early.
Marlins have taken the lead on the Brewers in real life, 4-3 in the top of the 12th. Again, that's a disaster. Oh, wow.
That is a filthy NSFW pitch right there to retire the side. We go to the 7th.
You're not supposed to be able to do that.
Zazzy leading 3-1. 4, 5,
Toledo.
and 6 due up here in the top of the 7th. Torres, Marte, and Miguel Sano.
These gentlemen are putting on a pitching clinic, too. And we've talked
Yeah, they
about
really
the mental
are.
fatigue.
I feel like, and again, maybe this could be some recency bias, I think this is some of the best pitching we've seen from
100%.
two competitors in a championship series. That is a hard hit ball past the diving Sano. It's a one-out base hit for Ketel Marte.
100%. And we have talked about the mental drain, but a lot of it is also the great pitching here, too. It's not just that they're mentally drained because they're still putting out
And
great
that's
hits.
down the line. Marte is going to head for third. Are they going to send him? No. He'll hold up at third. Tell you what, Grichuk was a little bit too lackadaisical for me collecting that ball.
He's had a couple ones in the corner there where he's just coming kind of ho-humming it. He's going to go ahead and make the intentional walk here.
Yeah, the generic manager calls for the base on balls.
With the Yerminator coming up, again, bypass the diamond, get the force play in order, make your mean beat you. I like this move here. This is the right move in my opinion.
All right, Mariano Rivera facing Yermin Mercedes. One out, bases loaded.
No, they're absolutely pitching well. I mean, all you have to do is watch, and there's just no way you can think anything but the fact that they're pitching well. Shipping has nothing to do with anything. When someone throws a crazy dot. Oh,
whoa.
Oh.
That's a big pitch at 2-1. Here's the 2-2. Fouls that one off to stay alive. He was late on the cutter and just below on the PCI.
Was the game winner?
High fly ball. This should be deep enough to score a run. McCutcheon on his horse. He will make the catch. Runner at third tagging. Runner at second tagging. And Izzy cuts the lead to 3-2. I would love to see what the PCI looked like on that.
Was it your mean against? Do we have a freeze here? Was it your mean against Mode for the game winner? Yeah, I think this is a freeze.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Well, all right.
So it's going to be 3-2 top 7.
Yep, 3-2 top 7 with runners at the corners and 2 down. All right, we're going to come back here on camera. I mean,
that's tough.
That's tough, yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it.
The only
it is what
possible
it is.
silver lining or copper lining is that it's a mental break for the two. But other than that, it's tough all around. It's not great.
Yeah, no.
But they'll get a reset here.
Yeah, the powers that be and the two players, they're going to get it squared away here. But in the meantime, Paul Sporer, Robert Flores here. We're glad you're here with us as we approach the 6.5 hour mark of our day here on Twitch for the MLB The Show Fall Circuit Finals. We sit here with Izzy, who is trailing 3-2 in Game 4, a game away from closing this out and claiming the championship. So do you think the players, a part of them, welcome this little pause in the action?
I think so. If they are feeling the drain as much as we believe they are based on what we're watching, a little breather here isn't too bad. It's always going to be frustrating for a freeze, though, no matter what. Even something that you can reset here and they're going to get back on track and it's going to be fine. Anytime you're disrupted like this, though, it's frustrating. Absolutely. There's no two ways around it. But we're going to reset. It's going to be 3-2, top 7, 2 outs, and runners at the corners.
Now, you know what they could do? When I'm playing and I catch a freeze, I just go in the other room and start watching TV and just wait for my opponent just to wait them out.
I'll catch you later. Yeah, I've got another screen. I don't need to be on this screen.
I am more petty than you are, sir. I will stay here and not reset or turn off my console.
If I'm losing, and especially if I'm streaming, I just quit. I'm like, okay, I was losing. I'm not going to wait that long. But if I'm offline and it's tied, I'm hanging in. I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break. Give us about 3 minutes or so, all right? Hey, remember, drops are on. Make sure your account is connected. In fact, let me check my my drop right now. Ooh,
I'm going to open my packs during the break. I'm going to
claim another one. All right, so we'll be back. Stay with us, okay?
back. Welcome back, everybody. We are in a little bit of a delay right now. We've had a little bit of a technical hiccup here, but we're getting everything resituated. We've got a 3-2 game. It looks like Izzy just got a run. He's going to have runners at the corners. We're getting everything reset. We are top 7. Always stinks when this happens, but we're getting it situated, Roflo.
Yeah, we've got, as you mentioned, we've got Izzy, who is trailing in this game, but leading in the best of 5 series, 2 games to 1, trying to close this one out. Where were we? He had runners at the corners and 2 outs.
I got it here. I took a screenshot. So he had just driven in a run. He being Izzy, excuse me. He's up 2 games to 1. But he was down 3-1. He drove in a run to make it 3-2. We're going to have runners at the corners, top 7 with 2 outs. Mariano Rivera was pitching. I don't remember who was hitting, but I think it was Yermin who made the hit. So whoever bats after Yermin, which I believe is
I think that's Miguel Sano. Wait. Hold up just a second.
Oh, yeah,
It's
it is
the
Sano.
pitcher
It is
spot.
Sano. Wait, isn't it Sano?
Wait, who was... Wait, wasn't...
Because Izzy's batting.
Izzy's batting. I've got...
Yeah. No, you're right.
It's
you're
the
right.
pitcher
You're right.
spot.
So, sorry, guys. They have similar players, and Yermin bats in the bottom of the order for both. So I was confusing
I'm
Zazzy
assuming
and
we'll
Izzy's
get
lineup.
a pinch hitter, right? Once we resume.
Yes,
so
because
the
that's going to be a
choices
pitcher.
are, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think he's used a pinch hitter yet.
I don't believe
Marsh, Pujols, McCovey, Hoskins, and Teoscar Hernandez.
Yeah.
I mean, and
So
again, with Rivera pitching, as I said, again, I am not anywhere near, I'm not in the same galaxy as these players, but against Rivera, I like batting with a right-handed hitter because I can set up on that outer third for that cutter.
Absolutely. And the scoring got started here with a 3-run shot by McCutcheon. Or no, it was 2-run shot, pardon me. And then J-Roll answered right back and said, no, 2-1 here. That was after 3 scoreless innings, which is very rare from these two. And then that hit right there. How does he get up and in on that? Was Sano gets the double, ends up scoring a run because it got away as it rattled around the corner there. 41 speed gets around from first for Zazzy to make it 3-1. Then a liner down the line here. And again, we're going to see trouble in that corner. Grichuk played it a little lackadaisically, which you keyed in on, as opposed to being a little bit more aggro. And then Yerminator. That one hits the triangle.
I thought he got this one, Paul.
Yep.
I thought
Wrong
he got
part of the
it.
park. Wrong part of the park, for sure. And this is where we left off here after this. And so it was Yermin with a sac fly to make it 3-2.
Okay.
Izzy's losing, but he is up 2 games to 1. And like you said, we're probably going to get a pinch hitter because it's the pitcher spot coming up. We'll see if we stick with Mariano Rivera for Zazzy or if he changes pitcher. But we're very close to getting everything resituated. Appreciate everyone hanging with us. I know it's a pain in the butt that happens, but we'll get it back on track. And we're going to finish off this action here and maybe go to a game 5, too, if Izzy does not come back.
Yeah, and shout out to the players. I'm getting word now that the players right now with the organizers are trying to figure out how best to set it up moving forward as accurately as possible. So there is a lot of moving pieces here, right, Paul?
Yeah, because you want to move the order. So the orders are going to be mixed up, too, because they're going to move their guys up to number 1 who are due up next. And so there is going to be some configuration there. You're going to have to remember which pitchers were used. It is a little bit of a challenge there, but we're going to get it situated. We've already had one of these today, but only 2. Hopefully everything's good from there. Finish off this game, and like I said, maybe get a game 5. Now, how long of a break is too long, right? Because Izzy was kind of maybe feeling himself a little bit here, getting that second run. Does it get to a point where he's like, hey, I want to get this fired back up? Or do they both just appreciate the break because we are now on, about to be on hour 7 being live, hour 8 or 9, depending on how long they've been practicing? Which is it for you? Do you think you'd be appreciating the break, or are you like, let me get back out there?
I think it depends on who you're on. If you're Izzy, I think you want to resume as quickly as possible because I think you could sense a little change in momentum. But if you're Zazzy, maybe you do welcome the break. But this is basically a de facto rain delay.
Yes.
Think
Where's
about
Rajay
what happened between the
Jason
Cubs. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, someone's going to have to have a meeting into the weight room, and then once play resumes, maybe things change quickly. But as we stand now, Izzy is trailing by a run, but at the plate. Runners at the corners with 2 down in the 7th inning. More than likely, we will see a pinch hitter facing Mariano Rivera. I'm assuming that I don't even know how many batters Rivera faced, but I'm assuming he would stay in.
Yeah, I think he could definitely keep him in if he wanted to. I don't think. In fact, let me see. I have my screenshot from that last play. There's 6 pitches. Yeah, he could absolutely go back to Rivera. You know, it'd be one thing because the stamina resets. If Rivera had like 35 pitches, you'd be like, well, maybe you shouldn't be able to use him because he'd reset. But at 6 pitches, I don't think there would be any gripe from Izzy if he goes right back to Rivera to pick up where we left off.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so
Jimmers brings up a good point, too. You can't get everything back with the pitch confidence and the pitch counts and all that. That is definitely a big part of it. I will say with regards to the pitch counts thing, though, we are in the bullpens right now, so that's less of a concern. It's more the pitch confidence issue. But also, Mariano Rivera only had 6 pitches. So there's never a good time for this. But, you know, it's not the worst time for it to happen either in terms of resetting it. That's all. We got about 2-3 more minutes left before we're right back into action. They're resetting the lineups. We want to get everything perfectly. I know we need game action ASAP, but we also don't want it to be messed up. Meanwhile, the Brewers lost in real life. That's a devastating loss. I'm not going to say their season's over because it's literally not. They're not mathematically eliminated. That's a devastating loss for the real life Brewers.
Yeah.
They are now 2 games back.
Yeah, they're 2 back of the Philadelphia Phillies who did get the win. We should check on while we have time.
Caprillian's no-no?
Yeah, Caprillian's no-no.
He gave up a hit. He ended up going 6, 1 hit, 2 walks, 7 punchies on 91 pitches. Great effort against the Mariners. Meanwhile, Robbie Ray gets trounced by Oakland of all teams. And you know I'm a huge fantasy dweeb, right? That's what I do for my living. I cannot fathom how many Robbie Ray folks are losing their minds that of all the teams
these are
to
the
beat
playoffs,
him.
Right?
Yes, it's the playoffs if you're in head-to-head or coming down the stretch if you're in roto, and he gives up 5 in 5 2/3 against the A's. Jacob deGrom got beat up by the A's recently, too, and it's like, you know your stud pitchers are going to have a few bad games, but against Oakland, of all teams, that is a tough pill to swallow with 4 games left in the season. So sorry to my Robbie Ray folks out there. Continue.
Yeah, you know, continuing this as we wait here to resume action here. Hold on. Just bear with me here. I'm reading some instructions here from our organizers here. So they're still working through. They're still working through it.
They have gameplay back. They're burning through a few things with a few bunts and kind of getting everything situated, and then we're going to pick up where we need to be here. So we're very close to getting right back into it. They're just kind of going through the motions here. If you've ever been in the tournament, unfortunately, it's just kind of part of an online game structure where you got to kind of reset everything, get everyone. They're getting the base runners back at first and third right now, and I think we're about to pick it up here in just a second. It looks like they got everything
this
situated.
real-life baseball theme. If you believe that the Dodgers and the Astros, we'll pick that up in just a little bit. I'll ask you in a second, but I think we're about to resume gameplay here. Remember, Izzy is trailing Zazzy 3-2 in the 7th inning. This is a closeout opportunity for him. So remember, don't focus on where it says top of the second. We're going to pick this up in the 7th inning.
And our graphics team will probably put the right score up there, too, because it says 0-0. It's going to be 3-2. 3-2, Zazzy is leading in Game 4, and he's down 2-1 in the series. So, a little confusing.
Oh, all right. It looks like we're...
I kind of noticed that, too. Your mean was not supposed to be up, so I think they have to kind of reconfigure a little bit more there.
Yeah. All right. So, they've got some more rigmarole to work through here. But if you believe that the Astros and the Dodgers are the favorites in their respective leagues, of which I do.
Poor coach.
Who aside or who in either the AL, or give me one AL team or one NL team that's flying below the radar that can make a run maybe all the way to the World Series?
They won a division, so maybe this is not under the radar enough, but don't sleep on that Guardians ball club. They've got some wonderful pitching, both in the rotation and the bullpen. And this year they have hitting. Remember last year it was Jose Ramirez, a bit of Franmil Reyes, and nothing else. This year they've got guys up and down the lineup. They got the Naylor brothers, Josh and Bo, Andres Jimenez, Ahmed Rosario, Steven Kwan, in addition to Ramirez still being an MVP caliber player. I really like that Guardians team. In the National League, there's a lot of Mets Braves talk, a lot of Dodgers talk. I don't know if we're giving enough talk to the Cardinals, and I know you don't want to fill the Cardinals fans' heads. They already think they're the best fans in baseball, but their team is very good.
Fans in baseball, Paul.
Ever, yeah, in the history of the game. But no, their team is really good. They have reasons to be puffing their chest out a bit this year. That Cardinals team is pretty good. The only danger factor for them, I think, is that they live off of weak contact, and you don't want a lot of contact in the playoffs. You want that ball not going in play. So if the ball doesn't bounce their way with their pitchers because they don't have a lot of strikeout guys, that could hurt them. But I do like that Cardinals team. And I know that when I asked you this question earlier offline, you mentioned the Padres. So you think they could be a contender to make a big run too, right?
Yeah, and I see someone in the chat says it's all about who's hot in the playoffs.
Of course. And you never know who that is.
It's kind of true, but it's not. That's not absolute, because I've seen teams that limp into the playoffs and then catch fire. And I've also seen teams red hot and then suddenly cool off.
I agree with that.
That being said, I think the San Diego Padres have enough to make a run. But good Lord, Paul, they're going to have to figure out a way to beat the Dodgers somehow, some way.
Yeah,
at some point.
They need to figure out their bullpen. We talked about how treacherous the situation is for the Yankees with Aroldis Chapman, and they can't trust him anywhere. It's almost as bad for Josh Hader right now that they don't really trust him in many leveraged spots right now either. And your point that you're making is 100% true. The data is clear. Whether you're coming in hot or cold to the playoffs does not matter. It's how you play once you are in the playoffs. The playoff is a reset. All the players talk about how they don't give a crud what they did in September, even if they limped in or if they're on a 10-game winning streak. It all resets once the season ends.
Yeah. All right. So once again, the playoffs just right around the corner, and
who's the biggest? One more thing here, because we got a little time to kill, so we'll keep talking some real baseball. Who's the biggest disappointment this year in terms of teams that did
White
not?
Sox.
Yeah, I knew you were going to go there, so I was trying to set you up for it. I totally agree, and I got to be honest. It all goes back to the TLR hire for me. That never made sense.
There was something
I never
missing.
thought that
Something missing with that team. Either unless you're in the
I think it was him.
And unless you're there on a daily basis, you probably won't know. But there was something missing with that team, and that was the case all year.
Yeah, and I they played a little bit better, I think, immediately when TLR got sick, and best of health to him. Just because I don't think he's a great manager doesn't mean I wish any ill on him health-wise. But I just think the game's kind of passed him by, and he's just not the manager that he was. He's a legend. He's a Hall of Famer, et cetera, et cetera. But the hiring never made sense. They've wasted so much talent. Yes, they've had injuries, but what team doesn't? That can't be an excuse for a team that has playoff expectations the way they did. So, yes, I think the White Sox are pretty much the guaranteed answer. But how about the Giants dropping that many wins after their performance last year? I know we didn't expect them to repeat 107 wins, but my goodness, to drop down to 79 was pretty tough. That team just kind of fell apart, no?
Yeah, defensively, too, they were
not
the same.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Defensively, they were not anywhere near the same, but, unfortunately, that's just how baseball can be sometimes. I mean,
and Thuney name checks the Red Sox. They're literally in last in their division, and that's not a place that the Red Sox ever want to be. What
about the where do you put the Minnesota Twins?
Sorry, Thuney, but they're up there, too.
Yeah,
that was my pick for the Central. I felt great about it for most of the year, and then all of a sudden things started falling apart. The Tyler Mahle trade was a great trade. I really, really liked that pickup. It did not go how it was supposed to because he ends up getting hurt, and things just started to fall apart for them and really came unglued there in September with a 10-18 record. That's really tough.
Yeah, Be Easy in the chat says the Angels are the biggest disappointment.
I was waiting.
I don't really... I can't really call them the biggest disappointment because
what do they ever do?
I didn't really have big expectations for the Angels coming in. I mean, what do we know about the Angels? They have two generational talents, but they've yet to really put it together. But you know what? The pitching was better But it still wasn't enough.
It's almost as if, and call me crazy, this is a hot take, a 14-game losing streak in the middle of the season is a bad idea. I know. I'm coming in with the hot take. That's a crazy thing for me to say. But seriously, how do they lose 14 in a row? In the way that they lost them was devastating because they were playing brilliantly. And listen, I'm a Tigers fan, as most people know, but I root for the Angels because I want Trout and Ohtani in October. So from that end, they're a disappointment because they are once again not going to be in October. And how many more prime years do we have from them? I mean, Ohtani's still pretty young, but we've seen with Trout's health, how many more prime years do we have of him? And he has one playoff appearance. Yeah,
it's unbelievable. He did agree to that $30 million contract with the Angels. You know, as we await here to get back to our championship series,
they're resetting it up now. Yeah, they are back in game.
So they are getting much closer to resuming play. But if you're Perry Manassian, the man who calls the shots there for the Angels, do you want to be known as the guy who traded Shohei Ohtani?
No, and they re-signed him.
And do you want to be the guy that trades Mike Trout as well?
Exactly, because you can't get fair value for them, quote unquote. Like, you can't get what you should get from them. So you'll end up taking something like the Mookie Betts deal where, like, the return is okay, but it's not what Mookie Betts should get. And frankly, both those players are a good bit better than Betts, you know, Trout and Ohtani. So, yeah, they're burning through the first inning here. They're doing the bunts and getting everything situated. So we'll be back on gameplay here soon. But you're checking out our playoff preview right now. Now we're going to move on to the Toronto Blue Jays. No, I'm just kidding. But team-by-team breakdown. But, yeah, man, I can't get over the Brewers dropping that game today. That's just such a bad loss to the Marlins, excuse me.
Yeah, so right now, if you look at the National League standings, and really that's the only thing left up for grabs.
Yeah.
I think left to be decided, aside from the National League East.
The positioning of the East.
Yeah, is the positioning. The Brewers are now 2 games back of the Philadelphia Phillies of that final wild card spot. And the other thing, Paul, remember, the Philadelphia Phillies, they finished the season on the road.
Yes.
And the Brewers have finished the season. They're at home.
All at home. The setup was in their favor. And I tell you, if they don't come out and win this here, they have no one to blame but themselves. And they get the Diamondbacks, who, by the way, have been really solid down the stretch here, particularly against right-handers with the baby snakes coming up. So that's not going to be a walkover series for their final 3 games here. And they're going to be starting Woodruff, Lauer, and Burns. So 2 out of the 3 are going to be righties. And even though they're both great pitchers, they both got beat up a little bit in Arizona last time they went there. So nothing coming easy there. And they have to win all 3. And they need the Phillies to lose now, too. They can't just win and do it. So they're in deep trouble. And it's of their own making for the Brewers. They've put themselves in this position, and now they have to wear it. I think we're very close here. I think we're actually about to be square.
Just going through the final stages, I believe, of getting this game and this series back up and running. I am going to be interested, Paul, to see which player handles this little delay the best, because obviously these guys are locked in, super concentrating. They're super focused on what is at hand, and now you have the break. And can you gather up the momentum and the concentration again that's required to compete in a series like this, you know, at this high level?
You got to kind of dial it back up. Exactly. That's right. And I think we're diving back in here. As you mentioned, it is indeed going to be a pinch hitter. Looks like we've got Brandon Marsh coming in for the pitcher spot, and we are reset. It's 3-2. Zazzy's leading, 2 outs. This is technically the top of the 7th, though, not the top of the 2nd.
All right, runners at the corners. Rivera facing the pinch hitter, Brandon Marsh. That cutter misses inside. It's now 1-1. That one misses, nearly in the same location. Marsh ahead in the count, 2-1.
Big opportunity.
Standing by with us. The 900 plus that stayed with us during the break. Uh-oh, Rexy. I don't think this one has the distance.
Probably not.
Missed opportunity there for Izzy. Leaves the runners at the corners. And Zazzy still holding on to a 3-2 lead.
So that's big there. And
Very
now
big.
We kind of clean, you know, everything's cleaned up, and now you carry on from here. Izzy got the 1 run there, but Zazzy still has his lead, and here we go.
This is bottom 7. We are in the bottom of the 7th, despite what the score bugs says. The score itself, the runs, the total of runs, that's accurate. Okay, Zazzy leading 3-2, but we are in the bottom of the 7th, not the 2nd inning. As Rivera
Big
gets
strikeout
out number
there.
1 on the big strikeout there, and now dealing with Yermin Mercedes. First
That's
pitch
gonna be a
swinging,
quick
grounds
out.
to Marte, and there's 2 down. Here's Miguel Sano, batting a robust .443. They defense playing Sano to pull. The outfield is heavily shaded towards the line. The infield, second baseman Ketel Marte to the left of the bag.
Oh, big
Swinging and got
strikeout
him.
there. Mariano just dusted through him there in the top of the 8th, or
That
excuse me,
was
bottom
a
of the
dominant
7th.
inning for Mariano Rivera. Now we go to the 8th. So Izzy down
Dude,
to his
Patrick.
final
Sorry,
6
go ahead.
outs.
I'm sorry. So McCutchen is not batting 9th again. They had to reset the lineups and all that, just so people don't think that he was batting McCutchen 9th or anything.
Fly
But-
ball straightaway center field. That one caught a few feet in front of the track, and there's one away.
Dude Patrick brings up an interesting point about the pitcher momentum, confidence, and energy type stuff. However, that is normally a major concern when you have to do these resets. In this instance, we got kind of the best scenario that we could. Mariano Rivera had only been in the game for 6 pitches, and Izzy was going to go to a new pitcher anyway. So honestly, that's not really a factor. The only real factor here is obviously having to reset everything, but also the two of them kind of how they react to the time off.
Jimmy Rollins lifts one to right field. Playable for the right fielder, Hank Aaron. And there's 2 down. Hank Aaron heading the count 1-0. Remember, this is the 8th inning. The run total is accurate on the score bug.
Yes.
However, the
inning is
Hank
not.
Aaron sends one deep to right, and this game is tied. Hank Aaron with a solo shot off the foul pole, and it's a brand new ball game. 3-3 in the 8th.
3-3 top of the 8th. And
Oh,
did Glaber get that?
did
It's going in
Glaber
that
get enough?
corner.
Did he clip it? Going back is
He didn't.
McCutchen, and he makes the catch. Deep
But we are
fly
tied.
ball that died on the track, but we got a brand new game. Hank
The
Aaron.
Only
I
thing
think
that's-
whoever wins this, I think Hank Aaron is the MVP. Hank Aaron has been, I think, the best card throughout this day.
him or Miguel Sano, right?
Yep.
The only thing that's off
Marte,
kilter right
backhand
now
stop, throw across first, got him.
on your score bug, folks, the only thing that's off kilter is the inning. It is the bottom of the 8th. We did have to have a freeze and reset, but the graphics have the 3-3 score. That is accurate. It is 2-1 for Izzy. If he wins, the series is over. If Zazzy wins, we play a game 5. So it took some reconfiguring, but we got it. Let's go ahead and move on from that and worry about the final 2 innings of this game here, because it's been a really, really good one.
Mariano Rivera dealing with Andrew McCutchen here. Sinker in the dirt. It's now 1-1. Chopper up the middle. J-roll is
Play
there. Throw across first in time, and there's 2 down.
Is it me
So
or is Mo
again,
getting
the-
torched this series? Jimmers asked. It's been a mixed bag. He's been dominant in periods, and then he's gotten hit in periods. So I don't think he's been torched completely. I think it has been a true mixed bag depending on which game we've been dealing with.
Here's the bringer of rain. And Donaldson lines one to right field, and the inning stays alive thanks to a 2-out knock from the former MVP. Now here's Hank Aaron. He fouls one back in.
He missed the PCI, but
Yeah, he definitely wanted that one back.
He wants that pitch back big time.
And again, Paul, this card, this Hank Aaron card in particular, really good opposite field power.
And that was actually, because we've been razzing a little bit about somebody who called out, like, why are you using Hank Aaron? And he brought up the push tendencies. Like, you didn't get a pull hitter. Hasn't bothered him. He's had a couple oppo tacos. He's had pull homers. He's just been great all game. But he gets out right there to retire the side. So we go top 9. Izzy up. Izzy coming to bat here, 3-3. up 2-1 in the series. Going to face Chapman with Ketel Marte leading it off.
That misses low and away. It's 1-1. As Ketel Marte starts the inning off, chopper to third. Donaldson takes his time. Throw across first, and there's one away.
Bernie makes a good point. If we do go to extras here, how are they going to get the runner on second?
That's an excellent point. Let's cross that. Let's fall off that bridge when we come to it, shall we?
True. Although they might have just made this a 4-inning game, which you can also do, and then
Which
it
you
would
can also
the fifth
do.
would technically
Okay.
be extra. So I don't know. Okay,
Yep,
that's what they did. So there you go.
We're being told that that's in fact what they did. So you're right, Paul. If there is a tie, then once this inning is complete, once the fourth inning is complete, then we would have a runner at second.
But wait, they would have, like, it's not tied in this game though, right? It's 1-0 technically. So that
that's
would
another
create
good point.
another level of confusion. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
But it's not perfect right now. We'll see. Well, let's just see if it gets ended in 9 first.
Let's
3-2
just someone
here
score.
with Swish.
How about that? Someone score.
Yeah.
That
Swish.
is hit hard.
Base
Chopper
hit.
past the diving third baseman. Runners at first and second with one away. Chapman made a diving effort but could not come up with it. And now Yerman Mercedes steps to the plate with the go-ahead run at second base.
Drop that PCI.
Izzy desperately trying to get that runner home. It's going to be a pretty good hit to get Sano to score from second. Not a lot of speed over there.
Find that right center gap. That would be your ticket. Or just leave the yard. That also works.
That also
generally.
would work nicely as well. 2-2 pitch. Roped foul. Oh, he was early
He had a
on that
great
sinker.
PCI on it, but he was super early.
I wonder if he was looking in. And this could end the inning. Over to second for one. Over to first for two. Side is retired. We go to the bottom of the ninth. And now Blake Trinan. Tasked with trying to get this game to the 10th for Izzy. Tied at 3. Gleyber Torres down in an 0-2 hole.
Can Gleyber walk it off and force a game 5? I think he can, even on an 0-2 count. I'm calling
That
a shot
misses
here.
low. It's 1-2. Here's the 1-2.
Oh, he
All
made
right.
contact with that?
Yeah, I don't know how he did.
Wow.
Here's another 1-2. Fly ball.
Oh, that died
Left
off
field.
the bat.
Playable.
That PCI.
Yeah, he was very early on the timing, and the PCI was just to the left. Here's Ketel Marte. He can end this game with one swing, no doubt. And Trinan starts him off with a sinker that misses wide. It's 1-0. Fouls that one off. Count even.
Ketel Marte's been another standout star this game. Oof. Honestly, from early afternoon, Zazzy, that's a walk-off homer.
Here's the 1-2.
But early evening, Zazzy is wearing down a little bit. As expected, by the way. It's not a diss. I cannot fathom where my brain would be melting out of my ears playing this much Legend. So, and there's a base
This
hit.
is a base hit. It's a one-out knock for Ketel Marte, and now the winning run is at first.
Playmaker, all you need to know right now is that it's the bottom of the ninth, essentially, not the bottom of the fourth. And it's 3-3, Zazzy's batting. If he scores a run, it's a walk-off.
Perfect. Past the
Base
diving
hit.
shortstop. Winning run in scoring position. As J-Roll could not come up with that, and Randall Grichuk has a solid base hit. That'll bring up Yerman Mercedes, 0 for 1. Well, no, not 0 for 1. That's what it says on the score bug, but we know that that's not accurate.
We know he at least has a sac fly.
Fouls that slider off. It's 1-1.
This is game 4 of 5.
Force at any base. Mercedes doesn't run well at all. Decent speed.
Oh, and he froze him.
Oh, he froze him with a backdoor cutter for out number 2.
Wow.
And here comes Miguel Sano.
Wow.
We
He's
are
gonna
going
go
to
to
have a pinch
Devers.
hitter, it looks like. It looks like Zazzy is going to go with Rafael Devers, I think, for Miguel
I
Sano.
think so. You know, it's 56 contact against righties. I understand. You get 30 extra points, especially on Legend. That's a ton. But Sano's been so good, I don't know if I would do this.
What are you dealing
Far
with?
be it for me.
What's the
Oh, wait,
trine,
wait,
what's the
wait.
trine and pitch mix?
He did use Devers. Very, very honest of Zazzy. He could have easily done this. He asked his chat if he used Devers. They answered that he has, so he's not using Devers right now.
That's you know what
Big
that's a
respect.
tip of the cap there to Zazzy for being a good
Did he get
sportsman
it?
there for sure. Did he
No.
get this?
No.
He didn't. This is going to stay in the park. And that's it.
No, it's not, though.
It's not that the inning for the inning. That's it.
Well, yeah, no, I'm sorry, because it said
But
game
not
over.
for
But
the game.
yeah, it's not. So I guess what they could do now.
Okay.
No, I think this is actually a relatively easy fix. You have to get the
Okay.
batting order right, but can't you just do a 1-inning game and then erase the first inning and then you're in extras?
Phew, I'm glad I'm not tasked with figuring this out.
I mean, I know too. But I feel like maybe that's the solution.
Okay, so if
something
you
to that effect. So it sounds like they're
Okay.
going to start a new game, new 9-inning game, and if any inning ends in a differential, that's the win. So we're not going to have we're not going to have ghost runners, which honestly I'm fine with. Like that's not the best way anyway. So I'm kind of fine with that. Jimmers does point out that the stamina gets different if you do a 1-inning game. I totally understand that. But I still think that's a better solution, but this 9-inning, that will be fine too.
Yeah. Well, there's part of me that, obviously, look, this is very difficult
you, Swan.
to figure out, and
Graceful Swan says, I feel like I'm doing a story problem in 8th grade math
Yes,
again.
yes.
Yeah, and those terrified the heck out of me, so I feel you.
yes, if one player has a runner at second,
And he's
running.
running. If Ian Happ is running to left field at 30 miles an hour, and your mean Mercedes is running at 1 mile an hour,
you
who
know what?
scores first?
Part of me would. I don't know. I was going to say there's part of me that just kind of wants Zazzy to win this one, and then we could have a clean game 5 to determine this. If you're Izzy, do you feel a certain way if you win this?
nope.
Okay, me neither.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
I don't think
it's not
either
my
player, neither player
not my
should feel
fault.
any type of way. Like things happen, right? It's an internet game. Listen, I know chat's frustrated with it too. So are we. No one wants to see it like this, but things do happen, especially with an internet-based game. Neither player is at any measure of fault whatsoever. So whoever wins, it's not cheapened. There's nothing about it. It's just whatever. So if Zazzy wins it, forces game 5, fine. If Izzy wins it and that's the series, fine. It's not fun to have to deal with it like this, but what are we gonna do? Just throw up our hands and leave? No, we got to figure it out. So we're gonna get to the bottom of it. Roflo's like, I'm out.
All right, so they are figuring it out how to resume play, and as it stands now, we are tied at 3. This is game 4. Zazzy is trying to force a deciding game 5. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, so keep the tab open. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, hang there. Alongside Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores. We are approaching the end of a second de facto weather delay in our championship series between Zazie and Izzy, with Izzy leading 2-1, Paul, in this best of 5, but Game 4 is tied.
Yes, Game 4 is tied. Obviously, Zazie trying to force it to Game 5. Izzy just wants to end it here, take the crown, but we'll see what happens. They're getting everything situated. We're going to be back live very soon. Listen, the Super Bowl had a power outage one year, okay? Things happen in real life sometimes, too. It's a pain in the butt. We all get it. But just saying it's a pain in the butt repeatedly doesn't really do anything. So we're moving forward. We'll have game action here very shortly. They're kind of bunting to kind of get back to where they need to be, and then it'll be game time. So stay tuned here.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we are in quote-unquote extra innings, right?
Yes, and they figured out a way to set that up. Now, Jimmers and other people in the chat have pointed out that if you do the 1-inning game, you could have a real big issue with stamina, where, like, you know, it's almost like BR level stamina. So they're essentially doing a 3-inning game. They're bunting through all that. We will pick it up in the 4th, which will be extras, so we will have the base runners on, and we'll have better stamina. So I think we found the best solution of a tough situation. Everyone acknowledges that it's a tough situation. It's not ideal. I will say this, though. If Zazie wins and goes to Game 5, then I won't even be thinking about the double weather delay at that point. But even if Izzy comes back, wins this game, that does nothing to cheapen his win. This is out of the player's control. They're doing their best to fix it. That's extra mental grind on them, too. I do feel bad for them because of this.
Yeah, all right. So they are finishing up in the final stages. They're in the final stages of trying to get this game situated. I kind of would like to see them just bunting nonstop. I would kind of like to see what that what that looks like. But once they are ready, we will take you there, because as we stand now, remember, this is Game 4 with Zazie trying to force a deciding Game 5. And as I said a few moments ago, I'm going to be interested to see which player handles best this unforeseen delay.
Be interesting to talk with both of them, too, to just directly ask them, you know, hey, what happened during that? But I think we're picking it right up here. And I think we're starting again in the 4th, which will be extras, so you'll get your base runners on. That was kind of a key part, too, because we've been playing with the ghost runner rules this whole time. It would have been kind of tough to change to not having that. I don't know if either player would have been bothered, but this was the right solution. We're where we need to be. Let's go.
Yeah. All right, so I think we're about ready to go to back out to Ship It for Game 4 of this series between Zazie and Izzy. And here we go. There's Teoscar Hernandez. Pinch hitting against Blake Trinan. So you do have that runner at second. It looks like that's Yerman Mercedes.
It is indeed.
At second base. Obviously not great speed.
Teoscar coming off the bench here. We haven't seen much Teoscar off the bench for Izzy. Hitting 778. I feel like I would have recognized that number. He got under that one.
Fly ball. Shallow center field. This is not going to be deep enough to send Mercedes to third. And throw goes to second, and there's one away. All right, here's Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen is leading off, even though he's listed in the 2-hole here.
That was just to situate everything.
That was just to situate everything. So Teoscar Hernandez was pinch hitting for the pitcher in the 9 spot.
Yeah, he was batting 9th last reset. So he earned the coach's trust to move up 7 spots, Jimmers. Blake Trinan out, by the way. We've seen a lot of him today, a lot of nastiness. Similar to Mariano Rivera, though. Sometimes he's been beaten up badly. Other times he's been dotting left and right. So we'll see which one we get here.
Meantime, McCutchen has even the count at 2-2. Ooh, goes up and in. Look out. Runs the count full. Here's the payoff pitch. Got into his kitchen, but the PCI location was good. But the swing timing was late, and again, that's not deep enough to advance the runner, and there's 2 down.
Like, that is just a lazy fly out, but again, look at that PCI. Like, to
he
even
was
get that clean of a PCI on it is so good.
Here's Jimmy Rollins batting with 2 down. Ahead in the count now, 2-0. Now 3-0. And the dangerous Hank Aaron on deck.
Taking all the way here. Oh, yeah. Easy
pitch
take
walk.
on that one.
All right, will we have a pitching change here, I wonder? As Zazzy has entered the quick menu. And yes, indeed, we will have a
Going to
pitching
Cole
change.
Hamels here. All hands on deck, baby.
Oh, that is paint.
That's why Cole's such a beast. He's been dotting like that all day for both squads. In fact, I think 3 of the 4 squads had him.
That's in there for a strike. Hank Aaron down to the count 1-2.
Phil, he's attacking Hank after the walk to Rollins. I see. Let's see here on the 2-2. Oh, wow. Got Glaber on deck. You don't love that if the bases end up being loaded here. Payoff pitch,
Full
2
count.
outs.
Runners on the move. And he walked him.
Nice take.
Really good AB there by Izzy and Hank Aaron. So the base
Down
is
and
loaded
in.
for Glaber Torres, and he looks at ball 1.
I'd look for that down and in.
There it was. Cutter.
Oh, he goes with the up
Boy,
and in.
that's a
How do you
great
take
eye.
that?
That is a great take.
How do you take that?
Here's the 2-1. Here's the 2-2. And that will run it full. Bases loaded. Payoff pitch. He dotted him up.
Oh!
Wow, what a pitch. Cole Hamels' pitch hand is so strong.
Wow.
Holy moly.
Disgusting.
The stones to
Disgusting.
throw that pitch with the bases loaded.
That was hot.
Wow.
Hot dot.
What a pitch by Zazzy. Now he can end it. Winning run at the plate, at second base.
What a filth monster
Man,
pitch.
that pitch. Holy smokes. All right, so
That
we're going to have a pinch
absolute
runner.
nastiness.
All right, Teoscar Hernandez looks like he's going to pinch hit for Cole Hamels. You've got Rafi Devers at second. Not blazing speed. But, Paul, I think he scores on a base hit to the outfield.
I think so too. But that will not get there.
That's not going to advance the runner, much less score him. So a big first out here in the home half of the inning. As you see Zazzy getting his bullpen up again. Roy Halladay coming out of the bullpen to try to take this game to another inning for Izzy. That misses low. It's 2-0. Andrew McCutchen ahead in the count. Chopper up the middle.
I wasn't
Could
sure
be
if he was
a
going to
tough
try to go
play.
to third.
That's a nice play by J-Roll to get McCutchen, who was flying down the line. That ball misses inside as Josh Donaldson's ahead in the count 1-0.
Trying to post a clip of that pitch, but I don't know if it's working. That was a hot
This
dot,
could
though. Oh, that's getting
be
down.
trouble,
That's
and it
ball
is.
game.
That is a game winner.
All right.
Zazzy forces a deciding game 5, winning in extra innings.
So, after everything went awry, the team that was leading when it all happened is still leading, or ends up winning, and we get a game 5. And I honestly, nothing against Izzy or anything. I think this is probably the best result to avoid any sort of
I agree.
Extra
I agree.
BS.
Any kind of extracurricular
Mickey Mouse win or
conversation,
any sort of
I agree. I
undercutting.
think this is the best result under what has been difficult circumstances. So this
We
is
just
what
need
we
a
got.
clean game here.
We've got Izzy and Zazzy tied at 2 games apiece going into a deciding game 5. A winner gets $15,000 in addition to other prizes. That's what's on the line here. It's a 9-inning game, playing on Legend. It'd be interesting to see what pitching matchup we get for this deciding game 5.
Yes, it will.
Because the 2 players have seen, I think, just about
All of them.
everyone from the 2
Yeah.
staffs.
Yeah, they know what they're doing here. They know each other like the back of their hands at this point. So I definitely think that that's not necessarily going to matter. It's who's got the mental juice left to scratch across 5-6 runs. We didn't get any barrage of runs here. We've seen a lot more pitching matchups here lately, and we see the scoring started off with an Andrew McCutchen 2-run shot from Zazzy in the bottom of the third. And then Corbin Burns, Jimmy Rollins says, I'm going to make it 2-1 real quick.
Boy, that J-roll swing is naughty.
So clean. And then Sano runs this down the line. It kicks. That was a tough play
Got
there.
away from Hank Aaron, and that allowed that runner to score.
Yep. It gets a 41 speed scoring first to home because of the kickoff there. And then another one down the line, almost the same spot, but a better play here by Gritchie. But then he casually comes up with it, which didn't end up really costing them, but it could have. Mercedes slams
I thought
this
he
one.
got this one here.
Yes, I did too, but it was into the triangle there, and so it ends up being a sac fly, and that's where the trouble started with the freezes. We had a couple double weather delays, a little power outage action, but we got it back here. Zazzy ends up tying it, and then we got into extras. Hank Aaron with off the post on the Oppo Taco, and then here we go. What an insane pitch there, and then Zazzy wins it with a very clean hit into the opposite field for Josh Donaldson for the 4-3 win, and we go to game 5. So this is what we wanted, right? We wanted a 5-game set between two excellent players, and we've got it here. Who do you think has an edge if you see one at all, Robert?
I don't know. This is clearly a toss-up game. I mean, it's a deciding game 5, and it's the old adage, anything can happen, but I think it certainly applies here. I will say that I think the difference in the later innings of the last game, albeit amid the delays and the disconnects and freezes, was Zazzy's ability to make big pitches when he had to. That Cole Hamels pitch with the bases loaded and a full count, and he hits the black and dots him up. I mean, that's something that we've seen really from both players, but in particular Zazzy.
Yeah, we really have. I tried to post a clip, but I don't know if you can post clips into the chat directly for the Sony San Diego. But I posted it in Zazzy's chat. That's one of the sexiest pitches I've ever seen in the game. It was so sick. And just like you said, the gall to kind of throw it right there, too, and just say, here it is, hit it if you want to swing at it. But is it going to be a ball? You know, and it was that in-between sort of pitch. Just a great, great pitch there. I think it's a straight-up game here. I see an interesting question from ADK Prodigy in the chat. Do you try to sneak a pitcher that they haven't seen, right? Because it's been Hamels, Burns, Cueto, and then one Randy start. So
I don't think it's the worst idea. I mean, with everything else, you put him out there, but knowing that he's got a short leash. If he gets into trouble, then you can go back to maybe the guys that have been tried and true for you.
Yeah, I'd probably stick with someone who got me to this point here. I'm going to a Cueto or to a Cole Hamels, but it might be an interesting strategy to completely flip it. I don't know who their other guys are. The only other guy that I know that one of them has, I don't even know which competitor has it, is Nolan Ryan. But I feel like a lot of the studs do well against Nolan Ryan because they're very patient. And that's the only way to beat Nolan Ryan is to have patience and to be able to hit the fastball. The two things that stud players do the best. So I don't know. They're probably going to go to the tried and trues, whether it's going to be two of Cueto, Hamels, Randy, and Burns. I think that's how it's going to break down.
Dirty Dan in the chat says Zazzy could throw Al Leiter. I wasn't aware that Al Leiter was available to Zazzy, but if he is, I would seriously consider starting him for sure.
Now, this is probably just my ineptitude or where I live, but I wonder why we haven't seen any Tom Glavine. He looks pretty great again this year. I'm surprised we haven't seen any of him. But we are getting started here. I'm checking out the lineups. It's going to be Burns Cueto, so it's a rematch of just the last game we had. And it'll be Izzy with the home field advantage here in Game 5. Let's go. I think the weather has passed. I've checked the radar. I think we're good to go.
Yeah,
so hopefully no weather delays.
Hopefully everything works out.
I truly want nothing
some
more.
Bullpen activity up for Zazzy, who is the
road
Zazzy
team.
The home team, or Zazzy is the road team?
Yes.
So Izzy will be the home team. As you see already, Hamels and Duran up in the bullpen. Hey, but it's Game 5. Everyone's available, and everyone has a short leash pretty much.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. If you're giving up a few runs, you're moving on. with somebody. I don't think you want to push too far, although the scoring has been down in these last couple games after watching these two beat the heck out of the ball earlier in the afternoon. And again, we've attributed that to both mental fatigue, but also just dominant pitching by both gentlemen.
Andrew McCutchen leading off, facing Johnny Cueto, who starts him off with a strike. Actually, second strike. Is now 0-2. Goes back up in there again, and McCutchen lifts one to left center field. McCutchen's over to makes the catch, and that's out number 1 here to start things in Game 5 of this championship series. A deciding Game 5. Izzy out in the field in the Minnesota Twins uniform. Zazzy in all red.
Johnny Cueto, if you haven't been using him for some reason, or you're not familiar with him, or didn't think he was that good, perhaps this tournament will change your mind that he is a stud. When the top dogs use players, that usually encourages a lot of other people to use them. Because if they can do well against the studs, imagine what they can do against the 600, 700, 800 folks like myself.
Check over to first. He did not go, so Donaldson's ahead in the count with 3-1.
Oh, straight
Right
take.
down Broadway.
Straight take. Had to be, right?
Oof.
Had to be a straight take.
I think that's the most middle pitch I've seen all game.
True, and it was a fastball to boot.
Donaldson grounds out to the left side, and there's quickly 2 down. Here's Hank Aaron.
Hank, he's had a heck of an afternoon here for both clubs. Swings at that
No
one.
change in the top 3 for Zazzy here. We've seen this trio lead his lineup off throughout the day. There's a hot shot to third, collected by Donaldson. By Torres, excuse me, and that retires the side.
Slate
Here
type
we go.
says,
Andrew McCutchen leading things off for Izzy.
Slate type says, should I buy Cueto or Leiter? I don't think you can go wrong there. I would say Cueto personally. That's a shot.
Perfect shot for Andrew
Right to
McCutchen,
him.
and he lines out. Wow.
That's tough. Kutch slamming
That's
his bat as he
baseball,
goes
Susan.
back.
Jeez.
Great play there by Hank to track it down. Izzy probably punching the air on that one. It'll be J-roll now against Corbin Burns.
Man. Sounded good, but not good enough for a loud out number 1.
Chat seems to be leaning with the Cueto vote as well over Leiter. Leiter's good too, but I agree on Cueto. Rip foul there.
So 2-2 to J-roll. That misses wide, and the count runs full at 3-2.
Hank Aaron on
Payoff
deck.
pitch from Burns.
Oh, goes down
That's
and
going
gets
to
it.
fall in for a base hit right in front of Hank Aaron. One out
Okay.
knock for Jimmy Rollins.
I see you going down and scooping that one off the ground.
Whew. Boy, that cutter looks like it's going to miss the strike zone, then catches the corner at the last second. Amazing speed at first in the form of J-roll, and Hank Aaron can walk home. A 2-run, perfect oppo pop for Hank Aaron. And Izzy jumps out to a 2-0 lead in this deciding Game 5. Holy smokes.
That was another Oppo Taco, and you pointed out that's one of the strengths. And he goes right to the bullpen. Cole Hamels coming out here in the bottom of the first. Corbin Burns hit the showers.
Yeah, Corbin Burns can't even get out of the first inning, but as we said,
Wowzers.
a short leash for everyone.
But yeah, you highlighted Hank Aaron's Oppo field power, and now we've seen, there's a nice liner there to end the
unlucky.
inning. We've seen that one just now, but also the ringer off of the foul pole last game.
So in that inning, a base hit, a 2-run perfect, a perfect line out, and then a screaming liner caught by the third baseman. So a lot of contact there for Izzy in the bottom of the first.
We'll see how what Cueto's leash looks like too.
Working with the 2-0 lead here in the top of the second. Gleyber Torres, the cleanup hitter, goes down swinging. There's one away.
Marte coming up now. We've highlighted how great he's been across the board today for both clubs. Absolute stud. He's been a stud in the game for years.
Nope, that's a ball.
Doc
Circle
Zen
change
points
misses
out,
low.
you know, every pitch worth $100. You know, like when you really think about it here, these pitches are all worth money here. Every out. When it's game 5, when it's do or die, this is it. The money hanging in the balance. There's no
with
way
an
you're not
early
thinking
lead
about it.
like this in a game 5, you're just counting outs.
Yes.
Anything to...
And don't mistake that for anybody believing that Izzy thinks he has it in the bag, but you definitely feel better than if you're not in the lead, right? Like, his hands are still sweating, maybe just a slight bit less than Zazzy's.
Randall Grichuk now the 6-hole hitter. Down in the count 0-2.
Sometimes there is a little bit of a release of the burden, though, when you are chasing, right? Zazzy's just like, hey, what do I have to lose at this point? I'm down 2-0. I'm just going to play my guts out here. But it's still so early in the game. I don't think either of them are worried too much about the end of the game. As we see the strikeout there to retire the side, it'll bring up 6, 7, 8 to face Cole Hamels. Corbin Burns lasted less than an inning. A 2-run shot by Hank Aaron chased him, and it'll be Cole Hamels here. Obviously, Zazzy's hoping to get multiple innings out of him.
Yeah, he's going to have to deal with 3 right-handed hitters. He's got Sano now. Nick Swisher, the switch hitter, will be batting from the right-hand side. And Yerman Mercedes, the 8-hole hitter. Sano gets one into center field. Shallow, playable. And that's out number 1.
It'll be Nick Swisher now. He's been an announcer favorite of ours. We've been hyping him up all day just because he's a very unique card. Literally the only team using him, and he's had some massive hits.
DZ Golfs in the chat says the Hank Aaron card has to be the MVP of this tournament, and I agree with him.
Yep. Jimmer says these guys ain't sweating. That's why they're in this spot. I got to fully disagree with you there. They're human. They're sweating. Just because they're in this spot doesn't mean you don't sweat. Tom Brady sweats. He deals with the sweat and ends up dominating, but you still sweat in these spots here. It's just a matter of whether or not
15 grand on the line here.
Exactly. Like Zazzy's 18 years old. Izzy is 23 years old. This is game-changing point here.
I mean, I had a 6-0 BR run, and I was sweating bullets for Game 7. And promptly got run ruled.
I've been there too. Yeah, where you're on a good run, you're like, oh, I could maybe make a run here. Yeah, I lost 14.
You're like, I could beat anyone.
Somehow.
I could beat anyone. Oh, that's a paint job right there to even the count at 2-2. Boy, Zazzy has a real feel for hitting those corners, man. Wow, what a pitch.
It's unreal.
And he's got a great feel with Cole Hamels in particular.
Like, does he have a course or a master class? Is there anything I can do to learn this sort of pitching? My goodness.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. All right, so 0-2 count to Yerman Mercedes as Cueto working here in the 3rd inning. By the way, Zazzy's still looking for his first hit. I know it's only the 3rd, but these guys are such elite offensive players. Anytime you can hold them off the scoreboard, be either the run column or the hit column, it's noteworthy. Mercedes, good PCI contact. Deep fly ball. It's going to die on the track for McCutchen, and there's one away.
Especially considering what was our number 1 takeaway from Zazzy early on is that you couldn't get zeros out of him. He was simply going to get hits in darn near every inning and usually get runs too. So to get multiple zeros out of him here in Game 5 is huge. And Macadaisy does bring up a good point too about the prize pool. There's signed Jazz Chisholm stuff for everybody as well here. All 4 participants get stuff from Jazz Chisholm.
That's definitely a word. That is definitely a tremendous prize in its own right. Here's Cole Hamels after Mercedes chopped and grounded out to first. Hamels on in relief after Corbin Burns couldn't get out of the 1st inning. Grounded to short. Rollins over to first in time, and that retires the side. Through 3, Izzy leading 2-0 in this Game 5 as Johnny Cueto opens the bottom of the 3rd.
Izzy dealing. Do you like jazz? Jazz Chisholm, one of the most exciting young players in the game. Absolute stud. Great personality, too.
He also is a friend of the MLB The Show community.
That's right.
Plays the game a lot. As Cueto grounds out to short, and there's one down.
Flip it to the top of the order here with McCutchen. Looks like Hamels is settling in here. Of course, anytime we start to hype up a pitcher, I swear they give up 2-3 runs. So I might have just jinxed the heck out of him.
Back to the top of the order, and it's Andrew McCutchen. Mighty cut, but the ball will foul. Now, Cole Hamels is obviously not a traditional reliever, but the mark of every good bullpen. Uh-oh, fly ball.
See?
Right
I
field.
did it. I did it
Get
again.
out of here. Kutch goes yard. It's 3-0.
I mean, I think I've reached a certain level of announcer status. If you can jinx things this consistently, I think I'm ready for prime time. Let me get out there with somebody having
Well,
like
you're
a
not alone. What I was going to say was the mark of a good bullpen is not just holding leads, but also holding deficits.
Yep, keeping it where it's at, and then he gives up a
keeping it
homer.
where it's at, and Cole Hamels came in down 2-0, and he just gave up a big home run. Did he give up
3-2?
another? Fly
No.
ball deep left field. Randall Grichuk makes the catch.
That was close.
That's allowed out number 2.
Yeah, Kutch decimates lefties, as Russell points out in the chat, and he wasted no time there, making it 3-0 for Izzy. I'm coming for Joe Buck here. Give me a kicker that's like made 20 in a row, and I'll jinx the heck out of him.
Yeah. And that ball
Good
misses
take
low.
there. I
wanna get
watched
to
that,
a
and I'm
point
like,
in my play-by-play career where everyone thinks I hate their team. That's where.
Yes.
That's when
That's
when
peak.
you know you've reached GOAT status.
correct. That is a good litmus test.
Oh.
Couldn't hold
Eric
up on that
swing.
one.
Hank Aaron goes down swinging, but not before. J-Roll puts Izzy up
Kutch.
3-0.
There's a Kutch homer.
Here's a little dribbler. This could be trouble. McCutchen runs well. He's
Oh,
safe.
yeah. Easy peasy there.
Second time this tournament that we've seen Andrew McCutchen get on base with that type of play, and the bringer of rain delivers thunder at Ship It. One-run game.
And that's how quickly it turns, right? An infield little dribbler, and then a moonshot there by JD, and it's 3-2, boom, just like that.
Wow.
Just like that. Wow.
And remember, Zazzy started this inning without a hit or a run.
Yep.
And just like that, as you mentioned, it turns on a dime. He's down just 1.
Oh, he did go through on that one.
Hank
Strike
Aaron
2.
down to the count 1-2. Johnny Cueto was cruising right along until the 4th inning. Started with a, excuse me, little nubber. And then Josh Donaldson with a no doubt about home run. Hank Aaron's going to fly out to deep left, and that's out number 1.
Meanwhile, in real life, Dansby Swanson just went yard to make it 1-0 Atlanta over the Mets. His 25th of the year. I'd say that's a pretty good walk year. Going to be a free agent.
I don't think he returns to Atlanta.
I don't either. I think they have, they've done such a good job signing their core and everything. I don't know if they can necessarily go for another big contract.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably can because they're getting savings on so many guys, but I think they are going to let him go. We'll see.
Meantime, here's Gleyber Torres. That is
How do you get
foul.
around it?
I don't know
Yeah.
how he made contact there. Goodness
I know we
gracious.
keep marveling at Zazzy's inside PCI control, but it is a sight to behold. And so I'm going to keep pointing it out because it's
I don't
so
know if
impressive.
I would throw him much inside.
Right?
Gleyber
But then
Torres reaches
can't-
down, golfs one to deep center, but playable. And there's 2 down.
You don't want to put it out over the plate, though, either.
That's also true.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Here's Ketel Marte batting with 2 down. First pitch swinging. This should end the inning. And it does, but it doesn't end before Zazzy gets on the board. It started with an Andrew McCutchen little squibber. And then Josh Donaldson dials long distance to cut the lead to 1.
First pitch, too. Everything happened so fast, you know? Drewski, that would be pretty interesting if Dansby Swanson wound up back on the Diamondbacks. They're a burgeoning team, too.
I love the Diamondbacks. Young players.
Yep.
I love their pitching. The only problem, here's the only thing I don't like about the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Their
Paul.
division.
They play in the National League West.
It's not fair. However, the balanced schedule next year is going to help a team like that because they don't have to play the Dodgers. Oh, Dot.
Oh, my gosh. Again, Zazzy with Cole Hamels. Paint job at the knees, on the corner. Out number 1.
He tries to go right back to that same spot. But, yeah, they won't have to play the Dodgers and Padres 19 times each next year, so that is helpful. Base hit up the middle for Ketel Marte.
That time, Izzy was ready, seemingly ready for that pitch in that location.
He
Base
went
hit up the
triple.
middle.
He went triple location there. The strikeout and then the first 2 pitches of the next at-bat in that same location. All 3 different pitches, but same exact location.
You know who could really use the services of Dansby Swanson?
Who's that?
Oh, again.
Your boys?
No. I think the Astros are pretty satisfied.
Yeah, I think Pena's legit. Oh, swings through that one to make it 0-2. Nick Swisher facing Cole Hamels. 0-2, 2 outs, runner on first. Takes that one. He's really pounding that down in the way spot. He's had a lot of success there. Oh, and he goes up and in with it. There you go, changing eye levels. That's what you do, and you get the fly out there to retire the side.
All right, here comes Randall Grichuk facing Johnny Cueto. Cueto on for his 5th inning of work. Gave up 2 runs in the last inning. Misses wide with a slider. It's 2-0.
2-run shot by Josh Donaldson was the damage.
And Randall Grichuk gets into one. High fly ball. McCutchen's not going to even
That's
chase
gone.
it. It's out of here, and we're tied.
Just like that.
Randall Grichuk ties Game 5 at 3.
Just
in
like
the 5th.
that. Wowzers. And it's only the 5th, so we'll probably see like 3-4 more lead changes, to be honest.
You know, I accidentally cut my mic off. I was saying that the Yankees, maybe they signed Dansby Swanson.
Oh, I could
There's a
certainly
base hit
see
up the
that.
middle.
I could certainly see that.
Here's the problem. Well, there's a couple of things. One, they still owe Josh Donaldson a tremendous amount of money.
Oof.
2, they need to sign Aaron Judge.
3, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is a superstar. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, look, he's a very good major league player.
He's a capable player. Yeah, absolutely. But
capable
he's
player.
not
But-
starting shortstop for Yankees level player as Sano swings through that one 0-2. Slim Genzie made a great point, by the way, real quick on the players here. He's saying, you don't think these guys are sweating? Look at some of the swings that they've taken that they haven't taken normally, and that was one of them right there by Sano. You don't usually see such a flail, but that's hour 8 wearing on these gentlemen as he swings through for the strikeout there for 1 away with 1 on. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was just saying, commenting on that Dansby Swanson could be an interesting fit for the New York Yankees. But obviously their first priority will be signing Aaron Judge as Cole Hamels bats for himself and looks at strike 3.
Wow.
4th strikeout for
Oh,
Cueto.
that was to avoid the double play. Never mind. That's a pitcher batting. I was like, why did he look at that pitch? No, that's the right move there. And you'll see that from a lot of top players. They don't want the pitcher to ground in double play, and that's going to be a base
over
hit.
the leaping second baseman. Swisher cuts it off. So the runner will have to hold at second, but it's a base hit, opposite field base hit for Andrew McCutchen. Here's Josh Donaldson. Did he go? No, he did not. It's 1-0.
But yeah, that's a
Donaldson
strategic
homered in
play.
his last AB.
If you have a runner on first or runners on first and second with less than 2 outs and your pitcher's up, a lot of top players will just take 3 strikes because they don't want the double play. And bunting can be such a pain in the butt too that they'll just say, hey, give me the strikeout and I'll get to the back of the top of my order. And I like that. That's a nice pitch right there too. Make it 2-2.
2-2. 2 out. Tied at 3. Game 5. Runner at first, runner at second. Josh Donaldson. A 2-run homer already here in Game 5. Tried to get him to chase. Instead, it runs at full. Now the runners at first and second will get a head start. Here's the payoff pitch.
Easy
Walked in.
take.
Now, Johnny Cueto will have to deal with Hammer and Hank Aaron. Looks at a cutter on the corner. It's 0-1. Grounder up the middle. This should end the inning. Rollins over to first in time. And that retires the side. Sano with the random throw home.
Just in case. I like to do that sometimes when I have 2 outs. I'll get the double play. I'm like, can I carry that out over, please? I feel like I should be able to, but they never let me. Fix your game, Ramon.
Here's Yerman Mercedes, bottom of the order, 8, 9, and 1.
Yerminator.
You letting Cueto hit for himself or pinch hit?
I think I'm sticking with him, unless Yermin gets on, which looks like,
This
a
could
fly
fall,
out.
but no. McCutcheon is there. Mercedes late on the cutter. And that's out number 1.
He will not let him hit, which
Nope,
I
he will
understand.
not.
Meanwhile, in real life, Daniel Vogelbach ties it up 1-1 for the Mets Braves.
I'm bringing Vogel back. Yeah.
I
Here's
like
Reese
that.
Hoskins.
Another topical reference.
You see, kids, Justin Timberlake was a pop star of quite some fame several years ago.
You mean the Trolls guy? Reese Hoskins. We have not seen him today. I think
Have
maybe
not seen
one other
Hoskins
at bat at most. Oh my
Oh,
God.
my God.
That's illegal. You should not be able to do that. That is illegal to make such a good pitch. Jeez.
Just a paint job. Yet another nasty, nasty pitch by Cole Hamels to retire Reese Hoskins. Here's McCutcheon. And again, boy,
And another one.
Zazzy still has, it just has a great feel for that pitch with this pitcher.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, because he can do it with everyone, but it's been really with Hamels that he's thrown the sickest ones.
I would set up on the outside, low and away.
I mean, you'd have been right on that one. He'll probably go back to there with the sinker now this time, or the cutter to try to loop it back in. He goes up and in with the cut
Now full
piece.
count.
I'm saying
I think
down
he's
and
gonna
away.
Go to that. He's going to go to the. I think he's going low and away. Yep.
He was ready.
Oh,
but
diving
he gets
stop.
the dive.
Superman stop.
Nice play.
Superman that.
That was a nice play there.
That a diving stop by Marte. Fires over to first, and that retires the side. We go to the 6th, tied at 3. Chad Green now on in relief, facing Gleyber Torres. First pitch swinging, lines out to Nick Swisher, and there's one away.
Pitching clinic that we've seen from these folks. It's so impressive. Gets him to go
Awkward
around on
swing
that
animation
one.
by Marte. It's 0-1.
Chad Green, we've seen some work from him. He's done mostly good today, at least anecdotally from what I remember. I feel like he hasn't really been beaten up.
Marte down on the count, 1-2. High fly
Did he get
ball.
that?
Right
He got it.
field. This one's out of here. He got
Yeah,
it.
it's 4-3.
Swisher watches it fly.
Zazzy's
Solo home
leading.
run for Zazzy. He's back on top, 4-3.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Great hit there by Zazzy.
And this ball is sent deep to right. Swisher is there, and there's 2 down. So Chad Green touched up for a solo home run. Now dealing with Yerman Mercedes, the 7-hole hitter. This is the 84 tops now, Yerman Mercedes.
Scumbag points out, and that's his name. I'm not calling anybody a scumbag. Points out that he's going to feel bad for whoever loses because they both played so well. And I feel that, but they're not going home empty-handed. $5,000, $750 gift card, autographed Jazz Chisholm jersey. They're still going home feeling pretty good. But I hear you. It's tough to declare a loser here given how well these two folks have played.
Here's the 2-2, little dribbler over to the left side. Torres over to first, excuse me, that retires the side. But Solo home run gives Zazzy the lead 4-3 as we move to the bottom of the 6th. That one is chopped foul. It's 0-1.
Bot 6 now.
Cole Hamels.
On in relief.
Cole Hamels, Paul, came in the first inning in relief for Corbin Burns, who gave up 2 quick runs. Since then, save for that home run and this base hit, Cole Hamels has been excellent.
Absolutely. It reminds me of that time that the Brewers used Wade Miley as a decoy opener. Was Corbin Burns the decoy opener? He gave up 2 runs. That's why he's out. I'm just referencing that time that the Brewers tried to fool the Dodgers there. This is a best of 5, Slim. So this is it, y'all. 2 games apiece.
Deciding game 5.
Check in the bottom left there. You see 2 little baseballs filled up for both of them. That means it's 2 games apiece. Yeah, Hamels is a starter, but they'll bring in starters here. And this is playoff baseball, baby, so all hands on deck, especially in Game 5. So after Burns failed, and that might be a looper. It's going to hold up. Never mind. He was playing pretty shallow there.
McCutchen is there, and that's out number 1.
But yeah, once Burns gave up the 2-run shot, Zazzy was like, I'm not pushing it. I'm going to go with my go-to guy, which is Hamels. And a fair question to ask why he didn't just go to Hamels to start with, but hey, he's got the lead now, so that's moot. Doesn't even matter.
So Chad Green comes on in relief to face the right-handed hitter Gleyber Torres, who grounds to third. This could be 2. Over to second for 1. Back to first for 2 in time. We're through 6 as we enter the final 3 innings of this championship game here on Championship Sunday.
This has been awesome.
Izzy will now turn to his Chad Green to face Miguel Sano, the pitcher's spot, and then the top of the order, Andrew McCutchen.
Spits on that. Yes, Riot MTs, as he walked off to force the Game 5, we had some technical hiccups, got through them, and hopefully we get a clean Game 5 here. So far, it's been excellent. 4-3, top 7, 1 out now for Zazzy, and he'll have a pitcher spot up, which means pinch hit time.
All right, there are the choices. He's going to go with the right-handed hitter, Bo Bichette.
It'll be the bounty hunter, Boba Fett. That's what Boba Fett is, right? I don't know anything about Star Wars. It's literally the only reference that I can make to Star Wars. I'm sorry. I think chat might think that we're doing this for free. Don't worry, guys. We're being paid.
Bo Bichette lifts one to shallow center field.
Chat's got our back, though, Robert. I
and that's
that.
Out number 2 as Andrew McCutchen squeezes it.
This is Game 5, yes, JJ.
Izzy goes upstairs, tries to get Andrew McCutchen to chase, but he spits on it. It's 1-0.
That was a late decision to swing there, knowing that it was going to be a strike. Even though it wouldn't have been strike 3, he's like, I better take a look at this. We're being paid in stubs for MLB The Show 21. So it's a lot of stubs, though, guys. So don't give them a hard time. It's like 2 million stubs for MLB The Show 21. I think Robert's getting paid in MLB The Show 18 stubs. That's going to get down.
This could be trouble. That's going to be a base hit.
Big trouble.
It's
That's a
definitely
triple,
gonna be extra
no?
bases.
No, no,
Is
just
it
a
2
double.
or 3?
Nah, just a
It's going to
double
be
there.
2.
Who's that right fielder? Is that Henry?
I think that's Nick Swisher.
Oh, yeah, it is Swish. It's Swish. He got on that quickly there. I was worried that could be a triple.
And Josh Donaldson keeps his hands in and sends one deep to left. The bringer of rain does it again.
Roflo, what did you say about pitching him there?
Homer. And Zazzy is up 6-3 here in Game 5. Again,
you mentioned it earlier that you can't pitch him there.
His ability to get to pitches in the inner third, particularly on the inner third at his neck. It's unbelievable. Hank Aaron goes out of the zone, lifts this one to shallow right. Sano will drift out and make the catch. And that retires the side, but not before Josh Donaldson does it again. 4 RBIs for the former MVP.
What a stud.
Seventh inning stretch time as now we go into the bottom of the seventh. Ketel Marte. Izzy needing a comeback. Remember, he was a win away from clinching this championship before Zazzy won Game 4 and now leading in Game 5. But Ketel Marte starts the inning off with a sharp single to right. Here's Miguel Sano, 0 for 2.
Crispy Boy asking in chat if that's GG. Nope. Don't you ever count these gentlemen out. Both of these two got that dog in them. They're not going anywhere. It's 6-3, but he still has 3 hacks here in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Does Izzy. He's not going anywhere. Don't try to call a game before it's over. Neither of these two have any quit in them whatsoever.
All right, here's Nicky Swish. Fouls that one off. It's 0-1. One down here in the home half of the 7th. Izzy batting in the white uniforms, Minnesota Twins gear. Down 6-3 in the home half of the 7th. Swisher bloops one out, and Andrew McCutchen on his horse makes the play. Little jam shot there, but McCutchen was up to the task and made the out.
Izzy doesn't quite have that that up and in bat the way we've seen from Zazzy.
But Yermin Mercedes plops one right in front of McCutchen. And the inning will continue after a 2-out knock from Yermin Mercedes. Tying run steps to the plate in the form of Brandon Marsh. We've seen Marsh come off the bench and deliver with some big hits.
Yes, we have. And he's going to get a righty to do it against, too, which is pretty huge.
There's a cutter, backdoor cutter to start him off. It's 0-1. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Got him.
Oof. Just beat him on that pitch, right? He just wasn't expecting that. Obviously, he doesn't usually want to swing at one.
He tested the outer portion of the zone and then went right back in there with the slider. As here's Gleyber Torres. And we move into the 8th. Zazzy, 18 years old. Now 6 outs away from a $15,000 first place prize. Fly ball, deep right center field. The right fielder will come over and make the catch as Nicky Swish squeezes it for out number 1. And that'll bring up Ketel Marte.
It's worth mentioning that if Zazzy wins this, he'll be adding it to his 2nd place finish from the summer circuit, too.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. Our summer circuit champion, Kreiner,
saw him earlier in the chat.
Yep, he was defeated earlier or late yesterday by Dirty Town, who fell in the semifinal series to Zazzy. Swing and a miss, and that's out number 2. Here's Randall Grichuk.
I know it would have been remarkably difficult to beat him, but I wonder if there was any bit of Zazzy that wanted to get another crack at Kreiner in the semifinal play.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. But he obviously likes where he is right now, up 3.
These guys don't usually run from competition. You got some of those top players that friendly quit anytime they run into anybody good, but a lot of them will take on all comers. Those are the real top players. For Kreiner out loud.
Payoff pitch, fouled off. We'll do it again. 2 down.
And the funny thing is, obviously,
the 3-2 from Mo. Uh-oh.
No, you can't go up and in. That's going to be foul, but really you have to be careful there.
Wow.
Full count coming again here with 2 outs.
Payoff pitch from Rivera. He went inside again, but in a different location. Breaks his bat.
Oof.
Roller up along first. Sano will step on the bag, and that retires aside. We go to the home half of the 8th with Izzy needing runs and needing them in a hurry. Down 3. Andrew McCutchen leading off, top of the order.
We highlight how Zazzy's just 18. He's a young buck. It's not like Izzy's ancient at 23. I know for the landscape that we're in, that's relatively old, but that's still quite young. And, you know, he's looking at some game-changing money as well.
McCutcheon grounds one to short. Marte is there and one down. Zazzy now 5 outs away from the championship. Here's J-Roll, 2 for 3, including
Just
a
kicking
homer.
off outs.
Zazzy did not have a hit through the first 2 innings before tying the game in the 4th. Here's J-Roll, lifts it to deep right field. Aaron at the track near the wall makes the catch, 2 down.
At least it wasn't tippy toe.
That's right.
That's your least favorite.
We've seen
We've
Hank
seen
Aaron
like
make-
10 of them today.
Here's Hank Aaron, chopper up third
Ooh,
base.
that one's going to be close.
Donaldson fires
JD's
and
arm.
gets
I
him.
underestimated JD's arm. My fault.
We go to the 9th. Zazzy in red, leading by 3, looking to add here. He's got 7, 8, and 9 due up here in the 9th against Mariano Rivera.
The Yerminator, 1 for 3. Oh, it goes up and gets that one, but it's going to be a fly out to center, looks like. Kutch camped under it. Easy play, 1 away. Excuse me. Be Miguel Sano now, and he's going to go to Devers. We've seen this play a lot from him, where he prefers to have the opposite hand against Mo. You've mentioned that your preference would be to go same-handed and just sit outer third.
Yeah. But again, I can only make championship series in ranked season. So what do I know?
I mean, you still know a lot. I don't know what the numbers are for this year, but I know last year my community ran numbers on it. Championship series is like top 5% of the game.
Oh, really? Well, then I feel
Yeah.
pretty good. As you
With
see
folks-
Mariano Rivera hitting for himself.
The people that we're watching right now are top like 0.5%, like 0.25%. Like, it's insane. When you're watching these top dogs on Twitch, they are not the norm. And I don't say that in any sort of diss. I say that quite the opposite, in praise of how great they are. But
Yeah.
don't
No, that's a
compare
good point.
yourselves to them. Like,
Here we go.
You're going to beat yourself up. If you make championship and World Series regularly, you're a very good player.
All right, here we go. Izzy down to his final 3 strikes. 4, 5, and 6 facing Mariano Rivera.
Down to his final 3 outs, you mean?
Yes, down to his final 3 outs. Zazzy trying to close this one out. Broken bat.
That could be trouble.
This could be tough play. Throw over to first, got him. Glaber doesn't run all that
I was gonna
well,
say-
and Reese Hoskins was able to keep his wits about him and make the play.
If it was a Blazer, there would have been more trouble. I forgot who was running there. So it was only mediocre speed Glaber. So it'll be Ketel Marte. And you mentioned that Zazzy wanted to trust Mo here, so he let him hit 3-run lead. I totally get it.
Marte down on the count 1 and 2. It's
gonna be 1 out.
Shallow in the infield. Mercedes comes out from behind home plate, squeezes it, and we are down to the final out. Miguel Sano representing
That'll do it.
Izzy's final chance, and this should do it. Zazzy. Oh, Canada. Zazzy claims the championship. Coming
Coach
from
loves it.
behind in the series on the brink of elimination, but he rallies to win Game 4, and he wins Game 5, and he claims the championship for the Fall Circuit Invitational, Fall Circuit Final. What a day, Paul. It's been a little bit of everything, but Zazzy was just spectacular.
He really, really was. And he had a little bit of a lull there where we were seeing some uncharacteristic mental mistakes, some quick count outs that he was getting that we hadn't seen. He got back on track. We had the technical difficulty, which kind of derailed things for about 20 minutes. They both got back on track from that. We're going to get some highlights here, get the score, get the base hit started there early, and then we're going to see a 2-run homer that would eventually chase
man.
Burns after just 1 out. Zazzy was not putting up with it, and I wonder how instrumental that change is And because then you see Hamels come in and give up the run, but that was after he'd already gotten a bunch of outs.
It.
Yeah, exactly. He dialed in from there. This little tapper was huge. It was an infield hit, and then the very next pitch, this is an 0-0 swing coming from JD. Boom! Absolutely destroyed. He put it in the nitro zone down there. That down and in sinker. I mean, you can't get inside on Zazzy.
That pitch, Cole Hamels had such great control and great command of the lower part of the strike zone. As you see Zazzy able to add on there. Josh Donaldson went deep twice with a runner on, and there's another pitch. Hamels dots him up. Ketel Marte goes deep.
Ketel gave him the lead there.
4-3. And then Donaldson again. Look at the PCI placement. That's 96 at his neck.
It's so sick. It's so sick there. And then there's the pop out or the fly out for the last out. Brilliant effort by Izzy. He played his butt off, as did Zazzy. Take a look at the bracket here. We had a couple of 2-0 sweeps from Zazzy and Izzy to get to the finals here. Then they played a nail-biting 5-game set. They overcame the technical difficulties. They overcame lulls in the hitting for both of them at times for an amazing series. Both gentlemen should hold their heads high, of course, and neither's going home empty-handed. Congrats to Zazzy, though, for winning it.
Yeah, congratulations to Zazzy. Congratulations to all 4 players, Zazzy, Dirty Town, Izzy, and Goat.
Absolutely.
On just a tremendous run to get to championship Sunday. But the biggest congratulations to Zazzy, who, in addition to gift cards and Jazz Chisholm gear, walks away with $15,000 first prize. That's big. That's big time right there. So congratulations to him.
And don't forget, second place in the summer circuit, wins the fall circuit. Zazzy putting himself on the list of top 2, top 3 in the entire community. Maybe even number 1 right now. When you do something like that, right? When you go second and first back-to-back in the big tournaments, that's a big, big deal for Zazzy. Congratulations to him. Excellent show all around from our 4 competitors. Really appreciate the effort that they put in today. It was awesome. And Rofo, I love working with you, man. It's always great talking baseball with you.
Yeah, likewise. This was a lot of fun. I know it was a little bit different. We had some pauses and some unexpected things happen, but we appreciate you guys for having patience and staying with us. Whether you were with us for the full 7+ hours, or maybe you just hopped in, dipped in and out periodically, or maybe you just joined us here. But at any rate, we appreciate you joining us. For everyone behind the camera and behind the scenes, for Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on my streams. I'll see you on MLB Central. And Paul, I'll talk to you later.
Take care.